Hello everyone, and welcome back to KevinAudiobook.tv. I'm so glad you're here to continue our journey through the incredible world of complete martial arts attributes. Together we'll follow Wang Teng as he grows stronger, unlocks extraordinary abilities, faces powerful enemies, and uncovers the countless mysteries hidden throughout the universe. Every chapter brings new challenges, unexpected twists, and exciting battles that make this adventure unforgettable. Whether you've been here since the beginning or you're just joining us today, thank you for being part of this amazing journey. If you're enjoying the series, don't forget to subscribe, leave a like, and share your thoughts in the comments. Your support helps bring more chapters to life. Now, sit back, relax, and let's continue the adventure. Enjoy today's chapter complete. Martial Arts Attributes, a true Schrift Vorpfiff 1. This is definitely a brutal man. Most of the audience didn't know what had happened. The last attack had formed airwaves that swept across the entire arena, so ordinary people couldn't see what went on inside. This result was a bit unexpected. Mao Na from the First University lost to Wang Teng. Let's rewind the video and see what happened just now. The fight on the screen was played back. Everyone widened their eyes as they stared at it. The images were a little blurry, but they were able to see Wang Teng appearing behind Mao Na and smashing the brick on her head mercilessly. Bang! A dull thud came from the big screen. The spectators' lips twitched uncontrollably when they heard the sound. For some reason, they felt the back of their heads hurting. Ruthless. This young man was too ruthless. This was a vicious man. As the first live streamer to broadcast Wang Teng's matches, General Bai was attracting more and more viewers into his livestream room. It was exceptionally lively. After the round of the Brick Maniac, the Invincible Presence comments. The comments in the livestream room erupted again. Boom! Kicking Mountain Nan Kindergarten with my leg has sent 20 consecutive rockets. What a ruthless young man. Swordsman from Mobe has sent 20 consecutive rockets. What a ruthless young man. Whiny Monster has sent 20 consecutive rockets. What a ruthless young man. Hallelujah has sent 10 consecutive rockets. What a ruthless young man. Ruthless young man. Destroyer Husky has sent 10 consecutive rockets. What a ruthless young man. General Bai was elated. Another 2 wealthy viewers had joined them. These wealthy IDs would attract more viewers. Within a few seconds, more people entered his live stream room to see the rockets. The number of viewers skyrocketed. The live stream room was like a party. 2333, all the bosses have agreed that this young man is a ruthless one. There are so many bosses here. Why, that brick sure is impressive. How can he bear to smash this beautiful lady's head so cold-blooded? From now on, I will recognize Wang Teng as my boss. Boss, please accept a bow from your subordinate. Boss, please accept a bow from your subordinate. Boss, please accept a bow from your subordinate. The live stream room got flooded with the same comment again. General Bai was laughing helplessly. These cheeky viewers were all abnormal beings. In the dragon's den, Wang Teng scanned the arenas with his spiritual power and picked up all the attribute bubbles on the ground: Spirit 20, Enlightenment 28, Wind Force 76, Wind Presence 30. As expected, he got another round of Wind Presence. This was a good match. He had everything to gain and nothing to lose. In the Xingwu continent, his Wind Presence had already reached 9th level, just a step away from Wind Conscious. Increasing his wind presence gave him plenty of benefits. Instantly, a deeper understanding of wind power appeared in his mind. It was profound and interesting. Others might need many years to enlighten their presence. They were heavily reliant on their enlightenment and opportunity, but Wang Teng only needed to pick up attributes. It felt so good and refreshing. At the same time, his wind force increased too. Wind element martial warriors were rare, so he needed to grab as many attributes as he could whenever he had the chance. This was pure luck. Fortunately, this time Lady Luck was showering him with attention. He met a talented wind element martial warrior in the competition. If he had the chance, he would find her again in the future. Wang Teng ended his match and came down the arena calmly, completely disregarding the strange gazes around him. The students from the first university were already waiting for him below the arena. They glared at Wang Teng as if they wanted to tear him into pieces. Many of the female martial warriors had ordinary looks. Therefore, it was hard to find someone who was powerful and beautiful like Mao Na. She was very popular in the first university, and many young men wanted to chase her. Among the male students who came to participate in the national #1 martial arts competition, a few of them were her admirers. Wang Teng's actions had infuriated them. They tried their best not to rush towards him immediately and beat him up. A handsome young man from the first university blocked Wang Teng's path and growled, "Let's hope we don't meet in the arena. Who are you?" Wang Teng was speechless. He didn't know this person at all. Second in ranking from the first university, Yu Tao, the young man's voice was calm. He had a reserved arrogance around him, as if he was only second to heaven and earth. Oh, Wang Teng felt enlightened. He nodded and replied, "Oh, so you're second in rank." Second in rank? Yu Tao was stunned, looking confused and perplexed. However, he regained his senses an instant later. Wang Teng was obviously referring to him. His face turned black. The people around him held back their laughter forcefully, including the students from the first university. Mind you, Yu Tao was a male idol figure in the first university. No one dared to call him that. Wang Teng was so cheeky. Being the second in the first university was an honor. The only person above him was Ji Xiaming. In the other universities, he would, without a doubt, be a powerful figure. But through Wang Teng's mouth, he became second in rank. Second in rank? Second in rank forever. The second in rank. He was no two. But he didn't like people calling him that. "Do you know how to speak?" Yu Tao asked furiously with a cold face. "Do you know how to listen?" Wang Teng retorted, "You." Yu Tao didn't know what to say. "Please make way," Wang Teng continued calmly. "I hope that you can continue being so arrogant in the arena." Yu Tao stared at Wang Teng indignantly. "Whatever," Wang Teng smiled. He walked past the young man without feeling anything. Honestly, the only person he felt was a challenge was Ji Xiaming. No one else had the right to be arrogant in front of him. Yu Tao's expression turned ugly as he stared at Wang Teng's back. "This fellow is so rude," someone beside him said in an angry tone. Let him be. I'll take care of him in the arena." Yu Tao snorted with a sinister look in his eyes. Wang Teng went back to the Huanghe Military Academy resting area. Han Zhu was waiting for his match to start, so he was sitting alone. He didn't know whether he should laugh or cry when he saw Wang Teng. There are many ways to defeat your opponent. Do you have to use this unique method? I'm just used to it. Wang Teng was at a loss for words for a moment. He randomly found an excuse for himself. He couldn't tell Han Zhu that smashing the head would give him spirit and enlightenment attributes. These participants were all talented students. It would be a waste not to hit their heads, used to it. Han Zhu went speechless, staring at Wang Teng in a daze. He didn't understand what this guy was thinking. Maybe there was a wrong connection in his brain when he was developing in his mother's womb. He said with a strange expression, "As long as you're happy." "When is your match with Zhao Yuanwu starting?" Wang Teng changed the topic. "Soon the match in Arena 12 is ending. We'll go up after that," Han Zhu said. Chinese slang meaning laughter. Chapter 352, Defeated but Still Standing. Be careful. Wang Teng hesitated, but in the end that was all he said. He wanted to persuade Han Zhu to admit defeat if he couldn't win. However, after thinking it through, he didn't voice his thoughts. Some decisions could only be made by the person. It was not his place to interfere. Besides, a fight between men didn't need any interference after some time. The match in Arena 12 finally ended. Han Zhu slowly stood up. He held his golden long rod in his hand and walked straight up the arena without speaking to Wang Teng again. On the other side, Zhao Yuanwu wore a faint smile on his face as he came forward. He was highly confident and didn't take the match to heart. They arrived at the arena simultaneously. "Start," the judge announced the start of the match. Han Zu didn't hesitate. He waved his long rod, and earth force congregated on it. He swung his long rod at Zhao Yuanwu. Zhao Yuanwu remained calm and composed. He held his battle sword and exerted fire force on it, knocking Han Zu's rod away. He was a fire element martial warrior. The long rod and the battle sword collided without stopping, forming sparks in the air. Boom. The powerful strength behind the long rod caused Zhao Yuanwu's heart to skip a beat. He realized that he had underestimated Han Zu. This strength felt like a huge rock smashing on him. It was exceptionally heavy. Every single hit caused his battle sword to vibrate. His palm hurt as the force flowed to his hand. He could already feel his skin cracking from the repeated impacts.
"Go away!"
Zhao Yuanwu's gaze turned aggressive as he evaded Han Zu's attack. He then threw his attack out. Fiery red blade glow flew towards Han Zu, carrying a frightening power with it. Han Zu's expression turned grave, and a thick yellow glow flashed on his rod. He roared and blocked the attack. Clang. When the blade glow smashed into the long rod, violent tremors shook the arena. Han Zu's expression changed. The powerful impact forced him to retreat involuntarily. Stomp, stomp, stomp. Wherever his feet landed, they formed shallow pits on the hard arena floor. Blood seeped out from the corner of his lips. He had suffered internal injuries from this attack. Zhao Yuanwu followed up his victory with hot pursuit, swinging his blade at him. Han Zu blocked his advances while retreating. His face had turned pale by now. Soon he was forced to the edge of the arena. The injury to his organs had become more serious after the round of attacks. This wasn't good. How can you take revenge for others with this little ability? Zhao Yuanwu recognized Han Zu's strength, but he didn't go easy on his words. He still scoffed and mocked the other party. At the same time, his attacks became more vigorous. Han Zu gritted his teeth, and a sharp glint flashed past his eyes. He stopped defending, even though the blade auras were lacerating his skin. He waved his long rod, disregarding his injury, and started battling with Zhao Yuanwu, replacing defense with offense. The two of them fought from the edge to the center of the arena. After a few seconds, they had exchanged multiple blows. Despite fighting with all his might, Han Zu was still at a disadvantage. Boom. A severe collision of forces resulted in a loud explosion. Han Zu flew out and landed on the ground. He stabbed his rod into the floor and forcefully stopped himself from moving back. However, he still vomited blood and stumbled to regain his footing. He shifted his center of gravity closer to the ground and stomped the floor until it cracked. Finally, he stopped. The blade injury in front of his chest was exceptionally glaring. Fresh blood was flowing out and his skin was badly mutilated. It was a serious injury. Han Zu wanted to continue fighting, but he felt weak all over. His vision was turning black. He clenched his long rod, not wanting to fall. Then his head dropped and he lost consciousness. Zhao Yuanwu strode forward, wanting to continue his barrage of attacks. Wang Teng's expression underwent a huge change. He was prepared to rush up and stop him. At that moment, the judge blocked Zhao Yuanwu's path and said expressionlessly, "He has fainted. You won." Zhao Yuanwu squinted at the judge. Then he snorted and gave up his advance. Sigh. Many people in the audience were focusing on this match. Once the battle ended, they were finally able to let out the breath they had been holding. Amazing, intense. This match was an eye-opener for many people. Han Zu and Zhao Yuanwu's dramatic battle gave them the impression that this was a match between two real men. It was fierce and violent. They couldn't help but feel anxious for them. Even though Han Zu lost, no one felt that he was weak. On the other hand, all of them silently acknowledged Han Zu's powerful ability. His strength exceeded a majority of the participants they had seen so far, as expected of a top university. Han Zu from Hanghe Military Academy isn't weak at all. Of course, Hanghe Military Academy is a famous military academy in our country. What a pity. He lost to Zhao Yuanwu. I hope someone will teach that unbridled fellow a lesson. In the Capital Military Academy resting area, Luo Cheng looked at the figure half kneeling on the arena and shook his head. He felt pity for Han Ju. I'm afraid Hanghai Military Academy won't be able to fight with us anymore after this defeat, a participant from Capital Military Academy said. If Han Ju is able to fight his way into the finals in the revival rounds, we might have a chance to meet them again, another person said. I hope that they won't be dispirited. Luo Cheng folded his arms in front of his chest and said calmly, a dispirited opponent wasn't a good opponent. On the second floor of the audience stand, Peng Yuanshan remained expressionless, while the other 5 heads looked stern. They stood up slowly. I'm going down to take a look, Tong Hu said with a grim face. Let's go together. Su Jing and the other 3 heads walked down one after another. Old Peng, your strongest student has lost. I'm afraid your ranking will be affected. Yan Kang, the president of the Martial Arts Academy in Jinlin University, gloated in his misfortune. In a competition, victory and defeat are common. We can fight back in the competition next year. Hanghai isn't afraid of losing. Peng Yuanshan replied calmly. Also, there are revival rounds with Han Zu's ability. It's not difficult for him to make a comeback. You're right. Yan Kang smiled. He didn't continue speaking, though. They weren't enemies. He knew when to stop during a verbal dispute in the arena. The medical personnel wanted to bring Han Zu down for treatment, but they met an awkward situation. They couldn't move Han Zu. Han Zu's hand was glued to his long rod, which had penetrated deep into the floor of the arena. They couldn't get it out at all. The judge came forward to help upon seeing this situation. He wanted to pry Han Zu's fingers open and take the long rod out. But he couldn't move Han Zu's fingers, and the long rod remained firmly stuck. The judge was a 5-star soldier-level martial warrior. He used all his strength, but to no avail. His face turned a little pink. What's wrong? The audience was puzzled when they saw this, questioning each other. It looks like Han Ju gripped his rod fiercely to prevent himself from falling. He even stabbed the rod deep into the area in his last move. The judge can't lift it up, the commentator explained with astonishment. Let me do it, Wang Teng came forward. Can you? The judge was skeptical. Let me try. Wang Teng took a step and signaled the judge to move away. Then, he slowly pried Han Zu's fingers open. The judge's eyes opened wide. Chapter 353. They chose him, so they must guide him to the end. This fellow's strength is incredible. He made it look so easy. How is that possible? Did Han Zu release his grip because he subconsciously knew that his comrade was here? Yes, that must be it. The judge started comforting himself. Wang Teng didn't know what the judge was thinking. After passing Han Zu to the medical personnel, he grabbed the long rod with one hand. Don't pull a stunt. How can you lift it with one hand? The judge reminded him speechlessly. Wang Teng didn't reply to him. Strength surged into his arm and he lifted it up. Crack. An ear-piercing sound of friction rang out as the long rod got forcefully pulled out by him. He turned and said to the judge, "What did you say just now?" The judge, he started questioning the world. You are very strong. The judge laughed awkwardly. The audience found this scene funny for some reason. I wonder what the judge is thinking now. Ha, this judge is funny. But Wang Teng seems really strong. I think so too. Could his ability? It's hard to say. I'm suddenly anticipating his future matches. The commentator said in surprise, Wang Teng's strength is powerful. I thought that after Han Ju lost, Huang Hai had no more chances. But it looks like they still have Wang Teng. I have high hopes for Wang Teng now. The other commentator, Su Xiao, laughed and said, because of their appreciative words, the audience's attention towards Wang Teng increased. Those that didn't care about him started commenting too. In the arena, Zhao Yuanwu's gaze flickered a little as he sized up Wang Teng seriously. He had personally experienced Han Ju's power. Wang Teng was able to pry his fingers easily and move the rod. This meant that his ability wasn't lower than Han Ju's. He might even be stronger. At this moment, he started to consider Wang Teng on equal footing. Their gazes collided in mid-air momentarily, but they didn't say anything. Wang Teng held Han Zhu's long rod and walked down. Pick, pick. He swept the arena with his spiritual power and picked up the various attribute bubbles. Earth Force 70, Fire Force 86. Flaming Blade Presence 35, Flaming Blade Presence 35. Flaming Blade Presence? Another presence attribute. There were indeed many talents in the national #1 martial arts competition. A typical martial warrior wouldn't be able to enlighten his presence easily, yet many participants here had achieved it. Wang Teng already possessed a 9th-level blade presence, so when the presence attribute merged into his body, he had a deeper understanding of his blade presence. By the time he walked down the arena, he understood everything. No one noticed the fiery red glow flashing past his eyes. There seemed to be flames burning in them. On the other side, Zhao Yuanwu, who was also walking down the arena, sensed something and turned to look at Wang Teng's back. He frowned and muttered to himself. That feeling just now, was it an illusion? When the competition ended, everyone went back. At night in the hotel, Peng Yuanshan gathered. Everyone, Wang Teng, scanned the crowd. He noticed that many of his teammates were wounded. Wan Baichu and Han Zhu had suffered the most grievous injuries. They were still pale and looked frail. Injuries were inevitable during a martial warrior's battle. However, not many people fought fiercely and mercilessly like Zhao Yuanwu. Of course, this wasn't controllable. When two parties were on par in terms of ability, they would try their best to win, and in the process, serious injuries might occur. Peng Yuanshan noticed that everyone had arrived, so he opened his mouth and said, "Today, Hanghai suffered a crushing defeat." Everyone lowered their heads in embarrassment. They came full of confidence. However, they weren't even halfway through the competition, but they had already had a sound beating. Wan Baichu. Peng Yuanshan suddenly called her name. Yes. Wan Baichu raised her head. Her face was white. "Do you know your mistake?" Peng Yuanshan asked. "I'm not strong enough. I shouldn't have persevered. It angered my opponent," Wan Baichu said. "You're wrong." Peng Yuanshan shook his head. "Your mistake is you didn't recognize the difference between your opponent and you. If it's a war and you meet an enemy who's much stronger than you should run immediately. Even if you were given an explicit order and had to fight, you should think of other methods and not collide head-on, making unnecessary sacrifices. That is useless." Wan Baichu's face turned paler. She went into deep thought. "Think about it properly." Peng Yuanshan didn't continue. He told everyone to recuperate properly before waving his hand and asking them to leave. However, he kept Wang Teng back in the room. Peng Yuanshan and the other 5 heads stared at Wang Teng intently in a competition. Victory and defeat were common. This was what Peng Yuanshan had said earlier in the day. But if there was a choice, who wanted to lose? Now, all of them placed their hopes on Wang Teng. "Heads, please don't look at me like this. I'm not gay," Wang Teng suddenly said. "Peng Yuanshan, Tong Hu, Su Jing. What do you mean by you're not gay? What do you think we want to do?" Peng Yuanshan and the others had a breakdown, feeling tired in their hearts. Why did they have such an abnormal student in their university? Suddenly they remembered that they were the ones who had spent much effort to get him into their school. So this was the consequence of their doings. Since they chose him, they must guide him until the end. After a moment of silence, Peng Yuanshan gathered his shattered mentality and pieced them back together. Then he said, "How confident are you in this competition?" "Do you mean the ranking?" Wang Teng touched his chin and asked. "Oh, what do you have to say?" Peng Yuanshan asked with interest. He thought that Wang Teng would give an ambiguous answer. He didn't expect him to ask this question. Tong Hu and the others looked at Wang Teng curiously too. 100% for 3rd place, 90% confident of getting 2nd. As for the championship, probably 80%, Wang Teng replied confidently. Tong Hu and the others were speechless. This fellow sure knew how to boast. He spoke about the top 3 rankings so casually, and the confidence was frighteningly high. He was even 80% certain on getting the championship title. "Are you sure you're not playing with us?" "Are you sure?" Even Peng Yuanshan didn't believe him. He rubbed his forehead and asked in a tired tone. He realized that speaking to Wang Teng was quite exhausting. This fellow never followed the script. "Actually, I was afraid of scaring you all, so I didn't say that I'm 100% confident on getting first place." Wang Teng chuckled humbly when he noticed the heads and the president getting stunned by his words. Chapter 354 Senior. I Will Be Gentle. In the room, Peng Yuanshan turned silent, while Tong Hu and the other heads glanced at one another. They had already asked Wang Teng to leave. "Do you believe what that brat said?" Peng Yuanshan sighed and asked. "He doesn't have a reason to lie to us." Tong Hu frowned as he replied. "It will be great if it's true," Su Jing said. "The principal might be clearer on this, but she will only come during the finals." Peng Yuanshan shook his head. "Never mind, having some hope is not bad. It looks like our Hong Hai isn't defeated yet." Wang Teng returned to his room and sat cross-legged on his bed. He didn't care what Peng Yuanshan and the heads were thinking. His gaze shone as he recalled his gains after participating in the national #1 martial arts competition. He was deep in thought. Upon recalling the move Mao Na made today, he felt particularly enlightened. Mao Na had merged the 2 wind presences and turned them into a tornado. It was a powerful move. Her method had inspired him. He had many presences now, including 2 conscious. Maybe he could try and merge them together. If I can merge them, the result might be formidable. For instance, if I merge wind presence and flaming sword presence, I might get a flaming sword tornado. Wang Teng was excited. He started deducing in his heart. The knowledge he received from Mao Na's wind presence in the morning floated into his mind. It allowed him to gain some understanding of the merging method. First, Wang Teng decided to merge his presences. If he succeeded, he would move on to merging his conscious. The more powerful it was, the harder it was to merge them. That was mostly the case. He played out the process in his heart and felt that it wasn't too difficult. Hence, he stood up and went to the training room. A benefit of this hotel was its well-equipped facilities. The walls and floor of the training room were enhanced with runes, besides providing a higher resistance towards damage and impact. It was also soundproof. Of course, the construction cost wasn't cheap. Most hotels didn't have the capital to do this. Wang Teng stood in the training room. To start out, he added a layer of earth force to protect his hands. Then, he gathered wind presence in one hand and slowly twirled it. As for the other hand, he stuck out 2 fingers. Sword aura intertwined around his fingers. Then the 2 forces gradually got closer. Bang! A small eruption occurred in the training room. At the instant the forces made contact, they exploded. Wang Teng's expression froze to hell with not too difficult. He didn't even do anything, yet they exploded at a single touch. Fail. What a tight slap in his face. Furthermore, no one slapped him. He slapped his own face. How painful. Fortunately, he was cautious and protected his hands with earth force. In addition, he didn't use much force when he attempted to merge the 2. The power was limited, so he didn't hurt himself. Wang Teng furrowed his brows. He contemplated his actions and realized something. He was combining 2 different types of presence while Mao Na had merged 2 wind presences. There was a huge difference in their methods. If he followed Mao Na's method to a T, it would be a miracle if he succeeded. There was a strong repulsion between the 2 different forces. They might start fighting with each other if they were in the same area, much less trying to combine them. Wait, in the same area? Wang Teng suddenly thought of something. There were multiple forces in his force nucleus. However, they were in harmony with one another with the help of the system. Wang Teng closed his eyes and calmed down his heart. He started feeling his force nucleus. His eyes remained closed for half an hour. Half an hour later, when he slowly opened his shut eyes, there was a confident glint in them. He was extremely confident for his next try. Once again, he gathered 2 presences on each of his hands. one wind and one fire, and pushed them together slowly. His eyes were shining. He would definitely succeed this time. Bang, explosion. Why did it explode again? Why? He had already understood the crux of the problem. He then found a way to let them live in harmony. Why did they still explode? Wang Teng was puzzled. This was another slap in his face. He felt his cheeks getting swollen. I don't believe that I can't do it, he vowed to himself. He gathered his wind and fire presence and made another attempt. Bang, bang, bang! 3 hours later, Wang Teng laid on the floor with his arms and legs spread out. He felt like killing himself. This is too difficult. Why is it so difficult? He couldn't find the reason at all. Wasn't he a genius in martial arts? His confidence had taken a severe hit. He felt so inferior that he was starting to question his life. After a few seconds, he crawled up stubbornly. He would never admit defeat. Then, bang, bang. The entire night, explosions kept occurring in Wang Teng's training room. It only stopped past midnight. The following day, everyone gathered in the restaurant for breakfast. Why are your dark eye circles so obvious? Han Zhu suddenly asked before Du Yu could open his mouth. The students from Donghai University walked past them. Someone asked the same question. Yunfen, why are your dark eye circles so obvious? The person beside Zhao Yunfen asked, Don't ask. Some idiot was playing with explosives in the middle of the night. I couldn't sleep properly, Zhao Yunfen said furiously. Wang Teng is Ders, silly as 111. You too, Han Zhu and the others looked at Du Yu strangely. Du Yu nodded in frustration. That's so inconsiderate. Is he one of our competitors? Is he trying to use this method to affect your condition? The Donghai University student asked. Who knows? He better hope that I don't find out who he is. If not, I'll hit him until his parents can't recognize him. Zhao Yunfan replied before walking away. Wang Teng. They finished breakfast and went to the Dragon's Den. The competition would start at 8 a.m. The name list for the morning matches flashed on the screen. Wang Teng versus Zhao Yunfan. Ha ha ha. Wang Teng laughed immediately. What is this called? Do enemies always meet? The battle between an elder and a cute newbie. So far, the competition had been smooth sailing for Zhao Yunfan. He didn't meet any strong opponents and arrived at this stage without any obstacles. He even defeated a candidate from the first university. This made him extremely confident. Even though he knew that Wang Teng had defeated Mao Na, he still felt that he could win. Once they arrived in the arena, he smiled and said, Junior Wang Teng, I didn't expect us to meet each other. I didn't expect it either. Wang Teng smiled, feeling elated. Don't worry, we are both from Donghai, so I'll be gentle. Zhao Yunfan waved his hands and said, in the audience stand, Shu Wantong glanced at Lin Chuhan. Zhao Yunfan versus Wang Teng. Is this fate? I think that it's fatal attraction, Tian Xiaoxiao muttered. Shut up. Lin Chuhan and Shu Wantong glared at her. I wonder if Wang Teng is Zhao Yunfan's match? Lin Chuhan was a little worried. In the arena, the judge announced the start of the match. Zhao Yunfan was very confident in himself. He said calmly, Junior Wang Teng, you can make your move first. I won't be polite then. Wang Teng smiled. He didn't stand on ceremony after he finished speaking. He darted out and headed straight for Zhao Yunfan, hurling his fist at him. The audience started commenting on this scene. Wang Teng is too full of himself. Donghai University's Zhao Yunfan isn't weak. He won't stand there and wait for him to hit him. As expected, he lacks battle experience. Zhao Yunfan thought to himself with contempt as he looked at Wang Teng charging towards him. He raised his fists and punched Wang Teng. He said that he would show mercy, but in the actual fight, he didn't hold back at all. He exerted all his strength and wanted to finish Wang Teng with a single punch. A mocking smile appeared at the edge of his lips. Han Zhu was already defeated. If he defeated Wang Teng, he wouldn't have to worry about the other participants from Honghai. It meant that Donghai University could turn the tides for the next 3 years. Bang! The next second, A terrifying explosion erupted when the two fists collided. Xiao Yunfan's expression froze. His fist seemed to have hit a towering mountain. Frightening force surged towards him, causing him to fly back. He was already vomiting blood in midair. Wang Teng moved and appeared above Xiao Yunfan. He gave him a sinister smile and said, "Senior, I'll be gentle." Xiao Yunfan was confused. This sentence is so vague. Do you have to sound so loving when you say it? Before he could complain, he saw it. He saw the golden bricks smashing down on his face. It enlarged in front of his eyes. No, no, Xiao Yunfan screamed bitterly in his heart. Chapter 355. Normally, I'll take care of ladies. After a round of beating, Xiao Yunfan laid in the arena unconscious. His face was severely bruised and swollen, and his body was still twitching slightly. The surroundings were quiet. The audience was silent. The judge stared blankly at Xiao Yunfan and stood in silent tribute for 3 seconds. What a poor child. The other contestants from Donghai University had gathered below the arena. At first, they came to watch Wang Teng get beaten up, but the result was reversed. Xiao Yunfan, how unfortunate. He was the leading figure of Donghai University, yet he lost completely. Everyone found the result unreal. The script wasn't right. Shouldn't Wang Teng be defeated? Shouldn't Xiao Yunfan win? The students from Donghai University lost their voices, their eyes filled with bitterness. Donghai University still lost to Huanghai Military Academy in the end. In the audience stand, Xu Wantong and Tian Xiaoxiao were also silent. Honestly, this result was out of their expectations. Xiao Yunfan was a famous figure at Donghai University. Everyone had placed their hopes on him and thought that he would be able to squeeze into the top 10. However, he got beaten mercilessly by Wang Teng, who was Wang Teng. He was a freshman, the top scholar for the martial arts exam in Donghai this year. He was renowned in Donghai, a model example of the counterattack of a bottom feeder ever since he became the top scholar. Everyone felt that he should be highly talented in martial arts. But the thing was, he actually won in a duel between a freshman and a fourth-year martial arts student. Was this even possible? There was a 4-year gap between them. How talented did he have to be to leap over this gap? Shouldn't you be happy? Xu Wantong gave a bitter smile as she looked at Lin Chuhan. I should be, but Zhao Yunfan is our university's representative. I can't be happy after knowing my school got defeated. This is complicated. Lin Chuhan frowned and replied, That's right. I didn't even dare to cheer for little brother Wang Teng earlier. I was afraid they would call me a traitor, Tian Xiaoxiao said. Forget it. We have no control over this anyway. Let them fight among themselves. Xu Wantong waved her hands. After the match ended, the commentator's voice resounded in the stadium. This battle between Donghai University and Hanghai Military Academy has ended in a surprise. Xiao Yunfan lost to Wang Teng, and Hanghai Military Academy has emerged as the winner. Their match was spectacular. However, the injury on Xiao Yunfan's face is a little serious. Someone, please take him down for treatment. The audience was caught between laughter and tears. The commentator couldn't bear to see his swollen face either. The leaders from Donghai University sitting on the second floor of the audience seat suddenly felt a tinge of regret. They should have snatched Wang Teng if they knew this was going to happen. Based on his current performance, it was worth paying any price to get him. Regret? Regret. As Wang Teng defeated more and more opponents, many people had started to take notice of him. Even more, these competitors weren't nobodies. They felt that he might not be here purely for the experience. Han Zhu might have lost, but Wang Teng could progress further. His attacks might be a little strange and indecent, but one couldn't deny his ability. Earth Force 58, Spirit 36, Enlightenment 48. Wang Teng picked up the attribute bubbles Xiao Yunfan had dropped before walking down the arena. He went to Hanghai's resting area and sat down quietly to continue his attribute picking business. His spiritual power spread around the venue, pulling all the huge and transparent bubbles as they rolled and bounced over. Water Force 35, Wood Force 66, Spirit 25, Enlightenment 20. Just as Wang Teng was focused on picking up attributes, a pair of long legs appeared in front of him. They looked a little familiar. He raised his head and followed the legs up. When he saw the person, he blinked and smiled involuntarily. "Beautiful lady, what business do you have with me?" Mao Na touched the back of her head and said expressionlessly, "You're vicious." "Not at all. Not at all." Wang Teng laughed awkwardly. Mao Na looked at the irritating face in front of her and took a deep breath to calm herself. She said, "I still have to thank you for not treating me like Xiao Yunfan." "Of course, I normally take care of ladies," Wang Teng replied shamelessly. Mao Na took another deep breath before spilling out 2 words, "Get lost." "Ha ha!" Wang Teng smiled in embarrassment. Suddenly he saw a scene appearing on the big screen. "The second in rank from your school is fighting with Zhao Yuanwu. He came to speak up for you yesterday." "I think he's your admirer? Second in rank?" Mao Na wanted to leave, but she stopped in her tracks upon hearing this sentence. She turned and looked at the screen. "Oh, it's Yu Tao." She felt speechless, her expression weird. Second in rank. She could imagine how infuriated Yu Tao would have been yesterday. "It looks like he's not Zhao Yuanwu's match." Wang Teng's expression changed slightly as he looked at the match playing on the screen. Mao Na couldn't be bothered to scold Wang Teng anymore. She hurriedly looked at the arena, and her expression turned grave. Yu Tao is strong, but he still can't beat Zhao Yuanwu. It looks like he is hiding his ability. This is the first time the sects are joining this competition. Many candidates from the sects have performed well, and Zhao Yuanwu has stood out among them all. Usually, Wang Teng appeared as if he wasn't watching the matches, but he was aware of the overall situation. Since they entered the competition, it means they want to fight for resources. The members of the sects have to go on the battlefield too. It's understandable, Mao Na said. However, Zhao Yuanwu is too brutal. It's all right if he was on the battlefield, but this is an internal competition. Wang Teng didn't reply. He just watched Zhao Yuanwu and Yu Tao's match with interest. Boom! Continuous explosions rang out in the arena. It was a fierce match. Yu Tao tried his best, but he couldn't defeat Zhao Yuanwu. A fiery red light flashed past the screen, almost blinding the viewers. It was glamorous. Yu Tao was thrown out by the blast. His chest had split open, revealing the white bones underneath. Fresh blood was spurting out of his mouth without a stop, and his face was as white as a ghost. He had lost. "This is 9th level Flaming Blade presence," Mao Na exclaimed with a grim expression. She wasn't the only one. Many people at the scene were looking at Zhao Yuanwu absent-mindedly. They were stunned by his blade attack. Why is Zhao Yuanwu so powerful? Even Yu Tao from the First University isn't his match. He's really strong. Only Ji Xiaming and Ren Qingchang might have a chance against him. Many people started comparing Zhao Yuanwu with Ji Xiaming and Ren Qingchang. They felt that he had a chance to fight for the top 3 below the arena. Wang Teng's gaze flickered. A smile appeared at the edge of his lips as he looked at the gigantic attribute bubbles floating in the arena. Pick, pick, Flaming Blade Presence 126, Fire Force 88. Good people. You're all good people. Chapter 356. What monster is this? Flaming Blade Presence 126. As the Flaming Blade Presence merged into his body, relevant knowledge surged into Wang Teng's mind. The streams of information collided and intertwined with each other, flashing through his mind like sharp blades. Then he felt a qualitative change occur as a force more potent than Blade Presence was born. Flaming Blade Conscious. Wang Teng's Flaming Blade Conscious was completed. If Zhao Yuanwu knew that his Blade Presence had lent a helping hand to the birth of Wang Teng's Blade Conscious, he might die from anger. Mao Na, who was standing beside Wang Teng, suddenly sensed something. She turned her head and looked at Wang Teng. However, she only saw his calm expression. There was nothing amiss with him. That feeling earlier seemed to be her illusion. She felt puzzled in her heart, staring at Wang Teng's face for a long time. "Why are you looking at me? Am I too handsome? Wang Teng asked. There's a boogie in your eyes, Mao Na said expressionlessly. Wang Teng. Mao Na disregarded Wang Teng and walked away arrogantly. Wang Teng shook his head and shifted his gaze back to the arena. He picked up the attribute bubbles Yu Tao had dropped wood force, 50, spirit 8, enlightenment 14. The morning matches soon ended. Everyone went back to the hotel for lunch and waited for the afternoon matches to start. In the afternoon, the competition continued. The list of matches was shown on the screen. Wang Teng versus Zhao Yuanwu. The moment this match was revealed, many people were astounded. Surprise flashed across their faces. Wang Teng met Zhao Yuanwu. There would be a good show to watch later. Many schools and factions were keeping an eye on Wang Teng. They felt that this was the furthest Wang Teng could go. Between him and Zhao Yuanwu, he would definitely lose. They didn't approve of Zhao Yuanwu's actions, but his performance had been eye-catching all along. He might even be on par with Ji Xiaming and Ren Qingtang. Also, no one knew if he had other hidden abilities or trump cards. The expressions of the students in the Hanghai resting area changed slightly. They looked at Wang Teng and opened their mouths. In the end, all they could say was, "Try your best. Don't worry." Wang Teng stood up with a gentle smile at the edge of his lips. He walked to the arena without showing any distress. Lin Chuhan felt worried for him. This is troublesome. Wang Teng actually encountered a ruthless fellow like Zhao Yuanwu. I wonder if little brother Wang Teng can withstand him, Tian Xiaoxiao said. I hope he won't be stubborn. Zhao Yuanwu is a savage. Shu Wantong shook her head and said. None of the three ladies thought that Wang Teng would win this match. Based on Zhao Yuanwu's past performance, they knew that he was a mighty contender for the championship title. Ordinary martial warriors weren't his match at all. The two young men stood in the arena. Zhao Yuanwu looked at Wang Teng with contempt. You still have time to admit defeat if you don't want to get beaten like your seniors. You seem very confident. Wang Teng looked at him calmly. Zhao Yuanwu frowned when he saw Wang Teng's composed manner. He shook his head and said, Why do I have to act personally every time? People like you refuse to be convinced until you're faced with the grim reality. The judge beside them blew his whistle. Start. Wang Teng and Zhao Yuanwu exchanged glances with each other. Then they disappeared simultaneously. Boom. They cut across the sky like a pair of scissors cutting white silk before colliding together. The lingering shadows of fists and blades intertwined in the air and dazzled the spectators. The audience could only see faint shadows colliding and separating continuously in the arena, creating a thunderous echo. They're so powerful. The audience widened their eyes in surprise. This match was on a completely different level compared to the matches before. Wang Teng is on par with Zhao Yuanwu. They were flabbergasted, especially with the strength Wang Teng had displayed. He was a worthy rival of Zhao Yuanwu. He wasn't at any disadvantage at all. This was totally unexpected. General Bai's live steam room experienced a few seconds of silence before comments erupted like a volcano. Oh my God, what did I just see? Wang Teng is so powerful. Wang Teng never used his full strength before. He only showed it when he met Zhao Yuanwu. Exhilarating, impressive, amazing. Most people here were attracted by Wang Teng's brick because they found it interesting, but now the stark contrast between his serious and interesting fighting styles enchanted them even more. From the initial interest, they had turned into his fans on the second floor of the audience stand. Peng Yuanshan smiled. Good riddance. The other heads looked at each other with excitement in their eyes. Their understanding of Wang Teng's ability was refreshed time and again. This felt invigorating for some reason. Yan Kang, the president of the Martial Arts Academy of Jinlin University, was dumbstruck. He completely lost his cool. How was this possible? Was Wang Teng really a freshman? How could he be so strong? How did Hanghai groom him? Yan Kang felt frustrated in his heart. He should have fought harder to get Wang Teng into their school. Well, it was hard not to regret now. Wang Teng used his bare fists to destroy all the flaming blade attacks Zhao Yuanwu threw at him. The 8-level devil scripture trained the physical body, making it indomitable. Even if Wang Teng did not have any weapons, Zhao Yuanwu wouldn't be able to hurt him. Despite looking like a normal human with an average body, he seemed tall and towering at this moment. He was like an ape that had gone berserk. He strode forward, suppressing Zhao Yuanwu's raging attacks. Everyone felt their blood boiling with excitement as they watched this scene. Zhao Yuanwu was infuriated. He had never received such treatment ever since the start of the competition. He was always the one who gave other people a thrashing, yet he was the one getting trashed now, by someone whom he had never taken to heart to boot. Move. There was no way he could stomach this humiliation. Zhao Yuanwu bellowed in rage, and a ferocious blade presence erupted from his body. He waved his blade and swung it at Wang Teng. The terrifying flaming blade presence swept through the arena. Roaring flames attempted to swallow Wang Teng and burn him to ashes. I was waiting for this move. A sinister smile appeared at the corner of Wang Teng's lips. At the same time, a battle blade appeared in his hand, and he swung it down. An equally formidable flaming blade presence exploded from the blade. It collided with Zhao Yuanwu's blade presence like a tsunami. Boom! The flames burst and soared into the sky. Two gigantic blade glows started corroding one another. In the end, Wang Teng's blade glow won and chopped Zhao Yuanwu's blade aura into two. How is this possible? Zhao Yuanwu widened his eyes in disbelief. In his stupor, he couldn't dodge in time and got hit by the blade attack. At that moment, he felt as if he was struck by lightning. He flew back abruptly and vomited a mouth of blood in midair. Zhao Yuanwu was defeated. The audience found this incredible. Wang Teng's blade presence is close to blade conscious. Some people saw through his attack, and the conclusion left them thunderstruck. Blade conscious was much more powerful than blade presence. It was harder to understand, too. Yet Wang Teng was close to enlightening his blade conscious. How old was he? What kind of a monster was he? Wang Teng had merely revealed a fraction of his ability, but it was enough to make everyone's jaws drop to the floor. They found it unbelievable. He was only a freshman, but he was a worthy opponent of a talent like Zhao Yuanwu. He even won against him, displaying incredible talent. Everyone was mind-blown. Chapter 357. What the F.K. this fellow snatched the weapon of the 8 arms devil general Zhao Yuanwu, was thrown off his feet by Wang Teng's attack and slammed to the ground. However, the powerful impact forced him to continue moving back. Zhao Yuanwu made a prompt decision and stabbed his battle blade on the floor. After taking 3 steps back, he finally managed to stop his retreat. Splurt! He vomited another mouthful of blood. Zhao Yuanwu's face was pale. He lowered his head and looked at the blade wound on his chest. This scene was extremely familiar. He had done the same thing when he attacked Han Zu. Wang Teng was giving him a taste of his own medicine. Ha 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 ha! Zhao Yuanwu started laughing in a low voice. This is getting more and more interesting. He raised his head suddenly and stared at Wang Teng opposite him. There was an evil red glint in his eyes. I underestimated you. Wang Teng squinted as he stared back at Zhao Yuanwu. This wasn't the tone of a loser. Did Zhao Yuanwu have other methods to turn the tides around? What trump cards do you have? Execute all of them. I'll let you lose wholeheartedly, Wang Teng replied calmly. Zhao Yuanwu sneered. I plan to leave this for Jie Xiuming and Ren Qingchang, but I guess I have to use it on you first. As he spoke, the red glow in his eyes got brighter and the blood in his body started churning. His veins were squirming like little snakes. This is, Wang Teng frowned. Zhao Yuanwu seemed to be using a secret skill that allowed him to release his potential. Wang Teng had read about such secret skills before. All of them had severe repercussions. One might suffer a deficiency of qi and blood as well as the exhaustion of force. On the serious side, their veins and muscles would rupture and their potential could be impaired. This meant that their future in the martial arts world would be destroyed. But the greater the implications, the bigger the benefits. For instance, you could increase your strength multiple times. Boom, boom, boom. Many explosions came from Zhao Yuanwu's body. His muscles were growing at a visible speed. The wound in front of his chest appeared to have healed due to the squeezing of the muscles. The blood on his body evaporated because of the high heat, disappearing in an instant. The audience saw this scene clearly through the big screens. Many people gasped in shock, especially ordinary people. They had never seen anything like this. Zhao Yuanwu had gotten weak after suffering Wang Teng's attack. How did he gather his strength in such a short time? His aura also seemed more powerful than before. It was unimaginable. The commentator's voice immediately resonated in the venue. He spoke in excitement. Zhao Yuanwu hasn't lost yet. He seems to have used some secret skill that makes him more powerful than before. Will he be able to turn defeat into victory? The sect leader of Qianyuan sect? Zhao Jixing said with a change of expression. Yuanwu is too impulsive. Even if he loses, there are still the revival rounds. There's no need to use our tyrant blood's secret skill. You can't blame Yuanwu, who thought that this Wang Teng possessed such a powerful ability, who knew that he had been hiding his power all along. How can Yuanwu accept getting defeated by him? The third elder from Qianyuan sect replied, "It's normal for a young man to be competitive. Yuanwu has never met any obstacles in his life. Once he suffers a defeat, he will definitely lose his cool." Another old man chimed in. This was the second elder from Qianyuan sect. There are many talents from the universities, besides Ji Xiuming and Ren Qingchang. Wang Teng is also eye-catching. Universities are the proper route now. Sects are outdated. Zhao Jixing couldn't help but sigh. The second elder and the third elder glanced at each other. In the arena, boom, a terrifying force spilled out of Zhao Yuanwu's body. Die! Zhao Yuanwu exploded in anger, his blood boiling as he charged towards Wang Teng. The entire arena seemed to be shaking under his heavy footsteps. He arrived in front of Wang Teng in a blink of an eye and chopped his blade down. Flames engulfed his blade, distorting the air around it because of its heat. Wang Teng blinked. He raised his blade to block the attack, but Zhao Yuanwu didn't let him go. The blade rained down on Wang Teng again and again, forcing him to step back. Bang, bang, bang. Whenever the two blades collided, sparks flew everywhere. Wang Teng noticed a nick on his blade after multiple clashes. Cracks were starting to appear too. His blade was going to break. Zhao Yuanwu's attacks are too fierce and swift. We can only see his lingering shadows. Wang Teng seems to be on the losing end here. Are the tables going to turn? Zhang Jun's voice rang out at this moment. Wang Teng appears to be in a bad state. The other commentator, Su Xiao, continued. The moment her voice faded, a clear sound rang through the big screen. Crack! The next instant, the audience noticed that Zhao Yuanwu had forcefully broken Wang Teng's battle blade with his violent attacks. The blade shattered into pieces and scattered on the floor. Let me see how you're going to block me now. A hideous expression flashed across Zhao Yuanwu's face. He swung his blade right at Wang Teng's forehead. Many people closed their eyes involuntarily at this scene. Lin Chuhan's face turned pale. Wang Teng's win was almost certain, but then this accident happened. No one had expected this turn of events. Peng Yuanshan squinted as he stared intently at the arena. Everyone held their breath, feeling anxious for Wang Teng clang. At this moment, a dull sound resonated in the arena. It sounded like something hitting a solid and thick metal board, but this wasn't right. Zhao Yuanwu was stunned. He looked ahead of him. A gigantic pitch-black weapon had appeared in Wang Teng's hand at some point. Everyone regained their senses and quickly looked at the arena. Their gazes landed on the weapon unconsciously. What is that? Everyone stared at the strange weapon absent-mindedly, Zhao Yuanwu included. It looked like a blade and a sword, and it was humongous. They didn't know such a strange weapon even existed in this world. Too flamboyant. This is devil pattern black gold. The important figures at the scene were able to discern what material this weapon was made up of. This was a divine weapon made of devil pattern black gold, and a huge piece, too. Some big shots started swallowing their saliva. Their eyes were glistening. Phk. What a waste of rare materials. This is a crime. This piece of devil-patterned black gold was large enough to make multiple normal-sized weapons. However, it was only used to forge the weird-looking weapon in Wang Teng's hand. What a waste. What a waste. Why do I find that weapon a little familiar? The president of Jixin Martial House, Yi Jixin, muttered to himself. Have you forgotten about the war a year ago? That 8-arms devil General Zurz's weapon looks like this, Lei Zhenting said unconsciously. After he finished speaking, he realized what he had said. His eyes widened as he looked at Yi Jixin. Pfft, this fellow snatched the weapon of the 8-arms devil general. Chapter 358. I've disliked you for some time. This was a rude shock for Yi Jixin and Lei Zhenting. The two of them stared at each other for a long time without moving. They were utterly dumbstruck. Who is this 8-arms devil general you're referring to? Mr. Ma couldn't help but ask when he heard their discussion. The two principals immediately regained their senses. Yi Jixin said, The 8-arms devil general, Zurz, is one of the general stage martial warriors from the 8-arms devil race. It was Mr. Ma's turn to drop his jaws. Thunder roared in his mind once he understood the 8-arms devil general's identity. He found it unbelievable. Wang Teng snatched a general stage martial warrior's weapon. Ha ha, this joke isn't funny at all. Mr. Ma laughed awkwardly. I think we're right. Old Yi, look. The words Mo Qi are carved on the weapon. This is the name of Zurz's weapon. Lei Zhenting took a deep breath before he opened his mouth. Oh my God. Yi Jixin focused on the weapon from afar. General stage martial warriors had keen eyesight, so he was able to see the two words instantly. How did he snatch it? Mr. Ma asked in disbelief. Who knows? Yi Jixin shrugged. What a mysterious young brat. Lei Zhenting lamented. While they were discussing this matter, the atmosphere in the arena froze for a second. Then Wang Teng opened his mouth. Continue chopping. Chop all you want. You won't have to compensate even if it breaks. Really, I'm not lying to you, Zhao Yuanwu. As he gazed at the weapon, a sense of helplessness surged into his heart. How was he supposed to chop that? The next moment, Zhao Yuanwu flew into a rage. He felt that Wang Teng was playing with him. His attacks bordered on mania. His secret skill had a time limit, so he must finish the battle as soon as possible. Bang, bang, bang. Wang Teng fought with Zhao Yuanwu with Mo Qi in his hand. Explosions kept resounding whenever their weapons met. Very soon, Zhao Yuanwu realized that cracks were starting to appear on his battle blade. Every dog had its day. This time it was his. Zhao Yuanwu's expression changed. He knew that he couldn't win with strength, so he retreated abruptly. He panted as he said, You should be proud that you forced me to this state. Boom, a formidable blade aura swept across the arena, and flames covered the sky. A 10-foot-long flaming blade glow shot up into the air. Everyone looked at the sword glow with amazement. They were dumbfounded. Wang Teng remained calm, though no one noticed the flames burning in the depth of his eyes. A flaming blade was getting restless in him. It was itching to get out of its sheath. On the other side, Zhao Yuanwu was enveloped in flames, looking like the son of fire. He stood there with a battle blade in one hand, majestic and arrogant. Big Dipper flaming blade. He waved his blade violently. The 10-foot blade glow descended from the sky like a dragon. Flames pummeled towards Wang Teng, attempting to swallow him. Wang Teng is in danger? This was what everyone was thinking. Lin Chuhan bit her lips tightly. Her hands had turned white because she was clenching them too tightly. Sky-rank low-class battle technique. Peng Yuanshen jumped to his feet. He stood at the edge of the audience stand and looked down. Boom! At that moment, a terrifying force of presence erupted from Wang Teng's body. Fire rose from the ground and spiraled up into the sky. Clang! A fiery glow slowly revealed itself from the flames like a blade leaving its sheath. The blade glow cut right through the horizon. The flames from Zhao Yuanwu's attack were attracted and merged into the blade glow, turning into fertilizer for the formation of the blade glow. If Zhao Yuanwu was the son of flames, Wang Teng was the king of fire. Everyone had to bow down to the king. Clang. A deafening sound of a long blade unsheathing shook the spectators. Blade conscious, flaming blade conscious. Wang Teng no longer hid his ability. He released his flaming blade conscious. All of this happened within a few seconds. When Zhao Yuanwu's blade glow was inches away from his head, Wang Teng finally moved. In a split second, the growing blade conscious unraveled itself entirely and split the air into two. Zhao Yuanwu's blade glow was destroyed. Peace resumed. Silence. There was only silence. It felt as if the flames and blade glow had never appeared. Only the scars on the arena floor and the burnt patches proved that the scene they just saw wasn't a dream. The audience had turned dumb from astonishment. They couldn't recover their thoughts for a long time. Phew! Someone sighed, and the entire dragon's den finally woke up again. The clamor almost tore the place down. Incredible! Is this how frightening a real martial warrior can be? Is this attack done by a human? Jake Xiaming had watched the entire match from the First University's resting area. At the start, he didn't care, but he slowly started paying more attention. Now he was amazed. He couldn't help but sigh. Blade conscious. He had no choice but to take Wang Teng seriously now. Mao Na touched the back of her head as she exclaimed, "I didn't know he was so powerful. It looks like my defeat wasn't unjustified." Yu Dao's face was pale. He felt bitter in his heart. He wanted to teach Wang Teng a good lesson in the arena for Mao Na's sake. Now he felt fortunate that he wasn't given a chance. If not, he would have died a terrible death. He lost to Zhao Yuanwu, and Zhao Yuanwu lost to Wang Teng. As Zhao Yuanwu's defeated opponent, he didn't have the right to teach Wang Teng a lesson. On the other side, Ren Qingchang watched the match without any expressions on his face. However, an eerie glint flashed past his eyes and he snorted. Yi Jixin was baffled. It's astonishing how this young man could enlighten his blade conscious at such a young age. What a pity. I should have asked him to represent my Jixin martial house. Don't even think about it. He will definitely represent Huanghai Military Academy. Why would he choose you? Lei Zhenting mocked. Even so, he's still a part of my Jixin martial house. The SSS contract is proof of my foresight. I'm not as stingy as you. You didn't even want to give an SS-grade contract. Ye Jixin rebutted. Mr. Ma didn't know whether he should laugh or cry when he saw the two important figures bickering like two aunties in the market. Zhao Yuanwu stood in the arena, covered with wounds. His body was full of blade marks, and blood was oozing out of them. Splurt. He vomited a mouth of blood. He couldn't believe he had lost in an instant. He turned berserk and shouted madly, "How is this possible? How could I lose to a clown like you? This is impossible." The long blade in his hand was already broken. He stumbled, but was still unwilling to admit defeat. He dashed towards Wang Teng, waving his broken blade haphazardly. His expression was forlorn and bitter. You could tell that this was a massive blow to him. "Why do you have to do this?" Wang Teng placed his hands behind his back and shook his head. His eyes were filled with compassion. After Zhao Yuanwu came closer, he slowly pulled out his hand from behind his back. The shining golden brick in his hand dazzled everyone's eyes. "Stop!" A shout came from the audience stand. Wang Teng was slightly stunned. However, he still smashed the brick down without any hesitation. Bang. The brick slammed on the face. He had especially aimed at the face. Bang, bang, bang. After some time, Wang Teng stood up gradually and flicked his hair. He let out a long sigh. "I've disliked you for some time." Chapter 359, Model Youth. Dead silence. The audience stared at Zhao Yuanwu. They couldn't recognize his face anymore, so their expressions turned weird. That arrogant and unbridled Zhao Yuanwu was bruised and swollen at the moment. He looked like a pig's head. The before and after difference was too glaring, but for some reason they felt refreshed. A majority of the audience was suppressing their laughter. They felt invigorated. Wan Baichu and Mao Na even burst out laughing, not giving a hoot about Zhao Yuanwu's identity. He deserves it. Only an evil person can deal with an evil person. Mao Na said amid her laughter, Yu Tao touched his face unconsciously. Once again, he felt fortunate that he didn't meet Wang Teng. He mustn't meet him in the future either. If he did, he would turn into a pig's head. The consequences were too frightening. Jai Xiaming felt his lips twitching. Suddenly, he didn't want to compete with Wang Teng anymore. Anyone that met him would turn into a pig's head. Even though he was confident in himself, he still felt his head turning numb. Scary. Show off. Ren Qingchang pouted in contempt, however his furrowed eyebrows exposed his true thoughts. That brick left an ineffable trauma in many people's minds. Even though they hadn't experienced it personally, they were still scared. They knew that it wouldn't feel good to get beaten like Zhao Yuanwu. Lin Chuhan heaved a long sigh of relief, and a tinge of red gradually appeared on her pale face. She could finally relax. She was really frightened when Zhao Yuanwu executed that 10-foot-long blade glow. Thinking that the match would end with Wang Teng getting heavily injured, she almost fainted from fright. However, another reversal happened, and Wang Teng still won in the end. This fellow sure likes to scare people. Lin Chuhan looked at the young man below a little angrily. Little brother Wang Teng is so strong, even Zhao Yuanwu couldn't beat him, Tian Xiaoxiao said with an infatuated expression. Lin Chuhan, he likes to flirt and steal ladies' hearts too. Indeed, he's very powerful. Zhao Yuanwu is the representative of all the sects, yet he still lost to Wang Teng. Shu Wantong sighed. Another round of rocket rain occurred in General Bai's live stream room, and numerous comments flashed past the screen. 666, superb. My mom asked me why I'm kneeling with my phone. I really want to bow to him. This is a real powerhouse. Zhao Yuanwu can only stand at the side. Amazing. I'm going crazy over Wang Teng. The brick maniac, the invincible presence. The brick maniac, the invincible presence. The brick maniac, the invincible presence. There was a ruckus in the live stream room. Many people had become Wang Teng's fans after that fight. They wished that they were at the competition venue so that they could experience the heated battle personally in the arena. Wang Teng glanced at the audience stands. Someone had asked him to stop just now, and the voice came from that direction. A middle-aged man was standing on the edge of the audience stand on the second floor. He was glaring at Wang Teng. Wang Teng smiled at him, disregarding him completely. This was the national #1 martial arts competition. What could he do to him? Also, he had Hang Hai supporting him. Would the man dare to pester him? At the other end of the audience stand, Peng Yuanshan also stood at the edge and stared at the middle-aged man expressionlessly. His gaze was fixed on the other party. Although the man was indignant, he didn't dare to act. In the end, he snorted and flicked his sleeve before returning to his seat. After Wang Teng retracted his gaze, he scanned the attribute bubbles in the arena. There were many of them. He immediately picked them up. Fire Force 140, Advanced Stage Fire Talent 12, Big Dipper Flaming Blade 1, Enlightenment 36, Spirit 42. As the bubbles merged into Wang Teng's body, his eyes started shining like diamonds. Good stuff. That was a lot of Fire Force. But most importantly, after the Fire Force entered his body, Wang Teng achieved a breakthrough. He had reached the 6-star soldier level when he was in the Xingwu continent. He wasn't far off from the 7-star soldier level either, during the competition in the Dragon's Den. The contestants dropped a sizable number of attribute bubbles, including Fire Force. While he collected the attributes, it allowed him to get closer and closer to the 7-star soldier level. Finally, Zhao Yuanwu's 140 points of Fire Force helped him to overcome the obstacle. The 7th Force nucleus on his spine lit up. Fire Force surged into the nucleus. Achievement unlocked. 7-star soldier level. Fire Force 65,000, 7-star. This breakthrough was a little sudden, catching Wang Teng off guard. He felt a little complicated in his heart. He silently advanced while watching the competitions. Wasn't this a little too simple? It was already atrocious for him to participate in this national #1 martial arts competition as a 6-star soldier-level martial warrior. Yet, he advanced again. Yes, the use of the word yet was accurate. But this wasn't the main point. The main thing was, how were the other contestants supposed to play when he was a 7-star soldier-level martial warrior? Right now, if Peng Yuanshan and the heads asked him how confident he was, Wang Teng would tell them probably 120%. Even 120% was too little. He should say 180%, but he was a humble guy. A person must be humble. Wang Teng always kept this sentence in mind. He was a humble person. There were 12 points of advanced stage fire talent, too. His fire talent was already at the advanced stage, so his fire talent strengthened when the attributes merged into his body. There were also many enlightenment and spirit attributes. It was worth the effort smashing the head. Hey, it was very tiring. His reputation was ruined along the way, though. Everyone probably felt that he was a bit mental. He always hit his opponent until their faces were swollen. He didn't hit ladies as badly, but he smashed their heads too. Honestly, Wang Teng didn't want to do this. He wanted to be a model youth who was decent, righteous, honest, and normal. Hey, this Big Dipper flaming blade seems powerful. It was a sky-rank low-class battle technique. Not bad. Not bad at all. A stick figure wielding a blade appeared in his mind. Flames circled around the figure, and the flaming blade glow slit through the air. It was formidable. In an instant, Wang Teng understood the technique. This was indeed a powerful blade battle technique. He lacked a fire element blade battle technique, so this skill filled up the gap perfectly. With his flaming blade conscious, the force of this move would increase multiple times. After picking up the attributes, Wang Teng felt refreshed. He glanced at Zhao Yuanwu amiably. He suddenly felt emotional. Zhao Yuanwu was his lucky star. He had helped him to enlighten his blade conscious and break through to the 7-star soldier level. While at it, he also gave him the sky-rank low-class battle technique. Was there a better person than him? Once the judge announced Wang Teng's victory, the medical personnel came up and carried Zhao Yuanwu on the stretcher. Thank you for your hard work. You must treat him properly. Wang Teng looked at the medical personnel sincerely. The medical personnel were confused. What was Wang Teng doing as his opponent? Was this the kindness of the winner? No. Suddenly, they understood his intention. He wanted them to treat Zhao Yuanwu so that he could beat him up again. He was a devil. Chapter 360, Top 16. When Wang Teng walked down the arena, he felt that the medical personnel were looking at him strangely. However, he didn't have the time to think about their gazes. The medical personnel carried Zhao Yuanwu away as if they were hiding from him. He didn't even see their eyes clearly, so he couldn't understand their real intention. Feeling a little confused, he shook his head and stopped thinking about it. It probably wasn't anything important. The competition in the afternoon ended quickly. However, many people were still talking about Wang Teng and Zhao Yuanwu's match with interest. I feel that their match isn't at the same level as other contestants' matches. Yes, they're so powerful. I heard their battle was a contest between 5-star soldier-level martial warriors. 5-star soldier-level martial warriors are able to form wings with their force. They can fly in the air. It's a pity we couldn't see it. Force wings. I've never seen them before. Martial warriors are so powerful. They can even fly. In the past, I had a chance to become a martial warrior too. Stop boasting. Uncle, you're almost 50 years old. Stop dreaming. The crowd flooded out of the dragon's den, and their noise soared up the sky. Everyone was exhilarated. Some even turned red in anger as they engaged in a heated argument. The whole place was lively. Wang Teng and the other students returned to the hotel along the way. His teammates stared at him as though they were looking at a ghost. Enough, you have been ogling me for the entire journey. Haven't you seen enough? Wang Teng glared at them. He couldn't stand it anymore. No one would feel comfortable getting stared at like a monster. Cough. Han Zhu coughed awkwardly. He said, "Are you really a freshman, or did you stay back for 3 years?" Wang Teng was speechless. Look at this. Look at this. Is this something you should be asking? Stay back for 3 years? Was he so useless? If I had stayed back for 3 years, you would have recognized me. Wang Teng retorted. You're right. Han Zhu regained his senses, feeling that he had asked a stupid question. In that case, calling you brat a monster is not an exaggeration. Even a humble man like Han Zhu was cursing out loud. One could tell how stunned he must be. Senior, if you slander me again, I'll pull you into the arena to fight with you, Wang Teng said indifferently. Brick, a drop of sweat fell from Han Zhu's forehead. He smiled in embarrassment and said, "Ha ha ha, Junior Wang Teng, how can you be a monster? You're so handsome. I made an indiscreet remark just now. Please don't take it to heart." Wan Baichu, do you, everyone, they had never seen Han Zhu acting so shamelessly before. "Ha ha," Wang Teng scoffed. "Either way, Junior Wang Teng, thank you for helping me take revenge," Wan Baichu said earnestly. "You don't have to. I didn't like Zhao Yuanwu either," Wang Teng waved his hands and said. Wan Baichu smiled, remaining quiet. There was no need to be too explicit about certain matters. After dinner, Peng Yuanshan gathered everyone. He opened his mouth and said, "Fight to your heart's content during the competition. The school will help you with other matters, don't worry." He waved his hand after he finished speaking and dismissed everyone. "All right, go back and have a good rest to prepare for tomorrow's matches." Everyone was puzzled. They didn't know why their president had suddenly said that sentence. After leaving the room, they went back and got some rest. Unlike his companions, Wang Teng was smiling happily. Peng Yuanshan was referring to the afternoon competition. He knew that he didn't have to worry about the Qianyuan sect anymore. Hanghai would help him deal with them. This was how confident he could be when he had powerful support. Hanghai Military Academy was powerful, and its alumni were scattered across all the important military departments in the country. Many of them held real power. Some were also in the business industry and had become leading figures in the business world. In terms of power, how many factions could fight with them? Qianyuan sect didn't have a chance of beating Hanghai. Even if the Qianyuan sect was furious, they had to swallow their anger. The next day, the competition continued. Another 2 days passed. The competition was in full swing. Wang Teng continued to maintain his winning streak. Whenever he met an opponent, he would smash their heads with his brick, further cementing his position as the brick maniac. The following day, the Dragon's Den was packed with people, and the atmosphere remained as bustling as ever. As the finals approached, the audience got more and more enthusiastic. At 8 a.m. sharp, the screen didn't display the list of matches like usual. Instead, the commentator's voice rang out in the stadium. "We're finally at the stage of finalizing our top 16. Everyone was shocked. For the past few days, they had watched the competition with much interest. They didn't realize that the knockouts were already here. The top 16 consists of Ji Xiuming from the First University, Ren Qingchang from Leiting Martial House, Luo Cheng from Capital Military Academy, Wang Teng from Huanghai Military Academy, Zhao Yuanwu from Qianyuan Sect. The commentator announced all the names of the top 16 candidates. Every time he called a name, the screen would display the image of the student. Finally, all 16 students appeared together on the screen. Ji Xiuming, Ren Qingchang, and Luo Cheng were in the first row, while Wang Teng was the first of the second row. This arrangement was based on the past performances and battle results of the contestants, although Wang Teng was placed in the 4th position after Ji Xiuming and the other 2 candidates. It was already a high rank. After all, he was the youngest among all the contestants. No one even imagined that he could reach this state. Yet Wang Teng's performance each time caused everyone to look at him in a new light. Victory all the way. No defeat at all. Even though he was a little cheeky and indecent, he still astounded the audience. Some even felt that he was a potential contender for the championship title, the 4th person after Ji Xiuming and the other 2 hot favorites. Zhao Yuanwu might have lost to Wang Teng, but his overall battle results were enough to put him in the top 16. It was also worth mentioning that Han Zhu was among the top 16. He was at No. 13, not that low, a ranking overall. If he performed well during the rest of the competition, his ranking might improve. There was a chance that he could squeeze into the top 10. If he did, Hang Hai would have 2 students in the top 10. That would be an outstanding result. I'm sure everyone feels impatient after I introduce the top 16 candidates. Now, let's start with our finals. Everyone please look at the big screen. After the commentator finished speaking, the images of the top 16 students on the screen got jumbled up and randomly grouped together. Finally, everything stopped moving. The audience held their breaths as they looked at the big screen. Wang Teng wasn't worried. He raised his head slowly after the images stopped. It was a random allocation, so he didn't care who he met, but when he saw the name of his opponent, he was still stunned. Wang Teng versus Luo Cheng. His opponent was Luo Cheng from Capital Military Academy. From a certain point of view, this was the battle between the top 2 military academies in the country, Huang Hai Military Academy and Capital Military Academy. Chapter 361 knows how to play the game, Huang Hai Military Academy versus Capital Military Academy. The same thought appeared in everyone's mind. This was no longer a competition between 2 students. All along, everyone had placed Huang Hai Military Academy and Capital Military Academy in the same category. One in the north, one in the south, north and south. The hidden meaning and representation behind the 2 schools were complex and couldn't be explained in a few sentences. From the start, everyone was already anticipating the collision of the 2 military academies. Their wish was finally granted, but everyone thought that Han Zhu would be Hang Hai Military Academy's representative. It was changed to Wang Teng now. Even so, their anticipation didn't dwindle. Instead, more hopes were placed on Wang Teng. The first round of matches between the top 16 was soon confirmed. The other hot favorites didn't meet each other, though. Wang Teng and Luo Cheng's match was the highlight. Let's welcome our top 16 participants to step forward. Your arenas will be there. Commentator Zhang Jun's voice resounded in the venue. There were 9 arenas in the middle of the Dragon's Den. There was a bigger one in the center, while the other 8 circled around it. The 8 arenas were higher than the other arenas, so they were conspicuous. The middle arena was the highest, showcasing its special status with its height. The final match would be held there. The participants were split into 8 groups. They would be fighting in the surrounding 8 arenas. At this moment, Wang Teng and Hang Hai Military Academy gradually stood up from the Hang Hai Military Academy's resting area. They walked to the middle of the Dragon's Den. Wang Teng followed the arrangement and came to Arena 8. On the other side, Luo Cheng leaped and tapped his toes on the ground, lightly landing in the arena. Wang Teng pouted. Although Luo Cheng looked like a serious man, he was still a youngster. He liked to show off every now and then. However, he was dishonest. I don't mind if you put on a show for others, but why are you doing it secretly? Your acting is so obvious. I'm smart enough to see through your act. At the same time, the other top 16 contestants arrived at their arenas. They got ready for the fight ahead. As the participants stepped on the arenas, the atmosphere turned tense. The fight could be triggered at any moment. Just as the judge was about to announce the start of the matches, Luo Cheng suddenly raised his hand.
Wait? Huh?
The judge looked at Luo Cheng involuntarily. He asked, "What do you want to say?" The big screen also gave him the honor of showing his full face. After all, this was the leading figure of Capital Military Academy. In the national #1 martial arts competition, he was the face of Capital Military Academy. Even though Ji Xiaming and Ren Qingchang were hot favorites, he was also a powerful contender for the No.1 title. Furthermore, in this competition so far, no one was able to force Luo Cheng to release his full potential. He might be hiding some surprises up his sleeves. Right before the competition was about to start, Luo Cheng from Arena 8 suddenly raised his hand. What does he want to do? Zhang Jun's baffled voice echoed in the venue. Everyone started talking in low voices. Is he going to admit defeat? That's impossible. You're overthinking. What do you think he wants to do? How should I know? Just wait and see. In the arena, Luo Cheng looked at Wang Teng and opened his mouth. I'd like to ask for the big arena. The big arena! Everyone turned silent. The commentator repeated Luo Cheng's words like a loudspeaker. Luo Cheng wants the big arena. That's right. Can you explain it? Most of the ordinary people didn't understand what the big arena was. They were confused and kept whispering to each other. The two words weren't hard to understand, but in this situation, they didn't know what they represented. Cough, the commentator coughed awkwardly before hurriedly explaining. When the participant feels that their arena can't allow them to display their full capability, they can ask for a large-sized arena. Normally, only extremely confident contestants will make this choice. They have to be 5-star soldier level and above, too. We all know that 5-star soldier level martial warriors can escape the bind of the earth and fly into the sky. It looks like Luo Cheng is taking his match with Wang Teng very seriously. Everyone was enlightened. I see. So the match will be exciting. Both of them have reached the 5-star soldier level? That means that they might fight in the air. Zhao Yuanwu is a 5-star soldier level martial warrior too. Why didn't he choose the big arena? He looked down on Wang Teng. Zhao Yuanwu's face turned black when he got mentioned for no reason. He was already furious after losing to Wang Teng. Yet these people were exposing his scars continuously. Who could bear with this? Ji Xiaming and Ren Qingchang couldn't help but stare at Luo Cheng. They were surprised. This was a quiet fellow, but he knew how to play the game. The application for the big arena won't be approved so easily. The leaders who are supervising this match are discussing this matter. Let's wait for their decision, the commentator said. On the platforms, the important figures were exchanging silent whispers. A few minutes later, they arrived at a conclusion. All right, the result is out, the commentator said. Luo Cheng's application is approved. Now let's invite the two participants off the arena for a break. We'll proceed with your match after the other 14 participants finish theirs. Wang Teng shook his head. So troublesome? However, he still walked down the arena, not thinking too much about it. The big arena was just another venue for his match. It didn't matter to him. The other matches continued normally. Wang Teng found a random seat after he went down and started watching the matches happily. Ji Xiaming and Ren Qingchang's matches were exceptionally exciting. As expected of the hot favorites of this competition, they were powerful. Everyone was in the top 16, but their abilities trampled other contestants. They didn't take long to end their matches. They didn't even need to display their full strength. Wang Teng was a little disappointed. He picked up the attribute bubbles they dropped: Metal Force 50, Earth Force 68, Lightning Force 46, Fire Force 60. The Metal Force came from Ji Xiaming, while the Lightning Force belonged to Ren Qingchang. Their elements were obvious. Wang Teng ignored them and watched the other matches. Han Zhu's opponent was Chao Qihei from Jinlin University, their leading figure, in fact. It was a fierce fight. The two contestants were pretty even. Mind you, the students from Jinlin University weren't weak. The first few got tormented by Wang Teng until they questioned their lives. But fortunately, Wang Teng didn't fight with any more Jinlin University students after that. They managed to keep some of their dignity. The president of Jinlin University's Martial Arts Academy sighed in relief. Without a doubt, he knew that Chao Qihei would get smashed by the brick too if he had met Wang Teng. Thank God. Chapter 362, Duel in the Sky. Han Zhu and Chao Qihei's contest lasted for half an hour. They were equal in power, so the battle was even more intense. Finally, Han Zhu won. They were both in tatters, but Chao Qihei collapsed first. The last person standing emerged as the winner. Peng Yuanshan gave a rare smile. Hanghai Military Academy was in a good position. When Han Zhu lost to Zhao Yuanwu, he thought that Hanghai had lost completely. Unexpectedly, Wang Teng turned the tides around, and now Han Zhu fought until the end, too. This was an excellent result. Peng Yuanshan was elated beyond words. On the other hand, Yan Kang's expression turned ugly, FK. He evaded Wang Teng, but they still lost to Han Zhu. Did Hanghai have something against them this year? Yan Kang felt frustrated. The veins on his forehead bulged and his head hurt. The matches in the arenas ended progressively. Zhao Yuanwu was injured, but he had recuperated for 2 days and was still going strong. He won his match. The commentator's voice rang throughout the Dragon's Den. "All right, the other contestants' matches have ended. Please move aside. We'll arrange the big arena now." After he finished speaking, the participants retreated to the outskirts of the stage under the guidance of the staff. Boom. A loud sound was heard below the Dragon's Den. The ground vibrated as the space between the various arenas rose gradually until they reached the same height. Besides the arena right in the middle, the other arenas had turned into a circular platform surrounding the middle arena. "Oh my God!" everyone exclaimed in astonishment when they saw this scene. So this was the big arena. "Now let's invite the 2 participants, Wang Teng and Luo Cheng, on stage," the commentator shouted. The atmosphere got lit up in an instant. The audience was electrified. Wang Teng's gaze shone when he saw the garish operations. He raised his feet and stepped on the staircase. He stepped into the arena at the same time as Luo Cheng. "I know you." Luo Cheng suddenly opened his mouth and said, "Huh?" Wang Teng looked at him in confusion. "My master mentioned you before," Luo Cheng said, a clever glint flashing past his eyes. Wang Teng was startled. He wondered who this young man's master was. Why was he talking to himself and making him confused? Luo Cheng? The 2 of them turned silent, and the atmosphere felt awkward for a moment. Why didn't this person follow the script? Shouldn't he ask who his master was? Luo Cheng felt speechless. In the end, he had no choice but to continue, "My master is the chief commander of the Crimson Tiger Troop Shao Nanfeng." "Oh, it's him," Wang Teng finally remembered. Shao Nanfeng had spoken to Dan Taishuan about this matter before. In the past, he was on the lookout for the participants who might be Zhao Nanfeng's disciple. However, he couldn't find him, so he thought that the other party hadn't come. As the competition progressed, he threw this thought to the back of his head. He didn't expect Luo Cheng to be Shao Nanfeng's disciple. The 2 of them finally met under these circumstances. Interesting. They exchanged glances with one another, letting off sparks in the air. Suddenly, a figure flew over from afar. The person stepped on the air and floated above the arena, riding on air. 7-star soldier level, everyone exclaimed in surprise when they saw a formidable character suddenly appearing in the air above the arena. This entrance was a little grand for most ordinary people. This was the first time seeing such a powerful presence. They were feeling over the top, their eyes overcome with yearning. Flying in the air was always a dream of mankind. Although they could make use of airplanes in this modern society, there were too many restrictions. They weren't like powerful martial warriors who could disregard gravity and stand in the air using their own power. Who wouldn't be envious of this ability? "I'll be your judge for this match," the 7-star soldier-level martial warrior in the air said. "Are you ready?" The 2 youngsters didn't even glance at the 7-star soldier-level martial warrior. They just nodded calmly. Irritating little brats, the 7-star soldier-level martial warrior felt speechless. He pouted and went straight to the point. "In that case, the match starts." Boom, boom. 2 waves of pressure gushed out of their bodies, and their auras kept rising. 3-star soldier level, 4-star soldier level, 5-star soldier level, crack. Along with a crisp sound, force wings spread behind their backs. A pair of watery blue elegant wings congregated behind Luo Cheng. They flapped slowly as they lifted his body off the ground. As for Wang Teng, fiery red flames rose from the ground and spiraled in the air around him. Finally, they turned into a pair of crimson fire wings. Gusts of strong wind blew in the arena, and their hairs danced. The crimson fire wings flapped a few times, and Wang Teng rose into the air. He stared at Luo Cheng straight into his eyes. The judge couldn't help but smack his lips when he saw this. He felt emotional. This was a stunning young generation. The audience was flabbergasted. They were in awe. Astonishment, longing, envy, and many other emotions gathered on their faces, mixing together into a complex mess. In the arena, the 2 young men flapped their wings. Then they turned into rays of lights and shot towards each other. Boom, boom, boom. Intense collisions resonated in the venue. The two lingering shadows exchanged blows and smashed against each other repeatedly, giving birth to loud explosions. They were moving too fast and kept changing their positions in midair. If the arena wasn't big enough, they wouldn't have been able to release their full potential. Boom! Suddenly, a figure plummeted towards the ground. It was Luo Cheng. He was thrown down by Wang Teng's punch. He slammed heavily onto the arena with an enormous bang. Amidst the dust, Luo Cheng wiped the blood off the edge of his lips. There were no emotions in his eyes, though. He tapped his foot on the ground and charged towards Wang Teng once again like a flash of blue lightning. A spear had appeared in his hand at some point. It gave off a cold glint as he soared into the sky. Wang Teng stood in midair. His gaze remained unchanged as he casually stuck out a finger. Slash. A fiery glow shot out from his forefinger, scorching sky finger. Luo Cheng's expression changed. The next instant, the fiery glow accurately landed on the tip of his spear. Luo Cheng felt the spear tremble like a leaf in the wind. His arm turned numb from the vibration, and he almost lost his grip. What a powerful attack. This is a finger battle technique. Luo Cheng's expression turned grave. He moved his body and retreated far away. Then he stopped and stared at Wang Teng with vigilance. Wang Teng probably executed a finger battle technique just now. This kind of battle technique is rare. I feel ashamed to say this, but I've only seen it a few times. This is an eye-opener for me, too, the commentator said loudly. Wang Teng didn't use the scorching sky anger again. Instead, he took out Moke and waved at Luo Cheng provocatively. He must win this match with flying colors. He must trample Luo Cheng entirely. This was the only way to let Luo Cheng know that Dan Taishuan was better than Zhao Nanfeng. Similarly, as his disciple, Luo Cheng was not his match. Chapter 363. Ice Element. Double Element, Martial Warrior. Luo Cheng furrowed his brows slightly when he saw Wang Teng's action. This was a provocation. He squinted his eyes into a narrow slit. The wings behind him trembled, and he bolted towards Wang Teng, leaving only his shadows behind. Wang Teng remained calm. He held Moke and turned into a beam of light, hurling himself at Luo Cheng. Boom. When their weapons collided, frightening bursts of forces erupted from the center. The explosions rumbled throughout the entire dragon's den. The two young men stepped on the air. One was covered with blue force, while the other had flames spiraling around him. The blue and red balls of lights kept slamming into each other, so powerful. Both of them are amazing. This is even more exciting than Wang Teng and Zhao Yuanwu's match, as expected of the leading figure from Capital Military Academy. Not many people can stand beside him in terms of ability. The audience was astounded, but they still opened their eyes wide and watched the competition with rapt attention. They were afraid that they would miss a splendid scene, so they didn't even dare to blink. The two young men kept changing their positions in the gigantic arena. Every time they moved, they would fight from one end to the other. The audience didn't know where to look. Sometimes they couldn't follow their speed at all and lost sight of the two competitors. Wang Teng held his enormous weapon as he floated above the arena. He had been accumulating his power for some time now. He swung his weapon back before smashing it aggressively at Luo Cheng. A terrifying force erupted in an instant. Bang! A huge sound shook the arena. Luo Cheng's expression changed entirely. He plunged to the ground like a shooting star. Boom! The entire arena vibrated. There was a deep hole on the spot where he landed with cracks all around it. They spread out like a spiderweb while Luo Cheng laid in the middle with his arms and legs spread out. Gasp! Everyone's jaws dropped. How terrifying. They didn't know Wang Teng was so violent. How could he be so rough? He should be gentler. However, unlike others, stars appeared in the eyes of the ladies at the scene. Being savage wasn't a bad thing. The stronger you were, the greater your sense of potency. Although he looked like a pretty boy on the surface, he was a real man inside. Twice the experience? This was perfect. As for Luo Cheng, what a poor thing. This was his second time crashing on the ground, right? His posture was a little disheveled. They could tell that it was painful. Even the hard and sturdy ground of the arena had cracked. The power behind this throw could be imagined. However, Luo Cheng climbed up tenaciously while shaking his head. He was kneeling on one knee, his spear was lying on the ground, and his head was lowered so no one could see his face. Boom. Suddenly a greater force surged out from his body. It climbed higher and higher below the arena. Ji Xiuming, who was sitting down and watching the match, straightened his body uncontrollably. This power, a somber expression appeared on his face. This was the first time he had felt a sense of threat from Luo Cheng. Luo Cheng was a good opponent, but currently he was only curious about one thing. Who would be the last one standing in this match? After all, they could only meet him if they lasted until the end. Ren Qingcheng remained expressionless. He crossed his arms in front of his chest as if he didn't care. He might give off an I'm invincible aura all the time, but he didn't let go of any details during the match. In the arena, as Luo Cheng's aura rose exponentially, the temperature around him started dropping. After some time, ice crystals appeared around him, slowly increasing in number. A few seconds later, snow began floating in the sky. The audience gasped and looked at the sky in bewilderment. It's snowing. No, it's not snowing. Luo Cheng created the snow with his force. Luo Cheng doesn't have water force? This is ice force ice. LNS. Double element martial warrior. The commentator's voice was heard immediately. This is astonishing. Luo Cheng is an ice and water force double element martial warrior. He can fight with a 6-star soldier-level martial warrior without losing out. Everyone was startled. No one had expected this situation. Indeed, the national #1 martial arts competition was a congregation of extraordinary talents. As the matches progressed, the participants revealed their trump cards one by one. Ordinary martial warriors were nothing compared to them. On the other side, Han Zhu was worried, he said in astonishment. Luo Cheng is a double-element martial warrior and his ice force is at the 6-star soldier level too. Wang Teng is in danger. Peng Yuanshan and Tong Hu's expressions turned grave. When they looked at Luo Cheng, who was now the center of attraction, they couldn't help but feel anxious for Wang Teng. Was he able to beat Luo Cheng? Ye Jixin said, I remember that Luo Cheng is Xiao Nanfeng's disciple, right? His disciple, he hides it really well. Lei Zhenting snorted. Then he gave a sinister smile. It looks like Wang Teng has no chance of meeting Ren Qingchang. Maybe not. Ye Jixin glanced at Wang Teng's composed expression and shook his head slowly. He's Chief Commander Shao's disciple? This is the first time I'm hearing this, Mr. Ma said in surprise. At this moment, Wang Teng was staring at Luo Cheng below him. He was a little stunned. He never knew that Luo Cheng possessed ice force. Also, it seemed to have reached 6-star soldier level. He had ice force too. Furthermore, he got it the moment he became a martial warrior. However, ice element martial warriors weren't that common. Thus, his ice force didn't see much improvement. It was still at the 3-star soldier level. Compared to his other forces, it was lagging way behind. Hence, when he saw Luo Cheng executing ice force, a glint appeared in his eyes. Maybe he should cheer secretly for a while. Wang Teng looked at Luo Cheng as if he were an ice force ATM. Go ahead, release it to your heart's content. Let the ice force rain on me like a storm. Wang Teng furiously suppressed the urge to smile. Luo Cheng was confused. Why did he seem excited for no reason? He thought that Wang Teng would be dumbstruck or, at the very least, surprised. Then he would turn grim. Yet his expression was entirely out of his expectations. He suspected whether Wang Teng had some unique fetish. Senior Luo Cheng, are you done? If you're done, let's fight quickly. I'm getting hungry from waiting. The fire wings behind his back flapped slowly, allowing him to stay in the air. Luo Cheng, he finally understood why everyone said that Wang Teng was cheeky. Can you not talk about irrelevant things on such an important occasion? Especially eating. This is a martial arts competition. Please be more serious. Luo Cheng took a deep breath and pushed these distracting thoughts out of his mind. The watery blue wings behind his back had changed into a pair of ice wings. They fluttered, and he turned into a ray of cold blue light, zooming towards Wang Teng with bone-piercing coldness. Chapter 3:64. Who could resist this glory? Cold air swept through the entire sky. The flames around Wang Teng grew stronger as he floated in mid-air. Swoosh! Within a blink of an eye, Luo Cheng darted in front of Wang Teng. Boom! As he pushed his spear out, an icy blue glow cut through the air and pierced towards Wang Teng. The audience could feel the chill penetrate their bones. They shivered uncontrollably and hugged their clothes tightly. 6-star soldier-level martial warriors were able to change the temperature within a certain radius around them. The discovery left the ordinary people reeling in shock. However, Wang Teng wasn't the least bit affected. Against the roaring flames, his expression appeared as calm as the surface of a serene lake. He raised Mo Ke. The flames towered behind him, giving off a terrifying presence. Boom. The next moment, flames enveloped the whole sky. A sword glow cut its way out of the flames and shot out. Earth-rank sword skill, cremation. The sword aura clashed with the spear aura, giving off an earth-shaking explosion, one ice and one fire. Mutual restriction. Both of them refused to budge. Oh my God, Wang Teng managed to receive Luo Cheng's attack forcefully with his 5-star soldier-level battle ability. They are equal in combat prowess, the commentator exclaimed in surprise. Wang Teng had only displayed 5-star soldier-level abilities until now, so everyone assumed that he was at the 5-star soldier level. Moreover, the 5-star soldier level was already frightening enough. After all, he was only a freshman. It had been a mere half-year since the university entrance exam ended. Imagine him rising from the 1-star soldier level to the 5-star soldier level in this short time. What kind of monster was he? If he exceeded this realm, the word monster wouldn't be enough to describe him anymore. This brat. Zhao Yuanwu's expression was dangerously eerie. When he executed his secret skill, he was only half a step to the 6-star soldier level. He thought that he could fight for the top 3 with this trump card, but before he even entered the top 16, he was already defeated by Wang Teng. He knew that the half-step 6-star soldier level was still a huge distance away from the real 6-star soldier level. However, Wang Teng was able to stand his ground under Luo Cheng's attacks. This proved that he was much more powerful than him, and he didn't win based on pure luck. I don't believe you can beat a real 6-star soldier-level martial warrior. Zhao Yuanwu scoffed, feeling jealous in his heart. Bang! The ice and fire merged in the air, no one giving way to the other. Luo Cheng and Wang Teng collided once again. Luo Cheng's expression turned grave. He had employed all his strength as well as his final card, his ice force. In most cases, an ordinary 6-star soldier-level martial warrior would have lost to him already. However, Wang Teng had blocked his attack with ease. He seemed relaxed, even they fought for more than half an hour. But there was still no winner. This intense match had stupefied the audience. These two youngsters were damn powerful. Pant, pant. After all that heated struggle, Luo Cheng was panting like a dog. He stared at Wang Teng with disbelief in his eyes. This doesn't make sense. Everyone said that he didn't have many rivals in his generation, yet here stood someone with a lower level than him who was able to fight him toe-to-toe. Even more, the man was younger than him. Damn it, were they lying to him all this while? Luo Cheng started questioning his life. He took a deep breath. It's all right. I just have to win this match. If I get defeated by someone with a lower realm, I'll be humiliated. This didn't just affect his face, it would affect his master's dignity too. Hence, he could not and must not lose. He, Luo Cheng, wouldn't lose here. Boom, a dense chill erupted from his body and snowflakes fell from the sky. A layer of ice had formed on the ground under the freezing temperature. Spear, conscious, earth-rank battle technique, the startling dragon spear. Roar. A dragon's roar reverberated around the entire dragon's den. The instant Luo Cheng thrust his spear out, snowflakes rolled together and congregated into an ice dragon. The lifelike dragon head looked majestic and terrifying. Wang Teng let out a long breath, and his expression turned a little serious. He could not underestimate this attack in an instant. Flames soared into the sky. It was like a volcano erupting from its slumber. The temperature rose instantly and melted the ice around them. Clang! The impact between a blade and a sword shook the audience's eardrums. The glow of a blade and a sword penetrated the clouds, and multiple wisps of sword and blade auras burst forth. They intertwined as if they were dancing in the air. Wang Teng had executed his extreme flaming sword presence, which was close to reaching the conscious level, and his flaming blade conscious simultaneously, the force of the sword and blade. The roars of the sword and blade. Glaring red lights lit up the entire sky slash. He swung Mo Qi. The blade and sword glow lunged at the ice dragon as if they had received a command from the emperor. Roar. The ice dragon looked up to heaven and roared. It wanted to freeze the flames with its chill, slash, 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 Wang Teng's. Eyes widened as he pushed Mo Qi down. The fiery red blade and sword aura merged together and streaked towards the head of the ice dragon. Bang. The atmosphere in the dragon's den seemed to have frozen instantly. The eyes of the audience almost popped out of their sockets when they saw the fantastical scene. Crack! Suddenly, a loud and clear sound entered everyone's ears, jolting them awake. A striking crack had suddenly appeared on the giant dragon's head. Then, amidst the stunned gazes, the crack grew bigger and bigger. Crack, crack, loud cracks resounded without a stop. Luo Cheng's expression changed drastically, and he retreated at the fastest speed. Boom! At that moment, an even louder explosion sounded. The huge ice dragon shattered into fragments. It was brutally chopped into pieces. Flames swept through the arena. Bang! Luo Cheng was still a step too late. He got hit by the overflowing force from the impact and smashed on the ground. The ice on the ground melted and evaporated, leaving no traces. Instead, burnt marks appeared on the ground alongside the sword and blade marks. It was a long trail of destruction, presenting a ghastly sight to the audience. A few moments later, the flames also faded away. Luo Cheng was in a bedraggled state. His body was covered with blade and sword marks. He staggered as he tried to get up, but vomited a mouth of blood instead. Pfft. He looked up at the sky. However, his vision was blurred by blood, so he couldn't see clearly. He raised his long spear and pointed it at Wang Teng in the sky. I won't be defeated. Luo Cheng's voice was hoarse. He refused to accept his defeat. Then he collapsed on the ground. The entire dragon's den turned silent when they saw Luo Cheng falling. Many people glanced at the young man standing straight and tall in the sky with the fire wings flapping behind him. There were too many emotions on their faces. Astonishment, disbelief. The next second, a horde of people stood up in unplanned unison and gave him a standing ovation. Gradually, more and more people stood up. Applause sounded until it submerged the entire dragon's den. GX. Yiming and Ren Qingchang raised their heads in surprise, feeling dumbfounded by this scene. Wang Teng was able to gain the recognition of the whole stadium. What an honor this was. Even though Ji Xiaming didn't like other people pursuing and flattering him, even though he viewed this as trouble, he was still moved. Who could resist this moment of glory? Chapter 365. Mysterious Elder. The enormous dragon's den was filled with applause, and the cheers were all for one person. When the competition started, many of them didn't even know Wang Teng. They didn't specially come to see him either. However, they were in awe after today's match. Wang Shengguo and his wife felt proud and emotional when they saw everyone cheering for their son. All eyes were fixed on their child as he stood on the stage of the biggest competition in the country. He had set the world on fire. There was nothing that could make them prouder. Lin Chuhan felt a little absent-minded as she looked at the familiar figure. He was usually cheeky and playful, but during crucial times, he could always dazzle the crowd. He was destined to be in the limelight. At the same time, 3 people were standing at the peak of Dragon's Den. If Wang Teng could see them, he would recognize 2 of them. They were Xiao Nanfeng and Dan Teishuan. At the moment, they were standing behind an elder who was wearing a dark green long gown that covered his scrawny body. They had been here for a long time and watched the entire match. However, no one noticed their presence, not even the general stage martial warriors sitting below. This child is interesting. The elder suddenly smiled gently after the match ended. You're flattering him. Dan Taishuan smiled and said, You have good foresight. The elder said, Are you planning to let him enter the Black Sparrow troop? Yes. I'm sick of this position based on that brat's speed of progression. He will be able to reach my level soon enough. At that time, I'll let him take over, Dan Taishuan replied. Xiao Nanfeng glanced at Dan Taishuan in astonishment when he heard this. Aren't you afraid that your subordinates will refuse to acknowledge him? The elder asked. They can battle it out. This position belongs to the person with a harder punch anyway, Dan Taishuan said indifferently. You're right. However, strength isn't enough to convince the public. You must have military exploits too, the elder said. That's why I'm sending him to the Black Sparrow troop. It will give him experience and sharpen his edges, Dan Taishuan replied. The elder nodded. He turned and addressed Xiao Nanfeng. Your disciple is good too. It looks like you have spent much effort grooming him. Thank you for your compliment. He's still lacking. Xiao Nanfeng was overwhelmed by the unexpected compliment. Don't belittle yourself. There are many outstanding youngsters in this generation. If you groom your disciple properly, he will be the mainstay of our nation in the future, the elder said. Yes, I won't disappoint you, Xiao Nanfeng said excitedly. All right, I'm tired. I'm going back first. The elder yawned and disappeared on the spot with a flash. He came and left without a trace, as if he had never appeared. Dan Taishuan and Xiao Nanfeng bowed in the direction where the elder disappeared. How is it, Xiao Nanfeng? My disciple's not bad, right? Dan Taishuan smiled with delight. Xiao Nanfeng snorted and disappeared into thin air. He felt frustrated, so he didn't want to reply to Dan Taishuan. After the elder left, the general stage martial warriors in the Dragon's Den finally noticed the two people standing at the peak. Soon they realized that these two auras were familiar. It's them? Ye Jixin raised his head in surprise. They came, Lei Zhenting said. Who are they? Mr. Ma asked curiously when he saw their expressions. The chief commanders of the Crimson Tiger Troop and the Black Sparrow Troop, Ye Jixin smiled. It's them? Mr. Ma was flabbergasted. The applause lasted for a long time. The commentator started speaking. Wang Teng has won the match. He beat his opponent with a higher realm than him. This is mind-blowing. Wang Teng slowly floated down from the sky as he listened to the commentator praising him. The wings behind him dissipated, and he landed in the arena. He scanned the stage and picked up multiple bubbles. Water Force 76. Ice Force 132. Advanced Stage Ice Talent 1. Spirit 20. Enlightenment 36. Wang Teng was elated. 132 points of Ice Force. Why did he play with Luo Cheng for such a long time? He wanted to get more benefits from him. In the end, his efforts weren't wasted. The other most important attribute was the advanced stage ice talent. Talent was the main reason Luo Cheng reached the 6-star soldier level at such a young age. Martial arts cultivation and hard work were indeed important. But if his talent wasn't high enough, he would need more time to reach his current stage. A hard-working person with amazing talent would naturally require less time. Wang Teng had intermediate stage ice talent before this, but it was changed to advanced stage ice talent now. His attributes were getting better and better. He would yield twice the results with the same effort when he cultivated his ice force in the future. After the judge announced the result, Wang Teng glanced at Luo Cheng worriedly. This was the favored child from Capital Military Academy. He hoped that this competition wouldn't give him a huge blow to his confidence and affect his speed of advancement. After all, the stronger he became, the more attributes he would drop. Han Zhu and the others clustered around him after he walked down the arena. You are seriously a maniac. Han Zhu punched Wang Teng's chest. Hey, don't injure our potential champion. Wan Baichu pushed him away in disdain. Ha ha ha! Everyone burst out laughing. Come on, let's go back and rest. You will probably have to face Jia Yiximing and Ren Qingtang now, Han Zhu said. In the afternoon, the losers in the morning were reshuffled and given new opponents. Even if they were heavily injured, they still had to enter the arena unless they gave up. Fortunately, the competitors had powerful support behind their backs. They didn't go stingy on high-class dans and medicines, so most of them were able to recover with a few hours of rest. For instance, Zhao Yuanwu originally needed to recuperate for a long time after using the secret skill, but within a few days he was able to return to the arena alive and kicking. Wang Teng didn't care about the rankings of these people, though. The competition continued the second day. The 8 participants would be split into 4 teams. Wang Teng was stunned when he saw the names on the big screen. His opponent was a lady. After Mao Na, this was the second lady who had landed in his hands. The lady's expression changed when she saw her opponent. Mao Na's match was still fresh in her mind. She got slammed on the back of her head by the brick. It was painful and embarrassing to watch. Wang Teng, can we reach an agreement? Asked the lady cautiously. Wang Teng looked at her in confusion. Let's have a proper fight. Please don't use your brick, the lady said. Oh, Wang Teng understood. He nodded and said, Don't worry, I'll be gentle. All right, thank you. The lady felt at ease. In the next second, she became stern and stood in position. Let's start. A few minutes later, bang! A dull thud was heard. The lady rolled her eyes and fell to the ground. The lady, damn it, didn't you say that you won't use the brick? Chapter 366, Wang Teng versus Ji Xiuming. Wang Teng looked at the lady lying below his feet and shook his head. A lady's chest was never in proportion with her intelligence. Don't you know every man is a liar? You will suffer if you don't understand this truth. This is a free lesson for you. Wang Teng almost got touched by his own kindness. How can I be so outstanding? There aren't many compassionate people like me in this era. Spirit 12, Enlightenment 10, Wood Force 66. Wang Teng picked up the attribute bubbles and left. Honestly, there were only a few people whom he took seriously among the top 16. The other contestants were no doubt powerful, but they were still a distance away from the ones in the first tier. The top 4 matches took place in the morning. Wang Teng advanced successfully. Ji Xiuming and Ren Qingchang didn't spend too much time either in entering the top 4. The last person would be decided between Luo Cheng and Zhao Yuanwu. In the end, Zhao Yuanwu lost. In front of a true 6-star soldier-level martial warrior, much less an equally talented 6-star soldier-level martial warrior, the difference of 1 star was like a chasm. Not everyone could defeat someone with a higher level like Wang Teng. Thus, after losing to Wang Teng, Zhao Yuanwu suffered another painful loss. The top 4 were decided very soon. The other 3 were expected, while Wang Teng made his entrance as a black horse. Even until now, many people were recollecting the pleasant memories of his previous match. When the crowd dispersed, everyone was still engaged in heated discussions. The top 2 will be decided in the afternoon. I wonder who will be fighting for the No. 1 title in the end. I think Ji Xiuming and Ren Qingchang have higher chances. Who knows? Wang Teng has been looking relaxed so far. I don't think he has displayed his full strength yet. Now that I think about it, that seems to be the truth. When they returned to the hotel, Han Zhu asked, You will be meeting Ji Xiuming or Ren Qingchang in the afternoon. Are you nervous? Based on Han Zhu's ranking, he would enter the top 10. Hence, he was in a good mood and even started teasing Wang Teng. What's there to be nervous about? To me, he's just a normal opponent, Wang Teng said calmly. How daring of you! Those 2 are the hot favorites for the title. How can they be compared to ordinary contestants? Wan Baichu was speechless. You flatter them too much. If you peel away their flamboyant shell, they are just normal people. They will be defeated, too. Wang Teng shook his head and replied. The students from Hanghai Military Academy glanced at one another. They felt that his words made sense, but it still sounded weird. Fine, you're right. You're the handsome one, after all, Anju said. Wang Teng. Everyone, the entire nation, was talking about the competition. When friends met each other on the streets in the afternoon, they didn't ask, "Have you eaten?" Instead, they greeted each other with, "Have you watched the martial arts competition?" or "Who do you think will be the champion?" The competition was trending on the internet too, and the topic regarding the champion rose to the top. All the celebrities' rumors had to move to the side. The national #1 martial arts competition had become the main discussion topic for the public. In the afternoon, the Dragon's Den was jam-packed. There were no empty seats. It was filled with people to the brink. The commentator began the introduction. "Ladies and gentlemen, we're about to welcome the finale of this competition. Now we need to determine the contenders for the champion title. From Ji Xiuming, Ren Qingchang, Wang Teng, and Luo Cheng, who will emerge as the winner. Let us wait and see. All right, enough with the talk. Let's start the competition. Please look at the big screen." When his words ended, the match list appeared. Wang Teng versus Ji Xiuming, Luo Cheng versus Ren Qingchang. Wang Teng's eyes lit up. "My opponent is Ji Xiuming." He stood up and walked to the arena. Ji Xiuming. The girl fans went crazy when they saw Ji Xiuming screaming at the top of their lungs. Ji Xiuming's popularity was frightening. Wang Teng felt the corners of his lips twitching. He would never admit that he felt a little jealous. "That brat isn't even as handsome as me." Tian Xiaoxiao kept swaying her head from left to right. "What should I do? Oh my God, Ji Xiuming is so handsome. However, I should be firmly supporting little brother Wang Teng, Lin Chuhan. Can you have a bottom line?" Xu Wantong held her forehead. "All right, I'll stand firmly on little brother Wang Teng's side." Tian Xiaoxiao resolutely nodded with a serious expression. In the arena, Wang Teng and Ji Xiuming walked up to the stage and stood still. Ji Xiuming was like a sword. His eyebrows, eyes, lips, all his features were as sharp as a sword. Even a stranger could tell that he was a swordsman at one glance. With his sword talent, he must have enlightened his sword conscience. Wang Teng wondered to himself as he looked at his opponent. Ji Xiuming held his long sword and turned to look at the judge. "Please bring up the big arena." No one was surprised by his request. The decision arrived quickly as well, and the big arena was activated once again. "All right, we can have a proper match now." Ji Xiuming smiled at Wang Teng. "At first, I thought that Ren Qingchang was the only person who needed my attention. After some time, I realized that you're not bad either. We were wrong. Cut the crap. Let's start." Wang Teng cut him short. Ji Xiuming's gaze froze. "All right." Boom. His aura exploded as he strode forward. The long sword in his hand turned into lingering shadows as it danced in the air. As expected, his sword skill was exquisite. Wang Teng remained cool as a cucumber. He grabbed Mo Kei and chopped it down. "No matter how skillful your sword skill is, I have my way of breaking it." Boom. Force erupted like a volcano. Ji Xiuming was forced to retract his sword to evade the attack. Ji Xiuming had to retreat in the first round. The audience rubbed their eyes. They found it unbelievable. No way. Ji Xiuming has never failed in his sword attacks, but he suffered a setback because of Wang Teng. Did Ji Xiuming underestimate his opponent? Wang Teng gained the upper hand in the first round. It looks like this will be an exciting competition. Ji Xiuming fighting. After forcing Ji Xiuming back, Wang Teng moved and disappeared on the spot. He bolted towards Ji Xiuming and swung Mo Kei down ruthlessly. Ji Xiuming's expression changed, however. He didn't retaliate. Instead, he aimed his sword at Wang Teng's heart, using an attack as his defense. If Wang Teng didn't abandon his attack, both of them would be injured, seriously. He wasn't stupid. A glint flashed past his eyes. He hurled Mo Kei back and punched his left fist out, aiming straight at Ji Xiuming's face. Ji Xiuming's expression changed again. He pushed his palm out. Bang! Once the fist and palm collided, force gushed out. The powerful impact caused both of them to retreat a few meters. They exchanged glances with each other and released their wings. An instant later, only flashes of their figures were visible as they soared into the sky, engaging in an even more intense battle. Chapter 367. The Sword from the Sky. They continued fighting in the sky. Ji Xiaoming turned into a gleaming ray of sword glow, and it was almost impossible to stare at him. But to everyone's amazement, Wang Teng remained composed even when facing Ji Xiaoming. He held his divine weapon, Mo Ke, and used it to execute all the blade skills and sword skills he had learned. His skills were as exquisite as Ji Xiaoming's. Everyone stared at him with utmost concentration. They didn't want to miss any exciting scenes, as expected of a sword prodigy. His skills are as impressive and triumphant as ever. There may not be another person in the younger generation who is able to reach this stage of proficiency. The commentator paused before continuing. However, we can see that Wang Teng's sword skill is profound too. He's executing both sword and blade skills. This means that his blade skill is as adept as his sword skill. What a stunning talent. This is a battle between two ultimate talents. Boom. The two figures moved back. Ji Xiaoming's expression didn't change. He focused his gaze and the sword glow blossomed. The deathly strike, earth-rank battle technique. A sword glow sped towards Wang Teng's vital point at the speed of lightning. From afar, only a glaring ray of light could be seen. It was chilling. Wang Teng felt that he was locked in. No matter how he dodged, he couldn't evade the sword. This was an extremely fast move, yet he wasn't afraid. He had a similar skill in his arsenal: shadow, assassin, sword skill, earth-rank battle technique. He would give him a taste of his own medicine: slash. The swords flashed past, and all traces of the attacks disappeared. It was as if they never happened. Ji Xiaoming's expression changed slightly. Wang Teng was the first person who was able to block his attack with a sword move. It meant that his sword skill was on par with him. It looks like Ji Xiaoming has met his match, the commentator said. Mao Na and the other students sitting in the First University's resting area were startled. Oh my God, he blocked Xiaoming's sword. That brat is a monster, Yu Tao said bitterly. On the other side, in Heng Hai's resting area, Han Zu and the other students were elated. We have a chance. I never imagined that one of us could defeat Ji Xiaoming, Wan Baichu exclaimed. Entering the top 3 and fighting for the championship, are we able to enjoy this glory too? Du Yu asked. Based on the current situation, it's entirely possible, again. Wang Teng waved his hand at Ji Xiaoming. Impudent. Ji Xiaoming's expression turned grim. A sharp and fierce aura seeped out of his body as he pressed towards Wang Teng with his invisible sword presence. Boom! The air around him suddenly started making cracking noises. It was compressed to the maximum. Slash! Wang Teng remained indifferent, though. He released his own sword presence and tapped the tip of the sword lightly. However, he managed to slash a hole in his opponent's sword presence. Ji Xiaoming's expression changed, suddenly feeling helpless. All his skills were useless in front of Wang Teng. He felt exasperated. Clang! The long sword in his hand gave off a ringing sound as if comforting him. Ji Xiaoming shuddered. His expression turned resolute again, and his gaze became as sharp as his sword. I have been learning sword skills all my life. This is my most powerful attack. If you can block it, you win. His voice spread out gradually as he shot towards the sky. Wang Teng raised his head uncontrollably. In a blink of an eye, Ji Xiaoming had turned into a small black dot. He could feel that as Ji Xiaoming climbed higher, the aura around him got more and more concentrated. The president of the Martial Arts Academy of the First University, Ji Huaiyang, stood up with his hands behind his back. He walked to the edge of the audience stand and looked up at the sky. This was the decisive move. Ji Xiaoming was the leading figure of the First University. If he lost to Wang Teng, it meant the loss of the First University. Ji Xiaoming flew into the air and is climbing higher and higher. What is he planning to do? Zhang Jun asked curiously. He seems to be executing his most powerful attack. I think he's converging his presence, Su Shao replied. Converging presence. This is not an ordinary move, Zhang Jun said. The audience chatted loudly as they fixed their gazes at the sky. Some of them even held their breaths, looking even more nervous than the competitors. Wang Teng clasped Mo Ke and squinted. Suddenly, a light flashed across the sky. Then he saw an enormous sword glow falling from the sky. This attack is very powerful. Wang Teng's expression turned grave. He could feel the three-level sword conscious in this attack. Ji Xiaming had compressed all his sword skills into this one move. It wouldn't be an easy task to receive it. If he wasn't careful, he might lose this match. This was an emergency. He didn't even have time to think. Wang Teng arrived at a conclusion instantly. He released his 6-star soldier-level power. Boom, the next second, a formidable force surged out of his body. Wang Teng swung Mo Ke upwards, flaming blade conscious. 2 blade consciouses were hurled out simultaneously. A blue sword glow and a red sword glow circled around each other as they shot up the sky. Wow. Ji Huayang just sat down, only to stand up again instantly. He was dumbfounded. 2 types of blade consciouses. It wasn't his fault. For an average person, enlightening one conscious was difficult enough. Yet Wang Teng had managed to enlighten 2. Even more, these were 2 consciouses with entirely different attributes. The difficulty level was even higher. Anyone would be flabbergasted. The blue and red blade glows seemed to have turned into 2 dragons as they charged towards Ji Xiaming's sword aura. Boom. The blade and sword collided in the air, and deafening clashes shook the audience's eardrums continuously. The sword glow was above and the blade glow was below. None of them were willing to give way. They were moving towards mutual destruction. However, Wang Teng still had some reserved strength. He pulled out Mo Ke and fired his extreme sword presence. The sword presence instantly shattered the balance. Boom, boom, boom. Amid scary explosions, force wreaked havoc in the dragon's den. After the airwaves subsided, the scene in the arena was finally revealed to the public. A figure was leaning against his sword, half kneeling on the ground. It was Ji Xiaming. Gasp. There was a huge commotion. Ji Xiaming was hurt. They looked at the other end of the arena. Wang Teng was standing there silently with Mo Ke in his hand. Although his clothes were a little messy, he wasn't hurt. The winner was apparent. You lost. Wang Teng looked down at his opponent and said calmly. Ji Xiaming raised his head abruptly. He wanted to speak, but instead he vomited a mouthful of blood, splurt. He was dejected and depressed. He staggered before pulling himself up, walking down the arena in distress. I lost. Just like he said, if Wang Teng caught his attack, he would win, because this was his most powerful attack. Since he couldn't defeat Wang Teng with his most powerful move, there was no use fighting anymore. The audience was dumbfounded. Ji Xiaming had admitted defeat voluntarily. When they looked at Ji Xiaming's back view, they only saw despair and loneliness. He was a talent whom everyone thought highly of, yet he still lost. Ji Xiaming was extremely popular at the start, as everyone believed that he would walk until the end. No one had expected this result. Chapter 368. A Physical Duel Wang Teng Won. There was a massive uproar in the dragon's den. This result was out of many people's expectations, especially Ji Xiaming's supporters. They never imagined that he would lose to Wang Teng. Some of them couldn't accept this result. However, most of the spectators were yelling Wang Teng's name, cheering for him, and congratulating him. His performance had captured the hearts of many people. Formidable warriors would be respected and admired wherever they went. There was no doubt about Wang Teng's power. In General Bai's live stream room, a wealthy ID sent 100 rockets at once. All the viewers started commenting in astonishment. Oh my God, Black Horse, he's the ultimate Black Horse. Wang Teng is amazing. He managed to defeat Ji Xiaming. This is a rising star. These were the thoughts of ordinary people. Martial warriors, on the other hand, noticed many more things. For instance, Wang Teng was a 6-star soldier-level martial warrior, for instance. He possessed water force. For instance, his water element blade conscious was enlightened. Every single discovery shocked them even more than the last. Wang Teng had exposed many cards in this match. On the second floor of the audience stand, Ji Huayang heaved a long sigh and sat down on his seat dejectedly. The first university lost. They lost to Huanghai Military Academy. It was hard for him to accept this result, but could he blame Ji Xiaoming? No. He knew that Ji Xiaoming had tried his best. It was just that Wang Teng was a rare breed. Talents like him were like a Qilin's horn, but no one could do anything if they met him. He couldn't reprimand Ji Xiaoming. Ji Huayang turned and looked at Wang Teng standing in the arena. What a stunning talent. If the first university had managed to pull him into their school at the start, this match wouldn't have occurred. The honor of the champion would still belong to the first university. Unfortunately, there were no ifs. Peng Yuanshan and the other heads were elated. Honestly, they didn't expect Wang Teng to win. This was a huge and joyful present for them. At first, they felt that getting into the top 10 would be an achievement. Yet not only did he enter the top 10, but he also climbed all the way to the top 3. The top 3 and the top 10. This was a huge difference. Also, it looked like they had the chance of bagging the championship title. Peng Yuanshan was a composed person, but when he saw that their school had the chance of snatching the championship title, his heart started pounding. After the match ended, Wang Teng walked down the arena. Ren Qingchang and Luo Cheng's match started. They were both at 6-star soldier level, but Ren Qingchang was more powerful. He only used 10 minutes to win the match. Luo Cheng was thrown out of the arena, and he fainted. When Wang Teng looked at the figure bathing in lightning, his expression turned grave. Lading physique is indeed a powerful physical skill. Ren Qingchang seemed to have felt his gaze. He turned and looked at him with a cold smile at the edge of his lips. Wang Teng smiled. A glint flashed past his eyes. That marks the end of today's matches. The final winners are Wang Teng and Ren Qingchang. Tomorrow we will find out who's the champion among these two. Who do you think will emerge as the #1 martial warrior of the younger generation this year? The anticipation for tomorrow's match is at an all-time high. The commentator finished speaking, and the audience started to leave the Dragon's Den. The next day, the Dragon's Den was filled up bright and early in the morning. This was the final day of the national #1 martial arts competition. It was the most important day, too. The champion would be born today. There were only Huanghai Military Academy and Leiting Martial House in the competition zone, sitting in the resting area of Huanghai Wang. Teng's expression was calm and composed. Even when the match was about to start, there were still no ripples in his heart, even if his opponent was Ren Qingchang. Suddenly, he heard footsteps beside him. He looked up. Master, it was Dan Taishuan. I feel at ease seeing how calm you are. Dan Taishuan smiled and said, What's there to worry about? It's just a competition, Wang Teng replied indifferently. That's how my disciple should be, Dan Taishuan said. Peng Yuanshan and the others felt speechless when they saw their reaction. Their worry was for nothing. These two people weren't anxious at all. On the other side, Ren Qingchang was standing beside an elder sitting in a wheelchair. I didn't expect the Wang family to groom such a talent. The elder suddenly opened his mouth and said, He's quite gifted, but I'll still defeat him, Ren, Qingchang said confidently. So what if you defeat him? He's still young. He will rise in the future given enough time. The elder shook his head and said, Death and injuries are common in the arena. A malicious glint appeared in Ren Qingchang's eyes. The elder hesitated for a moment before nodding. Act according to your ability. The Ren family has to rely on you. While they were conversing, Wang Teng noticed this elder too. It's him. Wang Teng immediately recognized the elder as Grandpa Wang's arch enemy. What a surprise to see him at the competition today. Interesting. Will he die from anger if I defeated his grandson whom he's so proud of? Wang Teng scoffed, feeling no compassion towards this elder. This was a man who hated his grandfather until the end of the world. He yearned to destroy the Wang family. In his past life, he was the one who forced the Wang family onto the path of destruction. Even though the two lifetimes were different, the hatred was still the same. 8 a.m. sharp. The time has arrived. May the two contestants enter the central arena. The commentator's excited voice resounded in the entire Dragon's Den. I'm going up. Wang Teng got to his feet and walked towards the center arena. Soon Wang Teng and Ren Qingchang took their spots on the opposite sides. They stood facing each other. Ren Qingchang suddenly raised his right hand and moved it across his neck like a knife. Wang Teng squinted when he saw this action. As a reply, he raised his hand and clenched it into a fist. Everyone was puzzled, wondering what Wang Teng wanted to do. At that moment, a finger popped up from the fist. The middle finger. Ren Qingchang's face turned black. Pfft, many people burst out laughing. Cheeky Wang Teng was really cheeky. The judge glanced at the two competitors and felt the heated atmosphere between them. He immediately announced the start of the match. Boom. Brilliant bolts of lightning shot out from Ren Qingchang's body. He seemed to have turned into the god of lightning as he strode towards Wang Teng. Wang Teng wasn't afraid. Instead, glimmers of excitement could be seen in his eyes. He immediately used his 8-level devil scripture, and all his muscles started changing. They turned as hard as steel. He walked forward. They were some distance apart. They started with a brisk walk before turning into rays of light and colliding with an explosion. Boom! Ren Qingchang punched out without any mercy. Wang Teng replied with a fist, too. Fighting strength with strength. There was nothing he was afraid of. Bang! The two fists collided. Unexpectedly, both of them released another punch with their left hands almost at the same time. Boom! Another clash of fists. Force exploded. Airwaves swept through the venue. The two of them entered a battle of strength. A hint of disbelief appeared in Ren Qingchang's eyes. Wang Teng was able to take him head-on. Mind you, he practiced lighting physique, which was a sky-rank physical scripture. How could Wang Teng resist him? Chapter 369, The 9 Strikes of Lighting. Ren Qingchang was a conceited and proud person. At the start, he looked down on Wang Teng. However, Wang Teng had managed to fight his way through the tournament and challenge him for the championship. Even Ji Xiaming, whom he viewed as his opponent, lost to Wang Teng. How ironic. When he exchanged blows with Wang Teng, he finally realized that this young man wasn't as easy as he appeared on the surface. Even his lighting physique was blocked. This was a first. He couldn't accept it. At this moment, the two young men were close at hand. Force surged out from their fists, and strength built up in their arms as they attempted to throw their opponent off his feet. However, none of them budged an inch. They were like huge rocks that had ingrained their roots in the ground. Boom. Ren Qingchang's gaze was apathetic. He suddenly bent his knees and kicked Wang Teng's chest. If his attack was successful, Wang Teng would at least lose a few rib bones. Wang Teng lifted his leg and kicked his opponent's calf. He forcefully stopped this move in midair. They immediately separated afterward. Ren Qingchang took a few steps back and stomped on the ground. He shot towards Wang Teng, leaving after images behind him. He appeared on the left side of Wang Teng and swept his leg towards him. Wang Teng reacted instantaneously. He blasted his fist at Ren Qingchang's kneecap. Both of them had exerted all their strength in this match, not holding back at all. Ren Qingchang's expression changed. He didn't dare to receive this punch forcefully. Lightning shone around him, and he disappeared on the spot again. He attacked Wang Teng from another direction. Speed contest? I'm not slow either. Wang Teng raised his eyebrows. Wind force gushed out from his force nucleus. Steps of gale. Wang Teng turned into a gust of wind and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Ren Qingchang's attack only hit his shadow. He squinted and turned around immediately. Almost instinctively, he raised his arm. Bang! A vicious attack landed on his arm. Ren Qingchang was forced to retreat a few meters from the powerful impact. Huh? His reaction is quite fast. Wang Teng was stunned for an instant. Then he disappeared again and reappeared around Ren Qingchang. He rained attacks on him from all directions. Ren Qingchang's expression turned ugly. He didn't dare to be careless. He would scan his surroundings vigilantly to search for Wang Teng's figure. Then he would block Wang Teng's attacks. Bang, bang, bang. This was the sound of the collision of the physical bodies. The audience felt their eyelids jumping when they heard it. Ren Qingchang was renowned for his physical strength and impenetrable body. Even then, he was at a disadvantage. This script seemed a little weird. Get lost. Ren Qingchang roared. The lightning around his body erupted, and a pair of lightning wings blossomed behind him. He soared into the sky like a bolt of lightning, so fast that it was almost impossible to catch his figure. What amazing speed! Wang Teng was startled. He was too fast for him to see with his eyes. Lightning, slash. A cold cry came from the air before a bolt of purple lightning flashed in the sky and struck down on Wang Teng. Wang Teng squinted. His wings also emerged with wind force circling them. He accelerated his speed to his maximum and disappeared into thin air. Boom. The purple lightning struck the spot where Wang Teng was a second ago, creating a burnt hole. What a formidable move! Wang Teng reappeared in the sky and looked down at the damage caused by the lightning. The edge of his lips twitched. He stared ominously at Ren Qingchang. Ren Qingchang was too quick. He kept changing his position in the air, so Wang Teng couldn't fix his gaze on him. Wang Teng snorted as Mo-Ke appeared in his hand. He shook his wrist, and a glaring glow appeared at the tip of the divine weapon. Shadow, Assassin, Sword skill. It was a speed skill, counteracting speed with speed, slash. The swift and unpredictable sword moves forced Ren Qingchang to stop hiding. There were even a few sword cuts on his clothes. Take one more punch. Wang Teng followed up his success with another mighty fist, Ape King fist. Ren Qingchang's face turned black. He retaliated with a punch of his own. Bang! The two fists clashed. Ren Qingchang's expression changed slightly as he flew back uncontrollably. Again, Wang Teng flew forward. He seemed to have turned into a giant ape. Fist auras rained down on Ren Qingchang like a storm. Bang, bang, bang. The frightening fist force landed on Ren Qingchang continuously. Boom. A figure plummeted from the sky and smashed onto the ground violently. There was a loud crash. Before the dust dispersed, the figure shot back into the sky, flying straight towards Wang Teng like a lightning arrow, scorching sky finger. Wang Teng stared intently at him and pointed with his finger. Flames rolled out from his finger and charged towards the lightning arrow. Boom! Two rays of light clashed in midair and exploded. Ren Qingchang? What other skills do you have? Execute all of them? Stop hiding. Wang Teng laughed loudly. Impudent. Ren Qingchang snorted. His gaze turned ruthless, and he stopped talking. He shifted his body and formed two similar figures. Wang Teng was flabbergasted. Then he saw the 3 Ren Qingchangs splitting again into 9 Ren Qingchangs. The 9 figures turned into rays of lights as they spiraled around Wang Teng. There seemed to be multiple enemies attacking him at the same time. Sky rank battle technique, the 9 strikes of lighting. The 9 figures surrounded Wang Teng. Suddenly, they launched their lightning attacks. Boom! 9 bolts of lightning flashed at him. The force was terrifying. Wang Teng's expression changed slightly. Even a normal 7-star soldier-level martial warrior might not be able to withstand this move. He was extremely vigilant. He congregated force on his fist and fired it at the bolts of lightning. Ape King fist. Fist conscious. The shadow of an Ape King towered behind Wang Teng. It was as big as a mountain. The Ape King roared and smashed its fist down. Bang! The giant ape smashed into the bolts of lightning. Explosions reverberated throughout the venue. The bolts of lightning were destroyed. The giant ape had dispersed. The impact swept across the arena, scattering all of Ren Qingchang's clones. A single figure was left behind, Ren Qingchang's body. Wang Teng raised Mo-Ke, and the flaming sword conscious erupted from the weapon. Sky rank battle technique. Big Dipper, flaming blade. A terrifying flame glow slashed towards Ren Jingchang. Ren Jingchang was appalled. He didn't have time to evade, so he could only execute his lighting physique to its peak and use the thick lightning shield around his body to receive this attack. Boom. The dazzling fire blade dawned on him within a split second. Ren Jingchang was engulfed in the sea of flames. He was hurtled down from the sky like a shooting star, leaving a trace of fire behind him as he crashed into the ground. Boom. The ground vibrated, and cracks appeared on it. The fire burned for a long time before a deep hole was made visible to the public. A disheveled figure lay in the hole. Silence. The entire venue was silent. Ren Qingzang lost. The audience's jaws dropped in disbelief. They couldn't believe the result. Everyone's attention was focused on the figure floating in the air. How is this possible? Grandpa Ren widened his eyes in shock. Ren Qingzang, whom he placed all his hopes in, lost, and he lost to the grandson of the person he hated the most. This was unacceptable. His breathing got rapid, and he started dry coughing. Blood began dripping down the edge of his mouth. His face was pale, as if he was going to pass away at any moment. Chapter 370, The Sky is Changing. Multiple gazes gather on a certain spot. At this moment, Wang Teng was in the spotlight. He was the most eye-catching figure at the scene. Ji Xiuming was staring at him in a daze as disappointment crept up his face. Even Ren Qingchang lost. The greatest blow to a favored child of God was to get defeated by the person he looked down on. Even more, the person went further than him. Ji Xiuming grasped his sword tightly. His knuckles turned white from the force. He won. Hanju and the others found it unbelievable. They glanced at one another and didn't know how to react for a second. Wang Teng had already broken records by participating in the national #1 martial arts competition as a freshman. Now he was going to carry the champion's trophy home, too. Who could have thought of this ending? Not even Peng Yuanshan, the person who allowed Wang Teng to enter the national #1 martial arts competition, would have imagined such glory. This was the national #1 martial arts competition. It was a dream. It was the dream of all young martial warriors. It was their aspiration. Peng Yuanshan was at a loss. He looked at the figure standing tall and alone in the arena and felt emotional. He turned to Dan Takshuan beside him and asked, "Principal, did you know that he could become the champion?" Dan Takshuan was stunned. She replied awkwardly, "I just wanted him to give it a try." Give it a try? It was understandable why the disciple was so indecent. His master was no better. Everyone was speechless. Yan Kang, the president of the Martial Arts Academy of Jinlin University, felt jealous and contemptuous. Look at what she was saying. She just wanted him to try and he became the champion. Did it mean that if he was serious, he would be able to get all the championships in the world? He would never admit that he was envious. After all, they had all fought for Wang Teng before. That meant that his university had missed the chance to become #1. Ah! Yan Kang almost went berserk when he thought about this. That was a champion. Champion. He lost an opportunity so close at hand. He lost a few billion. This was the most regretful event in his life. Yan Kang felt hopeless. He was depressed. He really wanted to curse the lucky bastards from Hanghai Military Academy. On the other side, Ye Jixin lamented, "I remember that this brat possessed an ice element, right? He has been using the fire element all the time before using water, earth, and wind elements. This is a multi-element gifted martial warrior." Mr. Mao was shocked when he heard this. He counted silently. 5 elements? Yes. Ye Jixin smiled and nodded. If he has revealed everything, he possesses 5 elements. Oh my God, Mr. Mao gasped. What a talent. He had lost his ability to speak. Then he turned to Lei Zhenting and said, "President Lei, you shouldn't feel sad about your defeat." Li Zhenting, who had been quiet the entire time, smiled suddenly. "The competition hasn't ended yet." Mr. Ma was stunned. Li Zhenting looked up. "The sky is changing. Yi Jixin's expression changed. He raised his head abruptly and looked up at the sky. The sky had indeed darkened. It was overcast with dark clouds, implying an impending storm. Boom! A bolt of lightning cut through the clouds and lit up half the sky with a glaring silver-white light. The spectators, who were still immersed in the competition, got a rude shock. Conduction? Yi Jixin turned serious. He looked at Lei Zhenting and said, "Your disciple is crazy. For the championship, this is nothing." Lei Zhenting replied in disdain. The commentator's voice resounded in the dragon's den. "I hear thunder. How strange. There's rarely thunder in winter. Fortunately, we already have our winner. Wait, what am I seeing? Ren Qingchang has stood up again. He has stood up again." The commentator's voice was filled with disbelief. It caught everyone's attention, and they shifted their gazes to the figure who was struggling to get up. How is that possible? How is he able to stand again after that attack? Everyone was dumbfounded. They started chatting with each other. They thought that the winner had been decided, but the situation took a sudden change. Could Ren Qingchang continue fighting? Did he still have a chance? How stubborn! Wang Teng looked down at Ren Qingtang in surprise. Then he frowned and looked up at the sky. This lightning was a little abnormal boom. Another thick bolt of lightning split the sky into two, as if affirming his thoughts. This time it struck straight to the ground, boom. To everyone's astonishment, the lightning struck Ren Qingtang. "What is this?" Wang Teng squinted, a bad premonition rising in his heart. Ren Qingtang definitely had something up his sleeve. Ren Qingchang got struck by lightning. Everyone was bewildered. What kind of move was this? They were still waiting to see him turn the tides after he got up. Why did he suddenly get struck by lightning? Was heaven punishing him because he did something wrong? Was that why God sent a bolt of lightning to strike him to death so that he wouldn't become the champion? All kinds of wild thoughts appeared in people's minds. Boom, boom. Lightning flashed and thunder roared. Bolts of lightning lit up the sky. They linked with the bolt of lightning in the center that was connected to Ren Qingchang. It looked like a massive tree with many branches. What a remarkable scene. Amidst the lightning, Ren Qingchang raised his hands and flew into the clouds. His short hair was standing on their ends. Ha 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 ha! Peals of laughter sounded clearer than the raging lightning. At the same time, a formidable force erupted from within the clouds. No matter how stupid the audience was, they understood that Ren Qingchang didn't get struck by lightning. Even though they didn't know how he did it, he conducted lightning to him so that he could use it. No one knew what to comment regarding this crazy move. He must be mad. Was he looking for death? No one could imagine that Ren Qingchang would use this method to turn the tides. "Wang Teng, you will never be able to beat me," Ren Qingchang's voice echoed in the clouds. He seemed to be staring at Wang Teng through the bolts of lightning. "Stop your bullshit. Come on, show me what you've got," Wang Teng replied indifferently. "Death awaits you, yet you're still so stubborn." Ren Qingchang's expression turned ruthless. He gathered all the lightning on his right hand. Lightning Dragon. The moment he finished his shout, all the bolts of lightning gathered and slowly turned into a giant lightning dragon. It bellowed and circled in the sky. Wang Teng's expression darkened. He could sense a tremendous threat from the gigantic lightning dragon. He used the power of nature, so this attack has exceeded his potential. This strike will probably be at the 8-star soldier level. I can only use that move. He didn't think that Ren Qingchang would be willing to go this far. His gaze flickered as the gears in his mind spun furiously. In the end, he realized that he could only use the move he had been experimenting with. There might be no other way to block Ren Qingchang's advance. Chapter 371, The First in His Generation. The giant lightning dragon floated in the air. The rolling thunder turned into the roars of the dragons, deafening everyone's ears. The audience looked up at the sky in amazement. They would never forget this scene for their entire life. Wang Teng was staring at the dragon too. However, there wasn't any fear in his eyes. "I have already come this far. Let's take the bet. I'll leave the rest to fate." Wang Teng smiled. Honestly, he was a maniac, too. He closed his eyes. The images of his experiments appeared in his mind. "Have you accepted your defeat?" A mocking smile appeared at the edge of Ren Qingchang's lips. The scene was displayed on the big screen as well. Everyone felt puzzled. Did Wang Teng give up? Ren Qingchang's attack was indomitable, no doubt, but this was already the final step. How could he give up willingly without trying? The commentators said, borrowing strength from lightning, Ren Qingchang has formed a lightning dragon. The power of this move is astonishing. However, Wang Teng has closed his eyes. Has he given up out of despair, or does he have a surprise for all of us? Lin Chuhan grabbed Shu Wantong's hand, feeling extremely nervous. She held her breath and stared at Wang Teng without blinking. Suddenly, Wang Teng opened his eyes. "Wing!" A low command came out of his mouth. In an instant, a gale swept up around him. It spun without stopping and blew high into the air. The fierce wind filled up the entire arena. Fire. Another shout was heard. Flames burned in the sky, swallowing the clouds around it and enveloping Wang Teng. His figure could no longer be seen. Only an endless fire tornado remained on the stage. It started from the ground and shot right up into the sky. But this still wasn't the end. Sword. Wang Teng's voice resounded in the tornado again. Clang. The sound of a sword being unsheathed rang out as the fire tornado paused for a second. Sword auras appeared immediately thereafter and merged into the tornado. The flaming tornado became more and more violent. It was getting unstable and looked as if it could collapse at any moment. But gradually, the flaming tornado and the sword aura reached a delicate balance. The sword auras spun in the tornado like a fish in the sea. Ren Qingchang's expression changed. He felt an unstoppable destructive power from the flaming tornado. Damn it! How did Wang Teng do it? He gritted his teeth and ran his lightning force throughout his body. As force completed one round after another, more lightning merged into the giant lightning dragon. Thunder roared and lightning raged. Bolts of lightning struck the lightning dragon continuously, making it bigger and crazier. Slash, the veins on Ren Qingchang's right hand bulged up. Cracks started to appear on his skin, and blood seeped out. He looked miserable. His face turned white as he clenched his right wrist with his left hand, forcing himself to continue. Lei Zhenting's expression finally changed. He shouted in anger. Is he looking for death? His right hand will be crippled. Youngsters nowadays are crazy. Ye Jiken shook his head. However, I'm curious how Wang Teng is able to merge different attributes. He has created an unbelievable change. The impact and significance behind this move are terrifying. In the arena, Ren Qingchang couldn't stand it any longer. Lightning stopped entering the dragon and its growth halted with a solemn expression. Ren Qingchang raised his right hand with much difficulty and pointed at Wang Teng. Then he moved his hand bit by bit. Go! Ren Qingchang bellowed in rage. His expression was hideous instantly. The gigantic lightning dragon spiraled and bore down on Wang Teng. On the other side, another word echoed from the flaming tornado, blade. Suddenly, blade auras rose into the sky. Boom! The fiery tornado expanded immediately. Blade shadows tossed and turned inside as if out of control. He's too reckless. Peng Yuanshan's expression underwent a change. He jumped out of his seat. Don't worry, Dan Taishuan frowned and asked him to sit. He's in the middle of the tornado, a slight mistake, and he will lose his life. Are you going to just sit and watch? Peng Yuanshan asked agitatedly. As his master, I choose to believe him. Dan Taishuan stared at the tornado below without blinking. She had never been so serious before. Boom! The fire tornado spun frantically. Blade and sword shadows flickered inside it. This was a terrifying firestorm. It was a success. Wang Teng did it. Roar! The giant lightning dragon roared and charged towards him. Boom! The next instant, the giant lightning dragon smashed into the firestorm. However, before it had the time to wreak havoc, it was bound in place. It couldn't move a single inch. Roar. The giant dragon howled in agony. The sword and blade auras in the tornado were lacerating its body. No matter how hard it struggled, it was unable to break free. Boom! A few moments later, the scary lightning dragon exploded and shattered into bolts of lightning. It disappeared without a trace. The residual force of the firestorm swept the arena, taking everything with it. Ren Qingtang was the first to bear the brunt. He suffered injuries all over his body and was thrown out by the impact. He slammed forcefully on the ground. Splurt, he vomited a mouth of blood, feeling bouts of weakness overwhelm him. The powerful aura around him receded quickly like a tide. The storm slowly dispersed. Wang Teng appeared in the sky. He was panting slightly, and his face was a little pale. He slowly landed on the ground. As he stepped on the floor, he stumbled uncontrollably. This move had exhausted too much of his strength. Even with his abundance of force, he couldn't support it for long. He looked at Ren Qingtang not far away and heaved a sigh of relief. This time he won for real. If Ren Qingtang could still fight after receiving that attack, he would willingly admit defeat. Just as Wang Teng's thoughts ran wild, he noticed that his surroundings were extremely quiet. He raised his head and looked around him. Everyone was staring at him absent-mindedly. The first in his generation, the commentator's voice sounded abruptly. These are the only words I can think of now. Today, at this moment, Wang Teng is the first in his generation. He deserves to be the champion. Wang Teng, the champion. As the voice resounded in the venue, the spectators regained their senses. They stood up in unplanned unison and emptied the air in their lungs. Wang Teng, the champion. Wang Teng, the champion. Thunderous applause filled up the venue. Cheers pierced through the walls of the dragon's den, attempting to shake the building to the ground. Everyone went crazy. They threw everything within their reach into the air, including their hats, clothes, and even their shoes. Han Zu and the other students from Hanghe Military Academy hugged one another and jumped around, shouting and cheering along the way. This seemed to be the only way to vent the excitement in their hearts. How high was the champion? No one would mock them any longer. Instead, they would only be jealous. Ji Xiaming from the First University, Luo Cheng from Capital Military Academy, Xiao Yunfan from Donghai University, Zhao Yuanwu from the Qianyuan sect. Everyone was envious. This was the attractiveness of the #1 title. The place was seething with enthusiasm. Thousands of people shouted the same name. It was a majestic and exhilarating scene. The audience gave applause and cheers to the young man in the middle of the stage. He was the first in his generation. Second to none. Chapter 372, May Martial Arts Flourish. Dragon's Den. The national #1 martial arts competition came to an end. The result was unexpected for everyone, though. Wang Teng entered the finals as a black horse and earned himself the title of the champion. Even more, this was a well-deserved #1, not a fluke. Looking at the past martial arts competitions, this year had the highest number of 6-star soldier-level martial warriors. There were 4 of them. Luo Cheng, Ji Xiaming, Ren Qingtang, and Wang Teng. Most importantly, their realms weren't low at all. Even their battle ability was abnormally frightening for their levels. Normal martial warriors were nothing in front of them. That was even more so for the final match between Ren Qingtang and Wang Teng. Their performances shocked the experienced and formidable warriors at the scene. So powerful. Their attacks had exceeded the limit of their realms. Ordinary 6-star soldier-level martial warriors wouldn't be able to execute such astonishing blows. The cheers and applause lasted for a long time before subsiding gradually. Wang Teng picked up the attribute bubbles Ren Qingtang had dropped in the arena and walked down. Lightning Force 50, Lightning Force 45, Advanced Stage Lightning Talent 10, Lightning Force 63, Lighting Physique 1. Wang Teng's eyes got brighter and brighter as the attribute bubbles merged into his body. What a great harvest. Force, talent, scriptures all at once. He gained lightning talent and a sky-rank skill scripture simultaneously. If Ren Qing Chang knew this, would he vomit blood in anger? Ha 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 ha! Wang Teng didn't know about Ren Qing Chang, but he was delighted for sure. Mind you, he had been eyeing Ren Qing Chang's lightning talent for a long time. Ever since the start of the competition, he had been yearning for it. He had finally achieved his wish. Lightning force attacks were extremely powerful. Wang Teng had experienced them personally during his battle with Ren Qing Chang. If not, based on his 7-star soldier level ability, beating Ren Qing Chang should have been a breeze for him. Yet he was forced to execute a move he had no confidence in. One of the reasons was because Ren Qing Chang had made use of the power of nature. However, that played just a small role. The main reason was that the lightning force was too powerful. Fortunately, he succeeded in the end. He had executed the move successfully this time. With this experience, it would be easier for him to execute it in the future. This was a blessing in disguise. He also gained Ren Qing Chang's advanced stage lightning talent, so he possessed another formidable offensive technique now. Once he raised the level of his talent, he wouldn't be afraid of Ren Qing Chang anymore. Wang Teng looked at the Lightning Force attribute on his attributes panel, Lightning Force, 130-500, 2-star. There was still a long way to go. He would need to find other ways to increase his lightning force, should he get struck by lightning. Thinking of the pain, he shuddered in fear. He would have to slowly think this matter through. Wang Teng was deep in thought as he walked down the arena. Han Zhu and the other students quickly gathered around him. Han Zhu punched Wang Teng's chest and laughed. Amazing. You became the champion. Calm down, calm down. It's nothing, Wang Teng said with contempt. Han Zhu, you're boasting again. Wan Baichu couldn't help but roll her eyes at him. Yi Jixin smiled. Old Lei, your disciple, still lost. Lei Zhenting shook off his exasperation. Sigh, Wang Teng is a monster. How did he manage to execute that formidable attack? Ren Qing Chang's loss is justified. That's right. Wang Teng's attack was terrifying, Mr. Ma exclaimed. He probably invented the move himself, Lei Zhenting commented. Yes, I have never seen such a move before, Ye Zhiqin continued. The younger generation will surpass us old ones, Lei Zhenting sighed. On the other side, Peng Yuanshan and the heads were brimming with joy. They couldn't hide the happiness on their faces. Wang Teng has made a great contribution. Peng Yuanshan grinned from ear to ear. We even got the #1 title. We're the biggest winner. Tong Hu rubbed his hands excitedly. Look at you. It's just a championship. What's with the fuss? Dan Taishuan said calmly. Everyone gloating. She was gloating blatantly. This was the championship title, not something you could pick up on the streets. Principal, you don't understand how hard life is. I have to squeeze resources for our martial arts students little by little from other areas. If not, with the number of students we have, many of them will have to suffer. Peng Yuanshan complained. Cough, is it so serious? Dan Taishuan asked awkwardly. What do you think? Peng Yuanshan retorted. Ha 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 ha. Well, I've made my contribution. I groomed an amazing disciple who became the champion. Dan Taishuan hoarded all the honor shamelessly. Yan Kang walked away silently. After that, it was the awards ceremony. Getting into the top 10 wasn't just an honor. It represented an abundance of rewards, too. Resources were necessary for martial warriors. They were the reason why they fought with their lives. A good ranking meant a bigger slice for the factions they represented. At the same time, the participants would get a generous amount of rewards. The national #1 martial arts competition has ended. May the top 10 contestants come to the main platform. The Minister of Education will be giving out the awards. The commentator's voice sounded through the broadcast system. Everyone went up the stage to receive their reward one by one. Wang Teng's number was the last. He would only go up after everyone got their prizes. Ren Qing Chang came down the platform. He had suffered serious injuries in the battle with Wang Teng, so his face was pale. When he saw Wang Teng, his expression turned hideous. A malicious glint flashed past his eyes. Their gazes met in midair as Wang Teng walked past him indifferently. "I will not lose to you again." Ren Qingchang moved his lips and whispered, "Try it." Wang Teng didn't even look at him. He walked straight up the stage. Ren Qingchang's face turned black. Normally, he was the one who disregarded others, but he tasted his own medicine today. It was a huge humiliation to him. Wang Teng stood on the stage. A refined-looking, middle-aged man walked over. He was the Minister of Education. He smiled kindly at Wang Teng as someone behind him passed him a tray. He took it and handed it over to Wang Teng. "Your performance was not bad. Continue to work hard and advance to the general stage as soon as you can." The Minister of Education patted Wang Teng's shoulder and said, "General stage." Everyone's expression changed when they heard this sentence. The Minister of Education had high hopes for Wang Teng. He didn't say this to Ji Xiaming or Ren Qingchang, yet he regarded Wang Teng with special attention. "Thank you, Minister." Wang Teng took over the tray and replied, "You can leave. The future is destined to be ruled by young people like you," the Minister of Education said. After Wang Teng walked down the stage, the Minister of Education looked around him before opening his mouth again. His voice resounded in the entire venue. "Everyone, the national #1 martial arts competition has been concluded. However, life is endless, and so is the martial arts path. No matter what your ranking is, even if you don't have one, I hope that you will continue to aim for the peak and walk on this path. May martial arts flourish." He cupped his fists after he finished speaking. Everyone stood up immediately and cupped their fists. They shouted, "May martial arts flourish!" Chapter 373, Review of the Competition, Return to Donghai. After the national #1 martial arts competition ended, the different factions left capital Zaya, one after the other. Wang Teng and the students took the plane and returned to Donghai under Peng Yuanshan's lead. On the plane, Wang Teng closed his eyes and rested in his mind. He was counting the gains of this competition. The martial arts competition was a gathering for talented martial warriors, so he naturally got countless attribute bubbles. The most common bubble was the force attribute. His fire force had already reached the 7-star soldier level, but now his metal, wood, water, and earth forces had also attained the 7-star soldier level. Metal force, 135 5000, 7-star. Fire force, 486 5000, 7-star. Earth force, 96 5000, 7-star. Earth force, 96 5000, 7-star. These forces were more than halfway through the 6-star soldier level after he came back from the Xingwu continent. Using this martial arts competition, he pushed all of them into the 7-star soldier level. Many people thought that he was a 6-star soldier level martial warrior like Ji Xiaming and Ren Qingchang. However, he had already broken through to a new level and advanced far ahead of them. To think that Ren Qingchang still wanted to fight with Wang Teng. If they met in the future, he would understand the despair of not being able to catch up with him. Besides the breakthrough in his realm, Wang Teng's enlightenment and spirit had also increased. Enlightenment. Emperor Realm, 1-2 or 1000, spirit. Emperor Realm, 188 Haran 1000. Why did he spare no effort in smashing his opponents' heads with his brick during the competition? He did it for enlightenment and spirit. Many years later, when certain people recalled this year's martial arts competition, they would probably remember the fear of being knocked by a brick. For instance, Xiao Yunfan, Mao Na, Zhao Yuanwu. Speaking of this, it was a little regrettable that he wasn't able to smash Ren Qingchang's and Ji Xiaming's heads as gifted martial warriors. Their enlightenment and spirit would probably be much higher. If he knocked them with his brick, he could pick up even more attributes. What a pity. He was too engrossed during his fight, so he forgot to grab the chance. If not, he would never let them run away. Honestly, many people wish to admire Ji Xiaming and Ren Qingchang getting slapped by the brick. That scene would be beautiful to behold, especially the funny viewers in General Bai's livestream room. They waited for a long time, but the scene didn't happen. When the competition ended, they hit their chests in regret. "If I get a chance, I'll do it in the future," Wang Teng promised himself. At the same time, Ji Xiaming and Ren Qingchang, who were in capital Xia, shivered. They felt a chill surging towards them from a land far away. During the competition, Wang Teng had also enlightened his flaming blade conscious and completed his idea of a sword blade firestorm. His flaming sword presence, metal sword presence, and wind presence increased in power too. This would assist him greatly in his enlightenment of their consciences in the future. Wang Teng even received a fire element sky rank battle technique, Big Dipper flaming blade, and a lightning element skill scripture, lighting physique. One was the ultimate battle technique of the Qianyuan sect, while the other was the famous scripture of lighting martial house. Both of them were powerful battle techniques and scriptures that couldn't be bought in the market, but Wang Teng managed to get them secretly. It was a considerable gain. Next, in terms of talent, Wang Teng's greatest gain was the two advanced stage mutated element talents, the advanced stage ice talent and the advanced stage lightning talent. The cultivation speed for advanced stage talents was many times faster than intermediate stage talents. It was also more than 10 times faster than beginner stage talents. Ji Hyaming and Ren Qingchang were hailed as geniuses because of their talents. Their cultivation speed was faster than ordinary martial warriors, and they understood things much quicker too. With these two advanced stage talents, his cultivation of ice force and lightning force wouldn't be slow. Wang Teng also received advanced stage sword talent from Ji Xiaming. Ji Xiaming's sword skills were at the peak of his generation. Naturally, he would drop many sword skill attributes. Wang Teng had had a nice harvest when fighting with him. Wang Teng felt that his understanding of sword skills had climbed up a level. The instant he touched a sword, he would have the urge to wield it all in all. This was a worthwhile trip. The championship title was secondary. His attribute gains were the most important thing. Of course, the reward for the champion was also generous. It included 30,000 yellow rank middle-class energy stones, 1 7-star battle sword, and 1 bottle of 5-star Dan medicine. Although these things were dispensable for other martial warriors, they were expensive resources. Many hours later, the plane landed at Donghai Airport. Wang Teng and the others alighted the plane and prepared to go back to school. At the same time, Zhao Yunfan and the other students from Donghai University walked down from another airplane. They had left capital Shai around the same time as Wang Teng, but took different planes. Donghai Military Academy had a private plane. While Donghai University didn't have this privilege, Lin Shuhan and Tian Xiaoxiao were on this plane too. Shu Wantong's family lived in capital Shia, so she didn't come back to Donghai since it was the winter break. Only the two of them came. After they came down the airplane, Lin Shuhan beckoned her friend. "Quick, let's leave. What are you afraid of? Will Senior Xiao eat us?" Tian Xiaoxiao knew who Lin Shuhan was trying to avoid so frantically. She chuckled secretly. "You don't understand. It's irritating," Lin Shuhan replied helplessly. "You can bring out little brother Wang Teng. I promise Senior Xiao will not bother you again," Tian Xiaoxiao said. "Sigh, who am I to him?" The image of Wang Teng standing in the limelight during the competition floated into Lin Shuhan's mind involuntarily. She had always been confident and proud of herself, but she felt helpless now. "His girlfriend, of course," Tian Xiaoxiao said straightforwardly. "His girlfriend, Sai. This is not the time to talk about that. Let's leave." Lin Shuhan pulled Tian Xiaoxiao and attempted to sprint away. However, reality always crushed one's wishes. At this moment, Zhao Yunfen's voice came from behind them. "Junior sister Lin." Lin Shuhan wanted to cover her face and pretend that she didn't hear anything. She pulled Tian Xiaoxiao and squeezed into the crowd. Before she could walk further, Zhao Yunfen and his friends had caught up with them. "Junior sister Lin, why are you running away? Are you going back to school? We have a car waiting outside. Why don't we go together?" Zhao Yunfen didn't know that Lin Shuhan was dodging him. He came forward with a smile. "It's all right. We're not going back to school. Since it's winter break, we're going back home," Lin Shuhan replied awkwardly. "No problem. I can ask the driver to send you guys home." Zhao Yunfan refused to give up. "We don't want to burden you." Lin Shuhan rejected his offer without any hesitation. Lin Shuhan, someone called out to her from the left of the crowd. Xiao Yunfan's expression changed instantly. He was too familiar with this voice. Even till death, he would remember it. Chapter 374. You Look Like a Devil. While Xiao Yunfan was immersed in his bad memories, happiness flashed past Lin Shuhan's eyes. She turned her head. As expected, she saw a familiar figure walking over from afar. It was Wang Teng. Han Zu and the other students from Hanghai Military Academy were close behind him. So I was right. I thought I made a mistake. Wang Teng was surprised when he saw Lin Shuhan. I went to Capital Shaya to watch the competition. Lin Shuhan smiled and replied. Wang Teng nodded and continued, Are you going back? I'll give you a lift. Okay. Lin Shuhan nodded and agreed immediately. Let's go. Wang Teng turned around. Then he pretended that he had just noticed Xiao Yunfan and exclaimed, Hey, isn't this Senior Xiao from Donghai University? Why are you here? Looks like we are fated. Fated your head. This was a fatal fate. Xiao Yunfan felt his head spinning as he cursed in his heart. However, in front of Wang Teng, he could only laugh awkwardly and say, Ha ha ha, Junior brother Wang Teng, we just came back from Capital Jia, too. This is just a coincidence. I see. The competition has just ended. Senior Xiao should go back and rest properly. I'll not stay and chat with you. Wang Teng was straightforward. He was too lazy to bullshit with him. Ha ha, you're right. I should go back and rest, Xiao Yunfan replied awkwardly. Goodbye then. Wang Teng cupped his fists and bade farewell. Then he brought Lin Shuhan and her friend away. After they left, Xiao Yunfan's expression gradually turned hideous. From Lin Shuhan's attitude, he knew that he had no chance at all. If it were others, he would persevere and fight for her. But it was Wang Teng. He had no confidence to snatch her from him, or rather, he didn't dare do it. Come on, that brat seemed easy to talk to, but he was brutal in his actions. He remembered Wang Teng's smile at that time clearly. He said that he would be gentle, but he had smashed the brick on him mercilessly as if he were a devil from hell. Why is he so arrogant? Isn't it just a championship? Who knows how he will end up in the future? Lin Shuhan is our campus belle. Why should we give her to him? A student from Donghai University couldn't stand it and complained angrily. Xiao Yunfan gave a bitter smile. Just a champion. How dare he say that? Xiao Yunfan glanced at the student beside him and shook his head slightly. This fellow was too naive. There were many important figures paying attention to the national #1 martial arts competition. Once someone became the champion, they would leave a lasting impression in their minds. This title had its value. Also, Hanghai Military Academy would place more importance on him after he won the competition. They would get him into the military in the future and might even lay out his path for him. Ordinary students like them had to mingle among the different factions for a few years before they had a chance to get a high status. If their circumstances were slightly better, they could enter an organization and progress from there. These two paths were incomparable. In terms of talent, there was nothing to compare either. Wang Teng had defeated all the younger generation talents in the country. He was the cream of the crop. Even the Minister of Education had high hopes for him and said that he could reach the general stage. What did the general stage represent? They were the most powerful bunch of people in this era. They had the highest status in society and enjoyed countless wealth and resources. The difference between them and the ordinary martial warriors was like the sky and the earth. Xiao Yunfan kept quiet, though. This student was speaking up for him. If he refuted, both parties would be unhappy. There were things he couldn't say. There were things you wouldn't understand purely through words. You would have to experience the society personally to understand them. In the car, Wang Teng asked Lin Shuhan, "Why were you with that fellow?" Before Lin Shuhan could reply, Tian Xiaoxiao interrupted her. "We met him on the plane. He kept pestering us. You should stay away from him. He isn't a good person," Wan Baichu suddenly said. "Really? I think Senior Xiao is quite a nice guy." Tian Xiaoxiao felt a little unhappy at Wan Baichu's words. Xiao Yunfan was their senior in university. If others talked bad about him in front of them, they wouldn't look good either. That's because you haven't seen his other side. Wan Baichu sneered. If you go to the Xingwu continent one day and work together with him, you will naturally understand how scheming he is. Tian Xiaoxiao hesitated when she noticed how firm Wan Baichu was in her opinion. Really? What will I get from lying to you? I just want to remind you. It's up to you whether you want to believe me or not. Naive ladies like you will suffer terribly in his hands. Wan Baichu ignored Tian Xiaoxiao after she finished this sentence. Just be careful, Wang Teng said. Lin Chuhan and Tian Xiaoxiao exchanged glances with each other. They nodded and didn't rebuke any more. Wang Teng sent Lin Chuhan and Tian Xiaoxiao home. Lin Chuhan glanced at Wang Teng worriedly after she got out of the car. She explained, "There's nothing between Senior Xiao and me. I met him on the plane. He kept following me. You're afraid that I'll misunderstand you?" Wang Teng teased. "That's not what I mean. You can assume whatever you want." Lin Chuhan's ears turned red, and she ran away. Wang Teng smiled and shook his head. He went back to his car and drove back to school. "Junior Wang Teng, is that your girlfriend?" Wan Baichu winked at him. "How envious. You already have a girlfriend in the first year, a beautiful one too." Han Zhu lamented in a serious tone. "I didn't know you were like this," Wang Teng said. "Your senior is a man too," Han Zhu said helplessly. "Senior sister Wan is single. Why don't you consider her?" Wang Teng sniggered. I'll rather be single than find a boring man like him." Wan Baichu snorted. Han Zhu, Wang Teng burst out laughing. When they reached the university, Peng Yuanshan called them over Peng Yuanshan, and the other teachers had been waiting for some time. They went straight to the topic when they saw Wang Teng. "You brought glory to our school in this national #1 martial arts competition. I'll put this in your portfolio. The competition took up a lot of time, and the new year is almost here. Go back and accompany your families. Have a happy holiday. We can talk about the future arrangements after we come back." It's the new year. Comprehension finally dawned on Wang Teng. No wonder the streets seemed busier on his way back. Everyone was smiling. The students were eager to go home. They bade farewell to one another and left the school. Chapter 375, Dad, the era has changed. After leaving school, Wang Teng called a taxi and went to Deer Garden. Wang Teng gazed out of the car window. Red lanterns were hanging at the side of the road. The auspicious color, red, could be seen everywhere. The pedestrians on the streets had joyful expressions on their faces, exuding peace and happiness all over. A smile crept up on Wang Teng's face as he looked at this scene. This was the reason why many martial warriors were willing to work silently behind the scene. This was a new era. But in every era, there were many people quietly pushing the time forward. Someone needed to carry the burden for society to remain peaceful. To ordinary civilians, battles and deaths were far from their reach. They couldn't see them, so they didn't know how dreadful they were. Many martial warriors would feel that their efforts had paid off when the civilians were able to live their lives properly and have an undisturbed New Year. Wang Teng from Hanghai Military Academy is the champion of the national #1 martial arts competition. The driver was listening to the radio, he exclaimed. The national #1 martial arts competition is a nationwide competition. Wang Teng has really brought honor to our city by taking the championship. Wang Teng touched his nose and smiled. "Mister, you pay attention to the national #1 martial arts competition, too." "Of course. Martial arts are getting more and more common, and even ordinary people like me know about them. I feel that martial arts are very important. That is why the government spent so much time and manpower to host this national #1 martial arts competition," the driver replied. "Mister, you're smart." Wang Teng was surprised. He gave him a thumbs up. "Young man, you came out from Hanghai Military Academy? Are you a student there?" the driver asked. "Yes." "In that case, do you know Wang Teng?" the driver continued asking. "Yes, we are classmates. Wang Teng replied. Wow, your classmate is so impressive. Quick, tell me more about him. Half an hour later, Wang Teng got off outside Deer Garden. Looking at the driver driving the cab away, he laughed and shook his head. He had chatted with the driver for a long time. The driver listened to him with interest and was extremely curious about martial arts. Young Master Wang? The guard immediately let Wang Teng through when he saw him. Thank you for your hard work. Wang Teng smiled as he greeted the guard. Then he walked into the Deer Garden. It's not hard. It's not hard at all. The guards uncontrollably commented when they saw Wang Teng. I heard that young Master Wang was the champion of the national #1 martial arts competition. Impressive. That's right. He is a national champion. I heard that it's not easy to win the championship. I watched the live broadcast. Oh my God, that scene was amazing. He's so powerful. Mom, I'm back. Wang Teng walked into the house and called out to his parents as he usually did. Little Teng is back. Li Shumei was elated. She walked out of the kitchen and wiped her hands on her apron. Then she pulled Wang Teng and said, Come, let me see if you're injured. I'm not hurt. I'm fine. Wang Teng allowed Li Shumei to pull him around. That's great. Your father and I went to watch your competition. The matches were so intense. I almost had a heart attack, Li Shumei said with lingering fears. You went to Capital Zaya to watch the competition? Wang Teng was shocked. Your mom and I came back last night. Wang Shengguo walked out of the living room. Dad? Wang Teng greeted him, then he smiled at Li Shumei and said, It's nothing. Your son is so powerful. Who can even hurt me? You're still boasting? Li Shumei reprimanded him. However, she felt proud when she remembered that Wang Teng was the national champion. Wang Teng chuckled. All right, have some rest quickly. I'll go back to the kitchen. Li Shumei returned to continue cooking. Wang Shengguo and Wang Teng sat down in the living room. Where is Dodo? I didn't see her, Wang Teng asked. She's sleeping upstairs. Wang Shengguo smiled. He whispered, What's this national #1 martial arts competition for? Why did they showcase the competition to the public? As expected, a smart and experienced person like Wang Shengguo immediately noticed the crux of the problem. Wang Teng hesitated before replying slowly, Dad, the times have changed. Where is this era heading to? Wang Shengguo frowned. Don't worry. No matter where it's going, there will be someone clearing the path, Wang Teng said. What about you? Wang Shengguo asked me. Wang Teng thought for a moment before he grinned. One day I'll possess the strength to protect everyone. All you have to do is to wait for your retirement. Wang Shengguo felt complicated as he looked at Wang Teng. His son had grown up. He could protect this family now. He should be happy. Many of his friends knew that his son was the champion of the national #1 martial arts competition. They were aware that he was a powerful martial warrior. After the competition ended, many of his business partners called him specially to congratulate him. Even the elite families who had belittled their Wang family in the past called him to chat and seek opportunities for cooperation. All these things made him proud. But whenever he remembered the frightening matches between the martial warriors, his heart would be filled with worry. Martial warriors were able to shatter rocks with their strength. The more powerful ones could even make use of the force of nature. It was a power that could turn the world upside down. Imagine the consequences of this attack landing on a person. However, what could he say? His son had already chosen the martial arts path and entered a top university. In the future, he would undoubtedly join the military. His future was bright. Was he supposed to stop his son? I don't know anything about martial arts. Your mom and I just hope that you will be safe. You're our only son. We're still waiting for you to take care of us when we're old, Wang Shengguo said. Don't worry, I'm scared of death too. I'll definitely be the one who lives the longest, Wang Teng said. Seriously, Wang Shengguo was caught between laughter and tears. Very soon, Li Shumei finished preparing the food. They sat around the dining table and the atmosphere was harmonious. Dudu also got up, but she was still in a daze. She looked at Wang Teng and thought that she was dreaming. She rubbed her eyes and said, Am I dreaming? I dreamed that elder brother is back. Li Shumei and Wang Shengguo burst out laughing. Dodo? Pinch your cheeks. Is it painful? Dodo pinched her cheeks absent-mindedly. She screamed, "Ouch!" Everyone laughed at her reaction. The meal ended in peals of laughter. At night, Wang Teng lay on the big bed in his bedroom. Gentle moonlight was filtering through the window, making everything look surreal. It seemed to be another world at home, a place far away from martial arts. He could hear the voices of his parents, the sound of the news broadcast on the television, and Dodo's happy laughter. Everything seemed peaceful and tranquil. Wang Teng closed his eyes and slipped into the dreamland under the gentle moonlight. He would protect this peace. He wouldn't allow anyone to destroy it. Chapter 376, Visiting Before New Year. Wang Teng's body completely relaxed after he went back home, releasing all the stress he had accumulated. He slept until 9:30 a.m. the next day. Li Xiumei didn't wake him up either. She felt that practicing martial arts in school must be very tiring, so he should rest properly at home. Besides, he rarely came home. At 9:30 a.m., Wang Teng woke up in his room. He glanced around him and took a moment before he regained his senses. He was at home. He shook his head and laughed. Then he stretched his back and walked into the bathroom with a yawn. After freshening up, he went downstairs. When Li Xiumei heard his footsteps, she walked out of the kitchen with a smile. "You're awake. Why don't you get some more rest?" "I can't sleep anymore. I got used to waking up early," Wang Teng said. "It's tiring to practice martial arts," Li Xiumei lamented. "No pain, no gain." Wang Teng shook his head with a smile. Li Xiumei took out his breakfast. There was congee, fried dough fritters, steamed buns, and many other dishes. Upon smelling the fragrance, Wang Teng immediately sat down and started stuffing his mouth with food. Delicious. It's just congee and fried dough fritters. What's so delicious about them? Li Xiumei smiled sweetly. "That's not right. How can outside food be compared to homemade food?" Wang Teng stuffed a fried dough fritter in his mouth. His voice was muffled. "Today is the 24th of the 12th month in the lunar calendar." "I'll cook more delicious food for your dinner," Li Xiumei said. "It's the 24th already." Wang Teng was startled. "What do you think? Time sure flies," Wang Teng exclaimed. Indeed. Half a year had gone by since he was reborn. However, Wang Teng felt as if a generation had passed. It was unreal. After breakfast, Wang Teng walked out of his house. He saw his spirit flame, Ghost Crow, Little White, playing with Dodo in the courtyard. "You're back. Caw!" The moment Wang Teng appeared, Little White cawed at him. Recently, he let Little White loose and let it fend for itself. As long as it didn't fly too far away, it wouldn't be in any kind of danger. Also, if there was anything, Wang Teng would know it firsthand through the spiritual pet contact. It wouldn't be a problem. As its ability increased, Little White's size also followed suit. Dodo was now able to lay her small figure on its body. At the moment, Little White was flying Dodo up into the air on its back. The little girl laughed happily like a lark. Little White was smart. It knew how to ensure a child's safety, so Wang Teng wasn't worried. Dodo patted Little White's back when she saw Wang Teng. They landed on the ground and she pounced on Wang Teng. "Brother, Little White is so fun." The girl was beaming with joy, her forehead covered with perspiration. This brat seemed to have gotten plump. Her cheeks were round and fat, making Wang Teng pinch them uncontrollably. "Have you been only eating and sleeping recently? You have gotten so much fatter," he asked with a smile. "Huh? No, I don't. I practice martial arts too. If you don't believe me, I'll show it to you." Dodo broke free from Wang Teng's arms and started practicing her radio exercise. She shouted every time she punched her fist. This was what Wang Teng had taught her before. To his surprise, she remembered it clearly. Her form was much more presentable now. A hint of astonishment flashed across Wang Teng's eyes. He helped her wipe the sweat off her forehead and said, all right, I believe you. I didn't know our Dudu was so talented. You did great, really." Dudu's big eyes lit up when she heard Wang Teng's compliment. She looked at him in anticipation, hoping to get recognized by him. "Of course, Wang Teng smiled and said, "Brother, can you teach Dodu something more powerful?" Dodu asked hopefully. "Yes, but you still have to practice the radio exercise. You need to get proficient in it," Wang Teng replied. "Okay, I'll continue practicing until I'm very familiar with it." Dodu nodded her small head earnestly. "Good girl." Then Wang Teng accompanied the little girl in her practice. Many things were a piece of cake for him now, but he still taught Dodu patiently and corrected her small mistakes. Wang Teng accompanied his family the entire day. The next morning he greeted Li Xiumei and prepared to leave in his car. "Son, where are you going?" Li Xiumei walked out hurriedly. There was an ambiguous glimmer in her eyes as she stared at Wang Teng intently. I'm going to visit my classmate," Wang Teng replied casually. "You're going to visit Lin Chuhan, right?" Li Xiumei gave a knowing expression. "How do you know?" Wang Teng touched his forehead. Sometimes he admired how accurate his mother's sixth sense was. She was like a detective. Do you think you can fool your mom? Wait!" Li Xiumei threw him a haughty look before rushing inside. "Mom, what are you doing?" Wang Teng called out behind her. However, he only saw Li Xiumei's hasty back view. He didn't get a reply. He couldn't defy his mother's order, so he had no choice but to wait. 10 minutes later, Li Xiumei came out with many bags in her hand. She opened the door of the passenger seat and stuffed the bags in the car. "What are these?" Wang Teng was puzzled. "These are gifts your dad received from others. We can't get enough of them, so bring them along, you stupid brat. How can you visit other people empty-handed? If I were your future mother-in-law, I'd be furious," Li Xiumei rebuked him. Wang Teng, future mother-in-law, his mom had thought so far ahead. "Go on," Li Xiumei urged him after placing the bags down and closing the door. Wang Teng touched his nose and drove the car away. At times like this, it was better to never refute your mother. It was useless. All his struggles would be futile. On his way to Lin Chuhan's house, Wang Teng glanced at the gifts on the passenger seat and shook his head helplessly. Although he had lived 2 lives, this was his first experience in such affairs. Soon, he reached his destination and parked the car. Wang Teng lugged all the bags and headed to Lin Chuhan's house. On the way, her neighbors sized him up curiously. They seemed to be gossiping. Lin Chuhan's family owned a small convenience stall. New Year was around the corner, so business was booming. Lin Chuhan was helping her mother out in the stall. Mother Lin had sharp eyes. The moment Wang Teng came close, she noticed him. She ignored her customer and welcomed Wang Teng immediately.
Wang Teng, you're here.
"Auntie, I came to visit you." Wang Teng smiled and passed the gifts to her. "There's no need to bring so many gifts. What a waste of money." Mother Lin kept blaming Wang Teng for wasting money, but she couldn't hide her smile. She pulled him into the house. "It's nothing. I brought them from home, so I didn't spend any money. It's the thought that counts, right? I forgot about this when I came out. My mum was the one who prepared this for me," Wang Teng replied. "Your mother knew that you were coming here?" Mother Lin was surprised. She has known for a long time. After all, my father was the one who asked my head teacher to arrange Chuhan as my table buddy. Wang Teng smiled and replied. Chapter 377, Heal. Mother Lin heaved a sigh of relief. Wang Teng's parents knew of Lin Chuhan's existence and seemed to have a good impression of her. Her smile got wider. She knew that Wang Teng's family was wealthy, so she feared that his parents would look down on them. From the looks of it, though, his parents didn't discriminate against them. They wouldn't be an obstacle between the 2 youngsters. A mother knew her daughter the best. Mother Lin could tell that Lin Chuhan treated Wang Teng differently. Naturally, she hoped that they would have a good ending. Mother Lin pulled Wang Teng into the house and said to Lin Chuhan, "Chuhan, stop working." "Wang Teng is here?" "Why are you here?" Lin Chuhan bagged the customer's item and collected the money before she turned and spoke to Wang Teng. "Did you forget what I told you?" Wang Teng asked. Lin Chuhan was stunned for a moment. Then she remembered and her eyes beamed with joy. "You're here for Chuxia?" "What about Chuxia?" Mother Lin asked curiously. Chuhan didn't tell you, Wang Teng asked in surprise. I didn't tell Mom. I was afraid that she would rejoice too soon, Lin Chuhan explained. She then said to Mother Lin, Mom, Wang Teng found a cure for Chuxia. Really? Mother Lin was startled, staring at Wang Teng in a daze. Yes, Wang Teng nodded. Mother Lin covered her mouth. Tears welled up in her eyes uncontrollably. Mom, why are you crying? This is a good thing. Lin Chuhan hurriedly consoled her. She went forward and hugged her mother. I'm happy. I'm not crying. I didn't cry. Mother Lin wiped her tears away. Let's go. We should give it a try, Wang Teng said. Okay. Mother Lin was excited. Suppressing the happiness in her heart, Lin Chuhan also nodded. She closed the shop and brought Wang Teng upstairs. By the time they arrived in front of Lin Chuxia's room, she had already heard the commotion. She looked at Wang Teng hopefully, asking with a nervous voice, Brother-in-law, did you really find a cure? Wang Teng smiled and nodded. He didn't say much and took out the lunar eclipse poison scripture directly. He gave it to Lin Chuxia. Take a look at this scripture. If you don't understand anything, you can ask me. Wang Teng said. Lunar eclipse poison scripture. Lin Chuxia was elated when she saw the name of the scripture. She immediately flipped the book open. This was her first time cultivating a force skill scripture. Naturally, there were many things she didn't understand. Wang Teng patiently answered all her queries. The entire process lasted for more than half an hour. Lin Chuxia finally digested the entire lunar eclipse poison scripture. Under Wang Teng's guidance, she sat down cross-legged. Lin Chuhan and Mother Lin got nervous. They seemed even tenser than Lin Chuxia. Don't be afraid. I'll be helping you at the side. If there's a problem, we'll deal with it in time. Wang Teng reassured her, noticing her apprehension. All right. Lin Chuxia nodded. She looked at the gentle smile on Wang Teng's face and felt at ease. After taking a deep breath, she closed her eyes. Based on the lunar eclipse poison scripture, she started guiding the poison force in her body, and her cultivation began. Lin Chuxia spent more than 10 minutes before she entered the cultivation state. Wang Teng placed one hand on her back to sense the movement of poison force. This was to prevent accidents from happening. Fortunately, Lin Chuxia was talented. Although her first cultivation session was a little slow, no accidents happened. The poison force in her body followed the route given by the scripture and circulated throughout her body before flowing into her force nucleus. Wang Teng secretly heaved a sigh of relief. This went smoother than expected. Lin Chuhan saw him removing his hand from Lin Chuxia's back. She asked nervously, How is she? Don't worry, everything is going smoothly, Wang Teng replied. That's great. Lin Chuhan and Mother Lin sighed in relief. The three of them waited quietly at the side. Rather than staying idle, Wang Teng scanned the room. There were many attribute bubbles scattered here. Poison Force 12, Demon Lotus Poison Body 5, Poison Force 15, Poison Force 20, Demon Lotus Poison Body 8. He picked them up. All the attribute bubbles merged into Wang Teng's body. His poison force increased tremendously, and his Demon Lotus poison body slowly took shape. Poison Force 335-2000, 4-star Demon Lotus poison body 680-10,000. More than an hour later, Lin Chuhan suddenly exclaimed in a low voice, Look at Chuxia's face. Wang Teng had already noticed the change in Lin Chuxia. The poison spots on her face were gradually shrinking, and her face was slowly returning to its original state. Mother Lin clasped Lin Chuhan's hand and held her breath. She was extremely nervous. She was afraid that her slightest action would interrupt Lin Chuxia's change. Time trickled by. Another hour passed. The poison spots on Lin Chuxia's face had disappeared entirely, revealing a beautiful face that looked slightly similar to Lin Chuhan's. It was smooth and round, with no traces of the ugly patches from earlier. Lin Chuxia took a deep breath and slowly opened her eyes. Chuxia, Mother Lin looked at her daughter emotionally, tears welling up in her eyes. Mom, sis, Lin Shuxia could notice something different from their expressions. However, she was still apprehensive. Lin Shuhan rushed out of the room and came back soon with a mirror. In the past, Lin Shuxia felt inferior because of her ugly appearance. Hence, there were no mirrors in her room. When Lin Shuhan handed her the mirror, Lin Shuxia didn't take it. She didn't even dare to look at it. Lin Shuhan nodded her head, giving her confidence. Lin Shuxia glanced at Wang Teng and Mother Lin, seeing encouragement in their expressions. She mustered up her courage and accepted the mirror to look at her reflection. The next instant, she saw a pretty and smooth face. Her eyes widened in astonishment. The pretty face stared back at her in disbelief, too. Then her expression changed again, and she looked elated. Her face kept changing, displaying her complex emotions. Lin Shuxia touched her face. Tears were flowing down her cheeks. The mother and daughters hugged one another. They laughed and cried as if venting their many years of suffering. Wang Teng walked out of the room slowly to give them some space. The moment he walked out, he saw a black figure flashing at the end of the corridor. Wang Teng hesitated, but he still walked over. He pushed the door and entered the room. He saw the dispirited middle-aged man again. It was Lin Shuhan's father. He was sitting in the wheelchair with beer bottles all around him. When Wang Teng walked in, he didn't raise his head. The room turned silent. Some moments later, a hoarse voice came from his mouth. "Thank you." Wang Teng didn't know what to say. In the end, he could only reply, "This is what I should do." Sometime later, Wang Teng walked out of the room. The three ladies had regained their composure and came out of Lin Shuxia's room. Chapter 378. I educated her successfully. Why did you come out from my father's room? Lin Shuhan was startled. I went to wish him a happy new year. Why? I can't do that, asked Wang Teng. Really? My father? Lin Shuhan was confused. She knew her father's condition. He never came out of his room, much less converse and interact with other people. Mother Lin and Lin Shuxia were looking at Wang Teng with a puzzled expression too. Wang Teng stopped teasing them and told them what had happened just now. Mother Lin's gaze turned gentle instantly. That old fellow is still concerned about his daughter. She had been carrying the burden of her family all these years. It would be a lie to say that she wasn't bitter, but now her eldest daughter had entered a top university and her youngest daughter's mysterious illness was cured. She would be able to live like a normal person in the future. There was also no need for her to splurge on her medical bills, so most of her worries were gone. Even if Father Lin couldn't recover, she could hold up this family on her own. My father, it's difficult for him too, Lin Shuhan said. That's right. Mom, Dad doesn't feel good either. Don't blame him. Lin Shuxia agreed. All right, I'm too lazy to blame him when I have you all around me, Mother Lin said. Actually, with the current medical technology, it's not difficult to get a prosthetic limb. He can still live like a normal person. In the future, it might be possible for him to even recover his legs, Wang Teng said. That's right. Anything is possible in this era. Lin Shuhan consoled her mother. Once I start earning money, we can think of ways to treat Dad. Me too. When I earn more money in the future, I'll find a cure for Dad's legs. Then I'll let you all travel the world. Lin Shuhan spoke up. Your thoughts matter the most. Mother Lin was happy that her daughters were sensible. But she still sighed and said, However, it's hard for your dad to accept his fate. If he can overcome his own mental barrier, he will be able to live properly, with or without legs. Wang Teng nodded. It was a tremendous blow for a martial warrior to lose his legs and force nucleus. It was understandable why Father Lin was unable to overcome the psychological trauma. Father Lin's generation was the first batch of martial warriors. Earth had just changed, so you could imagine how hard it was for them to become martial warriors. Naturally, they enjoyed a high status in society. Falling from the throne would be hard to accept for someone of their stature. They stopped talking about Father Lin. Mother Lin pulled Wang Teng and said, I don't know how to thank you for helping Shuxia to recover. Let me cook for you in the evening. You must stay. Wang Teng wanted to reject her, but Lin Chuhan said, stay for dinner. My mom won't be able to sleep if she doesn't do something. Brother-in-law, come. Let me show you the result of my gun skill. Lin Chuxia pulled Wang Teng into her room after regaining her health. She became more outspoken. She didn't have to worry about interacting with other people anymore. In the past, when her sister and mom wanted to get close to her, they had to be very careful. Although they could touch her, they couldn't do it freely like now. All of these things had affected their lifestyles. However, they didn't have to worry anymore. I'll help Mom with dinner. Go and have some fun yourselves. Lin Chuhan accompanied Mother Lin down to buy groceries and make dinner. Wang Teng touched his nose. He saw Lin Chuxia taking out a toy gun from her drawer. Lin Chuxia took the toy gun and casually fired a few shots out of the window. Martial warriors had powerful eyesight. Wang Teng saw the bullets changing directions in mid-air before hitting a little rat that just peeked out from the drain. All the bullets hit the rat. The little rat was stunned. It just came up from the drain and got hit by bullets from the sky. Of course, these were plastic bullets, so the damage was minimal. The little rat shrieked in pain before scurrying back down the drain. Lin Chuxia chucked when she saw her work of art. Cheeky. Wang Teng laughed as he tapped her forehead. What do you think? I've improved compared to the last time, right? Lin Chuxia smiled proudly. Not bad. You can cultivate force in the future with rune guns. Your shots will be much more powerful, Wang Teng replied. Most martial disciples trained their bodies first, before cultivating force and becoming martial warriors. However, Lin Chuxia was different. She had a special physique, so she was able to cultivate force directly. Actually, she was almost at the 2-star soldier level already. Rune bullets and rune guns must be expensive, Lin Chuxia said. When you reach the 3-star soldier level, I'll gift you a rune gun, Wang Teng replied. Really? Lin Chuxia was shocked. She had been learning gun skills, so she specially went to check the prices of rune guns. They were all expensive. A 1-star rune gun was priced at a few million. Her family couldn't save that much money in 10 years. This is nothing for high-rank martial warriors. Wang Teng smiled and said, I'll have to become a high-rank martial warrior too. Although Dad was a martial warrior, there wasn't much money left for the family because he needed to cultivate. It's not easy for martial warriors to earn money. Lin Chuxia lamented. Wang Teng was stunned after thinking about it carefully. He had to admit that Lin Chuxia was right. Not all martial warriors were as wealthy as him. Most martial warriors could earn money faster than ordinary people, but they needed a large number of resources to cultivate. Hence, they spent faster than they earned. Sometimes they couldn't even buy a good weapon. Don't worry. Other people might not be able to afford it, but that doesn't mean I can't. Since I said I'll gift you a gun, then I will gift you a gun, I promise. Wang Teng assured her, Your words, not mine. I won't go easy on you. Lin Chuxia giggled. Wang Teng smiled and nodded. Actually, he had many weapons he didn't need in his space ring. He wouldn't be using them, and selling them wasn't worth it either. He would rather give it to his friends. Ha, I'll work hard then. Lin Chuxia smiled. All the best. However, you're young and you didn't go to school in the past, so you're lagging in your studies. The most important thing now is to catch up with your studies before considering whether you should enter university in advance to cultivate, Wang Teng said. Lin Chuxia placed her hand on her chin and looked at Wang Teng as he spoke. She didn't reply to him. She just nodded. However, I suggest that you shouldn't let others know about your special physique and the fact that you're already a martial warrior. You can reveal it slowly once you get into a university. At that time, the leaders of your institution will naturally pay attention to you. They will take special care of a rare talent like you. Wang Teng noticed Lin Chuxia's reaction, but he didn't think much. He continued speaking. Why didn't they pay attention to me in the past? Lin Chuxia frowned and asked. Wang Teng hesitated before persuading her earnestly. A person will only be recognized after they have displayed their worth. What's more, you might be the first poison element martial warrior on Earth. Before they know how powerful poison element martial warriors can be, they might not give you special attention. This is the reality of life. You will have to forge a path yourself. When you're strong, your family will be able to live better. He knew that. Lin Chuxia felt bitter. Anyone would feel that way. But just like what he said, the world would continue spinning even if someone died. There was no unconditional love. Without Lin Chuhan, he wouldn't know about Lin Chuxia's condition, and he wouldn't solve it for her. Lin Chuxia was in deep thought. After some time, her frown disappeared, and she nodded firmly. I understand. I'll become stronger and take control of my own life. I won't let anyone control me. Also, if anyone dares to bully my family in the future, I'll show them what I can do. Wang Teng smiled when he saw her fierce expression. He realized that Lin Chuxia was more mature than he thought. She was able to grasp things easily. She wouldn't get fooled into risking her life for others just because they did her a small favor. She wasn't a happy-go-lucky person. The martial warrior's world was full of peril. Wang Teng had seen many deaths, so he didn't wish Lin Chuxia to enter this world without careful consideration. He didn't want her to get hurt in the future. I educated her successfully. Near 6 p.m., Mother Lin and Lin Chuhan finished cooking dinner for everyone. They called Wang Teng down to eat. Mother Lin had put in much effort to thank Wang Teng. The table was filled with an array of dishes. Although they weren't expensive, they looked sumptuous and fragrant. This was the first time Lin Chuxia could sit with her family and eat dinner together. Happiness shimmered in her eyes. They could tell that she was elated. Mother Lin and Lin Chuhan were also joyful. Their only regret was Father Lin. Mother Lin kept putting food on Wang Teng's and Lin Chuxia's plates. The smile on her face never dropped. This sweet and sour lychee meatball is made by Lin Chuhan. Try it, Mother Lin said as she took some food for Wang Teng. Wang Teng glanced at Lin Chuhan and smiled. Lin Chuhan avoided his gaze shyly, but she would still steal a few peeks. She felt a little nervous. Wang Teng took the lychee meatball first and tried it. His eyes lit up. Delicious. This lychee meatball was cooked really well. It was tender and crisp, sweet and sour, perfectly suiting his palate. Lin Chuhan heaved a sigh of relief. Mother Lin chuckled secretly when she noticed her reaction. There was nothing to say about Lin Chuhan and Mother Lin's cooking skills. Wang Teng never put down his chopsticks. Peals of laughter continuously rang out during the meal. Everyone had a great time at the dinner table. After dinner, Wang Teng stayed a while longer. He told Lin Chuxia what she needed to take note of during her cultivation. Then he left the house. Lin Chuhan sent him off. Chapter 379. Happy New Year. Where's my red packet? It was already past 8 p.m. when Wang Teng reached home. Wang Shengguo was back. He was watching TV with Li Xiumei in the living room. Dudo was having fun with Little White at the side. The little girl's laughter echoed in the entire living room. Son, how was it? Li Xiumei immediately moved over and asked when she saw Wang Teng opening the door. Wang Shengguo appeared to be watching the television, but his ears were perked up. What do you mean? Wang Teng pretended like he didn't know. He walked into the living room and plonked on the sofa. Dodo, come over here. Coming. Dodo abandoned Little White and stumbled towards Wang Teng, jumping into his arms. Don't try to play dumb, tell me. Li Xiumei glared at him. She didn't buy his nonsense at all. Instead, she walked over and pulled his ear. Mom, let go, save some dignity for me in front of Dodo, Wang Teng shouted. Dodo laughed happily. Are you going to tell me or not? Li Xiumei said. Yes, I will. I'll tell you everything you want to know. I'll not hide anything from you. Wang Teng immediately succumbed to his mother's might 7-star soldier-level martial warrior. That was nothing. You had to admit defeat when you should. Wang Shengguo sniggered secretly. Ever since his son came back, his wife had shifted her firepower to him. This feels so good. How was your visit? Did her parents like you? Li Xiumei asked. It was good. They like me very much, Wang Teng boasted. Really? Li Xiumei looked suspicious. She didn't believe him. Of course. Whose son am I? Wang Teng flattered his mother indirectly. That's true. My son is indeed outstanding. Li Xiumei nodded. My genes are not bad either, Wang Shengguo said. Shush. Li Xiumei rolled her eyes at him in disdain. Then she smiled and asked Wang Teng, How's her family? Tell Mom more about them. Wang Teng pondered for a moment. He felt that there was nothing to hide, so he briefly explained Lin Chuhan's family condition to her. Wang Shengguo and Li Xiumei already had a general idea, but they didn't know the details. After listening to Wang Teng, they finally understood Lin Chuhan's family background. Li Xiumei felt sad for Lin Chuhan. She lamented, I didn't know that this child has suffered so much ever since she was young. Her father was a martial warrior. I didn't know that. Speaking about it, being a martial warrior is really dangerous. She looked at Wang Teng worriedly. Mom, don't worry. I'm very powerful. No one can hurt me. Wang Teng comforted her. Sigh, forget it. You're not young anymore. I can't stop you. However, you must take care of yourself. Li Xiumei didn't forget to remind him. I know, Wang Teng nodded quickly. You said that you cured Chuxia's strange illness, Wang Shengguo asked. They had seen Lin Chuxia before, so they knew that there were poison patches on her face. She couldn't live like her peers. They were concerned about her. That's right. It isn't an illness but a special physique. When I went to the Xingwu continent, I coincidentally found a way to handle her special physique, Wang Teng said. I see. Wang Shengguo nodded. He was contemplating something. Her face is healed? Li Xiumei was elated. I could tell that that young lady was a beauty. She must be pretty after her face is healed. Yes. Wang Teng smiled and replied, Mom, you're right. She's as pretty as her sister. All right. Bring them over for a meal. Your dad and I want to meet them, Li Xiumei said. Wang Teng was in a dilemma. Was this considered meeting each other's parents? He hadn't confirmed his relationship with Lin Chuhan yet. How was he supposed to invite her without a valid reason? What's the problem? You went to their house and met her parents. Don't you think your dad and I should meet her too? Li Xiumei glanced at Wang Teng from the corner of her eyes. A frightening aura surged out of her body. Wang Teng shivered. He immediately nodded and replied, Yes, you should. I'll definitely bring her home when there's a chance. You don't need to look for a chance. Bring her after the new year. Li Xiumei threatened him. Can we push it back? Wang Teng made his final struggle with caution. What do you think? Li Xiumei glared at him. It's just a meal. Your mom and I aren't hard to interact with. What are you so worried about? Wang Shengguo chimed in. All right. Wang Teng admitted defeat in the end. He couldn't avoid it. All kinds of images flashed past her mind. Confession was a skill, too. What on earth should he do? Wang Teng felt that his brain was about to explode. This was the first time he had met such a difficult situation. Why weren't there any confession attributes? Boss system, you're not comprehensive. The next day, Wang Teng woke up bright and early and went to the basement. Some time ago, he had asked Wang Shengguo to clean out a room for him. He wanted to practice alchemy and smithery. Wang Shengguo even looked for professionals to design the alchemy room, smithery room, and the rune workshop. These 3 rooms were interconnected and fully equipped. Wang Teng nodded in satisfaction when he saw them. He started working. Wang Shengguo had already laid out the skeleton of his new company. He was waiting for products so that he could enter the market. Wang Teng contemplated for a moment and decided to make some 1-star and 2-star healing and force recovery Dan medicines first. There was always a shortage of these Dan medicines. The demand for them was high among the low-rank martial warriors. They needed to purchase these medicines before they went to the Xingwu continent all the time. Wang Teng was an advanced stage alchemist now, so making these low-rank Dan medicines was a breeze for him. He relied on picking up attributes to increase his proficiency, so he had more experience compared to other advanced stage alchemists. He multitasked and started more than 10 furnaces at once. This was mass production. He had informed Wang Shengguo beforehand that this alchemy room was going to be used for mass production. Hence, his father had arranged more than 10 furnaces in one row, making it easy for him to operate them. After half a day passed, Wang Teng had managed to make a few thousand Dan medicines. None of his attempts failed. The success rate was astonishing. If other alchemists saw him working, their eyes would pop out. He wasn't a human. This should last for some time. Wang Teng nodded. He kept the den medicines in jade bottles and stuffed them in his space ring. He glanced at his phone. It was lunchtime. He left the basement and went back to the living room. There was a guest visiting them. Wang Teng was startled. Wang Shengguo was sending a middle-aged man off. When the man saw Wang Teng, his eyes lit up. This must be Mr. Wang's son. "Ha ha, yes, it's him." Wang Shengguo smiled. "This is Uncle Zhao, one of the business partners of our company." Wang Shengguo introduced the man. Uncle Zhao, Wang Teng greeted him. "You're too kind. You're a young and promising youth. I heard that you became the champion of the national #1 martial arts competition. You have a bright future ahead." The middle-aged man waved his hand. "You're flattering me." Wang Teng smiled humbly. They exchanged a few polite words before he left. When Wang Shengguo came back, he shook his head and said, "You're more popular than me now. These people all come for you." "They're quite well informed," Wang Teng said. "They're all businessmen. They will fish where the fishes are. Our company caused quite a commotion in the past, so they probably received the news a long time ago. Now that you've become the champion, they will definitely act without delay." Wang Shengguo said, "I'll have to rely on you to handle them." Wang Teng smiled. All he had was the title. Wang Shengguo was the one who would handle the operations of the company. Wang Teng stayed at home for the next few days and made Dan medicines, weapons, and runes. He produced a huge number of low-rank items in a short span of a few days. There was a full range of items. As he was busy with production, the eve of the new year arrived silently. On New Year's Eve, Wang Teng's family got up early in the morning. They had already cleaned the house. They would be heading to the old residence to spend the new year with Grandpa Wang. At 9 a.m., Wang Teng and his family arrived at the old residence. His oldest uncle, Wang Shenggong, and his youngest uncle, Wang Shengjun, and his aunt, Wang Jialing, arrived one after another. All of them were here for the new year. "My impressive grandson is back. Come, let me take a good look at you." Grandpa Wang beamed from ear to ear when he saw Wang Teng. He grabbed his hand firmly. "Grandpa, Happy New Year." Wang Teng smiled and said, "Good, good, come, let's go in." Grandpa Wang was beyond elated. "Let me also take a look at the genius." Wang Shenghong's eyes were shimmering as he laughed heartily. "Cousin?" His older cousin, Wang Yanan, walked over and greeted him with a bright smile. "Little Teng." Wang Teng's third uncle and aunt crowded around him and greeted him enthusiastically. "Uncle, aunt, cousin Yanan. Third uncle, third aunt, uncle." Wang Teng called everyone. "Little Teng is now the champion of the national #1 martial arts competition. Are you planning to enter the military in the future?" His third uncle, Wang Shengjun, smiled and asked, "I should be entering the military in the future. However, I'll have to wait for the school's arrangement," Wang Teng replied. "Based on your portfolio, you will climb the ranks quickly," Wang Shengjun said. "Of course, little Teng is a genius. Hanghai Military Academy will treat him like a treasure." Wang Shenghong chimed in. They chatted casually while pasting the Spring Festival couplets and lanterns. The ladies went into the kitchen to prepare dinner. Firecrackers could already be heard going off outside. Their phones rang non-stop. The Wang family was a large family with many connections. Thus, many people called to wish them a happy new year. Furthermore, Wang Teng had risen to fame recently, so the Wang family got even more popular. There were many more people calling them compared to the previous year. Wang Shenggong and Wang Shengjun were having a great time interacting with other people. They didn't find it a hassle. Wang Teng made a few calls, too. Naturally, Dan Taixuan was the first on the list. She was his master, so she had to be the first. "Hello." A lazy voice came from the other end of the phone. "Master, Happy New Year. Where's my red packet?" Wang Teng sniggered. Chapter 380. The New Year's Eve, Dan Taixuan's face turned black when she heard Wang Teng's voice. Do I look so old to you? I should be the one asking for red packets from others. How dare you ask for one from one? You're getting arrogant, aren't you? Wang Teng immediately sensed a dangerous vibe from the other end. He laughed awkwardly and replied, "Ha ha! I'm kidding. I called to wish you a happy new year. As your beloved disciple, I can forget about everyone, but I'll still remember you. What a sweet mouth you have. All right, since you're so sensible, I'll give you a red packet." "I will give you a large gift after the new year," Dan Taishuan said. "Large gift? What large gift?" Wang Teng asked hurriedly, feeling excited in his heart. Dan Taishuan was the ultimate boss. Her large gift must be expensive. You will know soon. Dan Taishuan hung up after she replied to him. She didn't give Wang Teng any chance to probe further. Wang Teng looked at his phone. Somehow, he felt that Dan Taishuan's tone was strange. He suddenly had a bad feeling. He shook his head and stopped thinking about it. Just when he was about to call Peng Yuan Shan, his phone rang with a notification sound. It was a red packet. He opened it. It was from Dan Taishuan. A huge red packet with 8.88 million inside. One of the pros of this world was the high limit for WeChat red packets. The red packet was sent and received without any hiccups. Although my master is evil and has a sharp tongue, her heart is soft, Wang Teng chortled. He collected the money without any worries before sending a husky sticker over to thank her. Dan Taishuan replied with a sticker with an arrogant expression. Then Wang Teng called Peng Yuanshan, Tong Hu, and the other heads and instructors. He obediently wished them a happy new year. The heads and instructors were elated at his consideration and sent him sizable red packets generously. Wang Teng also called the principal of the Donghai branch Jixin Martial House, Fu Tiandao. They chatted for a while before Fu Tiandao said, "It has been a while since you came to the academy. If you have time, visit us after the new year and pass your experience to the other martial warriors here." "I'm still a student. I don't have any experience to pass." Wang Teng found it funny. "That's different. You are the champion of the national #1 martial arts competition and have reached the 6-star soldier level. You are the idol of many martial warriors here," Fu Tiandao replied. "All right, I won't say that I'm sharing my experience. This can be an interactive session with the other martial warriors to exchange takebacks." Wang Teng couldn't reject him again. Okay, Fu Tiandao was joyful. He smiled and said, "Don't worry, it won't take up too much of your time." "Oh, right. Our president is coming to Donghai on the 5th day of the new year. He says he wants to meet you. The president wants to meet me?" Wang Teng was flabbergasted. "Your performance during the national #1 martial arts competition was too eye-catching. Even the president wants to see you." Fu Tiandao laughed. He was the one who got Wang Teng into the Jixin martial house. Hence, when Wang Teng yielded such brilliant results, he naturally got his due credit. The Martial Arts Academy was considering changing his position and raising his benefits. "All right, I'll arrive on time on the 5th, Wang Teng replied. After hanging up, Wang Teng pondered for some time. The president of Jixin Martial House was a general stage boss. There was no harm in meeting him. He might even gain another powerful support, and his Wang family would be able to progress steadily in Donghai. "Cousin Wang Teng, it's time to eat." Wang Teng's younger cousin, Fang Qianwen, ran out of the house to inform him. "All right, I'm coming." Wang Teng kept his phone in his pocket. He smiled and entered the room with her. A large round table was placed in the middle of the living room. An array of plates and bowls piled with delicious food were spread out on the table. There were fish, meat, lobster, abalone, rice cake, dumplings, and many other delicacies. The reunion dinner started officially. Everyone sat down. Alcohol and drinks were passed around the table as they chatted happily. It was a harmonious sight. Fireworks dazzled the sky outside. The sound of firecrackers entertained their ears for a long time. The scene was bustling. The Spring Festival Gala was playing on the television with dances, songs, crosstalks, and short acts. It was wonderful. Happiness shone on everyone's faces, especially Grandpa Wang. It was impossible not to be happy. All his family was here, 3 whole generations besides. He had many grandchildren. In the past year, Wang Teng had taken a huge step forward. No, it was more like a leap. The rise of Wang Teng allowed the Wang family to reach a new height, one that he didn't manage to achieve in his lifetime. They were in the limelight now. Many large families fought to cooperate and work with them. The family heads of many prominent families would treat him politely when they saw him. He knew that this was all because of Wang Teng, martial warriors. This era belonged to the martial warriors. A talented martial warrior was enough to change the fate of a family. The Wang family was moving towards an elite family. After some time, they would be able to enter the highest circle and stand alongside the various elite families in the country. "Wang Teng, have a drink with me." Grandpa Wang raised his cup and smiled at Wang Teng. "Grandpa, I should be the one toasting you." Wang Teng got up quickly. "New year, a new beginning. May you remain healthy and have all your wishes come true." "Good, good. Sit down. You don't have to get up. There's no need to be polite with your family." Grandpa Wang was beaming with joy. He finished the liquor in his hand in a single gulp and looked around him. He said, "All of you should know why the Wang family is able to progress so much this year. Sheng Hong, the progress of your company, Sheng Jun, the advancement of your career, and Jialing, all your families have benefited greatly. This is all because of Wang Teng. Remember this, don't ever forget your origin. Dad, don't worry, we know it." Wang Shenghong was the first to express his attitude. "That's right. We'll remember it. Our glory this year is all thanks to little Teng. My colleagues are so polite when they see me now." "I understand." Wang Shengjun smiled and replied, "Dad, all of us understand. Without little Teng, the others wouldn't treat us so politely." Wang Teng's uncle-in-law, Fang Junming, smiled and raised his cup. "Come, little Teng, let me offer a toast to you. You're flattering me." Wang Teng smiled and cheered with him. Then he finished the wine in his cup. His uncle-in-law came from an ordinary background, but he was a capable person. He built up his company from nothing. His business was quite big, and it was developing well. Of course, the Wang family helped too. He came to the Wang family for the new year because his parents died when he was young. There was no one else left in his family. Wang Shengguo and Li Xiumei felt proud when they saw this scene. As parents, what could make them happier than having an outstanding son? Moreover, Wang Teng wasn't just outstanding, he was extremely outstanding. He was someone who could change the fate of the family on his own. How many people could do this? Most of the younger generations in the large families weren't able to do this. Even if there were outstanding ones, they could only handle their family business and ensure that no mishaps occurred. They were considered impressive if they could earn a few billion for their families, but they couldn't be compared to Wang Teng. Wang Shengguo smiled. "We're a family. Stop complimenting him. He's going to get arrogant." "That's right. You should know what this brat is like. He can't accept compliments at all," Li Xiumei teased. Wang Teng was speechless. "Dad, Mom, is this how you talk about your son?" Everyone burst out laughing. Envy flashed past the eyes of his aunts-in-law. For ladies who married into large families, their child was their everything. If their child was exceptional, their position in the family would rise too. Since they came from a better background than Li Xiumei in the past, they felt more or less superior in front of her. Now, they couldn't hold their heads high anymore. Well, she had a good son. The power of their families was nothing compared to her son. What could they use to fight with her? They sighed and looked at each other. Somehow they managed to strike a sympathetic chord. A few moments later, they chatted happily with Li Xiumei, with smiles plastered on their faces. They were a family. Since they couldn't beat her, they should forge a good relationship with her for the future benefit of their children. Grandpa Wang felt gratified as he looked at the harmonious relationships between his family members. There weren't any stupid dramas in his progeny. "I shall stop talking now. I'm getting old. The Wang family is in your hands now. You all haven't disappointed me. I hope that in the future you guys will work together. As a family, we're on the same boat." "Dad, don't worry," everyone smiled and comforted him. After dinner, Grandpa Wang took out a deck of red packets and happily distributed them to the younger generations. The children were the happiest in this segment. They lined up excitedly to receive their packets. Wang Yanan was the oldest, so she went first. Grandpa, there's no need to give it to me. Wang Yanan felt a little embarrassed. You are not married, so you must take it. Grandpa Wang stuffed the red packet in her hand. He smiled and continued, Bring me an outstanding grandson-in-law next year, and I won't give you the red packet. Grandpa. Wang Yanan's face turned red. What a rare moment. Everyone started teasing her. She felt even shyer. Then it was Wang Yalong's turn. After getting stimulated by Wang Teng during the graduation banquet, he had changed completely. He was working in a company now and had stopped fooling around outside. Wang Shenghong felt relieved. Grandpa Wang passed the red packet to him and encouraged him. Then it was Wang Teng's turn. He chuckled. Grandpa, Happy New Year. Haha, come. This is for you. You must remain safe, Grandpa Wang said amiably and patted his hand. After getting their red packets, the adults started their own entertainment. Some played mahjong, while others watched the Spring Festival Gala. The younger ones went to the courtyard to play with fireworks. Wang Teng joined them for a while before walking to a quiet corner. He watched his cousins playing happily. He then looked up at the sky and smiled from the bottom of his heart, his family, the bright fireworks. This felt so good. Chapter 381, The Troublesome Rat. Wang Teng, what are you thinking about? Wang Yanan walked over and started a conversation. Nothing. Won't it be great if this moment can last forever? Wang Teng smiled. Yes. Who doesn't want this kind of life? Wang Yanan nodded. They looked at fireworks and chatted casually. Wang Yanan was extremely curious about Wang Teng's university life, especially anything related to martial warriors. The martial warriors' world was full of wonders and mysteries to the regular civilians. Wang Teng didn't keep much from her, answering all of her questions. As for the brutal and gruesome parts, he would just mention them briefly. Even so, Wang Yanan detected something amiss from his words. Boom! Suddenly, a loud explosion resounded in the air. What's that? Wang Yanan pondered. That isn't the fireworks, right? No. Wang Teng's gaze turned sharp. Grandpa Wang and the others also heard the commotion and came out. What happened? Grandpa Wang asked. Another explosion echoed instantly. Boom! Then a siren rang through the entire Donghai along with a loud roar. All martial warriors, listen to my order. Exterminate the evil clansmen. The evil clan? That's the governor's voice. Wang Teng's expression changed as many thoughts flashed past his mind. Even the governor was on the move. This was a serious matter. Damn those evil clansmen. How dare they create trouble on New Year's Eve? Are they too free? Although Wang Teng's good mood was gone, he didn't move immediately. He used his spiritual pet contract to link up with Little White, who was wandering outside, and asked it to fly back instantly. Son, what's the matter? What is an evil clan? Wang Shengguo furrowed his brows and asked. The ordinary civilians didn't know about the Zhenli clan. Wang Shengguo and the others hadn't even heard of the clan before, but they could sense the tense atmosphere in the city. This wasn't a simple matter. Just a bunch of troublesome rats. Don't worry, I'm here. Wang Teng didn't explain much. He took out Mo-Ke and placed it beside him. Why is this happening in the middle of New Year's Eve? Wang Shenggong asked. I think I have heard about the evil clan before, Wang Shengjun said curiously. Was that the voice of the governor of Donghai? Even the governor is alerted. It must be serious. Grandpa Wang frowned. Yes, that was Governor Jiang's voice. He's a general stage martial warrior, so he will be able to handle it no matter how serious it is. Wang Teng smiled. He purposely spoke lightheartedly to relieve their worries. The moment he finished speaking, he frowned. He felt a force of presence darting in this direction. Long live Zhenli! A figure shot out from the dark. When he saw the large family gathered here, his expression turned crazy. He howled and charged over, with his blade force flowed through the air. The long blade shimmered in the dark as it slashed towards Wang Teng's family. Everyone's expression changed. They were terrified. Long live your head, Wang Teng was furious. He just said that everything was fine, yet this maniac came and launched an ultimate move on his family. He was blatantly humiliating him. He swung Mo Ke out, and a fiery sword glow shot into the sky. How is that possible? The evil clansman didn't expect a powerful martial warrior to exist in this family. The craziness on his face froze suddenly as he looked at the fiery sword glow dawning on him. The fiery sword glow swallowed the blade glow and slammed into the clansman. Boom, no. Before he could scream in despair, his voice got drowned by the thunderous explosion. Wang Teng was infuriated, so the air around him erupted too. That evil clansman got burnt into ashes. The Wang family was at a loss, staring at the scene in a daze. Their jaws were hung wide open. Cough, cough. Well, I did say that. It's a small matter. It's nothing serious. An awkward voice broke their reverie. Everyone turned to look at Wang Teng, who was carrying a huge weapon. His expression seemed awkward, but he still tried his best to look indifferent. They felt the corners of their lips twitching. Small matter. Any bigger and the house would have exploded. Wang Teng wanted to explain further, but he stopped and frowned. A few people were dashing towards them in the dark. They were attracted by the commotion here. However, they seemed normal humans. Wang Teng's gaze landed on the symbol in front of their chests. City Protection Bureau? Wang Teng asked. Wang Teng, mister, one of them walked over and nodded at him. You are Leader Chai. Wang Teng stared for a moment before he recognized the other party. This was the leader of a small team from the City Protection Bureau, Leader Chai Yu. He had come to Wang Teng's house to investigate the death of the martial warriors. Thinking back, that was the first time Wang Teng saw martial warriors as well as his first time killing one. He was so afraid that the City Protection Bureau would notice something times had changed. Now he was no longer afraid of the City Protection Bureau pestering him. Chai Yu sighed emotionally. In the past, Wang Teng was still a martial disciple. It hadn't been long, but he was already a high-rank martial warrior. He even became famous nationwide because he won the national #1 martial arts competition, yet he was still stuck at the 4-star soldier level. The difference was vast. Even if he had evidence that Wang Teng had killed the martial warriors, he couldn't do anything to him. Did you meet a member from the evil clan? Chai Yu asked. He knew that this wasn't the time to think about the past, so he calmed his mind. Yes, it was a 4-star soldier-level martial warrior. However, I've already killed him, Wang Teng said. The City Protection Bureau and the other affiliated martial warriors from the City Protection Bureau were dumbstruck. A 4-star soldier-level martial warrior killed in a blink of an eye. Indeed, this young man was as powerful and talented as the rumors. Mr. Wang Donghai has been invaded by many high-rank martial warriors from the evil clan. We need help from powerful people like you, Chai Yu said instantly. I can help. However, I need you to protect my family, Wang Teng replied. No problem. We will stay here and protect them, Chai Yu guaranteed without any hesitation. Wang Teng nodded and looked up at the night sky. Little White was closing in at high speed. It circled above the Wang family's residence and cawed at him. This is... Chai Yu also felt Little White's aura, and his expression changed. This is my spiritual pet. I'll ask it to guard this place. If anything happens, use it to inform me. Don't hurt it, Wang Teng said. Spiritual pet. Chai Yu and the others looked at the sky with envy on their faces. Not only was Wang Teng powerful, but he even had a bird as his spiritual pet. From its aura, they knew that it wasn't weak. Comparisons made people angry. Grandpa Wang and the others looked at Little White too. They felt curious. Wang Shengguo and Li Shumei explained to them in a low voice. After understanding what it was, they felt even more proud when they looked at Wang Teng again. Wang Teng ignored Chai Yu and his team. He contemplated for a moment and took out a few spiritual stones. He scattered the stones around the Wang residence at a fast speed. Everyone was confused. A few minutes later, a simple defensive array was completed. Wang Teng mumbled. Activate. Rays of light appeared around the house, forming a transparent canopy. The canopy flashed for a second before it disappeared. It's an array. Chai Yu and his team were astounded. They didn't know that Wang Teng knew how to create arrays. What a monster. Wang Teng said to Grandpa Wang and his family, "I've set up a defensive array here. Stay in the house. Don't come out. Normal martial warriors won't be able to harm you. My spiritual pet will inform me if there are any troubles. I will come immediately." Wow. The Wang family was amazed after witnessing the entire process. At the same time, they were thunderstruck too. They didn't know what to say. Wang Shengguo and Li Shumei were the first to regain their senses. They reminded him worriedly, "Be careful." "Don't worry, I'll be back soon. I won't need much effort to settle those rats from the ditches." Wang Teng smiled calmly. He glanced at Chai Yu and his team after he finished speaking. Then he tapped the ground lightly with his toes and shot into the horizon like a ray of light, vanishing into the night sky. The Wang family stared in bewilderment in the direction Wang Teng disappeared. They couldn't maintain their composure any longer. Martial warrior. This is a martial warrior. They finally understood what a martial warrior was. Everyone, please go back into the house. It isn't safe outside, Chai Yu reminded them. "Let's go in. Don't stand outside. We can't help, but we shouldn't cause more trouble either." Grandpa Wang nodded. Chapter 382, 7-star soldier level, dead in a single strike. The members of the Wang family felt complicated. Everyone had different thoughts going on in their minds. On the other side, after Wang Teng flew into the sky, he sensed the aura of the martial warriors around him. He calculated the shortest distance and darted over in a flash of light. It was impossible to hide the impact of a martial warrior's battle. Wang Teng wasn't stupid. He wouldn't find a stronger martial warrior to fight with. Instead, he should start with the weaker one. Boom, 2 5-star soldier-level martial warriors were flying in the air in front of him. They were engaged in an intense battle. When Wang Teng flew past them, he attracted their attention. One of the martial warriors gave him a ruthless stare with madness in his eyes. It was obvious that he was an evil clansman. Wang Teng didn't hold back either. He swung his sword, and the fiery red glow engulfed the entire sky. It looked as if someone had lit a huge firework in the air. The 5-star soldier-level evil clansman was dumbstruck. He retreated immediately. However, he was only a 5-star soldier-level martial warrior, so he couldn't handle Wang Teng's attack at all. He failed to evade it and got chopped by Wang Teng's blade. He instantly turned into ashes amidst the flames. The martial warrior who was fighting with the evil clansman was dumbfounded. "Who am I? Where am I? What happened just now?" "You're welcome." Wang Teng picked up the attribute bubbles and left. He flashed past him instantly and disappeared into the night sky. "Oh, thank you." The person was late to catch on. He hurriedly thanked the young man. Then he froze. This sequence was wrong. The martial warrior smiled bitterly as the face of the young man appeared in his mind. He exclaimed in surprise, "Wasn't that Wang Teng? Oh my God, he's so young but so powerful. What have I been doing in my life?" He looked at the spot where the evil clansman got killed. The ashes were blown away by the wind. This was environmentally friendly. To prevent attracting the attention of formidable martial warriors, Wang Teng displayed his wings as he flew. He was a 7-star soldier-level martial warrior, so he could fly without wings. However, he didn't choose to do so. He searched for weaker martial warriors sneakily. Those 5-star and 6-star soldier-level martial warriors thought that they had found someone at their level, so they weren't afraid. They attacked him the moment they saw him, but got killed instead. After some time, Wang Teng had already killed 3 5-star soldier-level and 1 6-star soldier-level evil clansmen. This lightened the pressure on the martial warriors from Donghai. They were able to find time to settle other low-rank evil clansmen. Boom! Suddenly, a tall building on his left exploded. The battle between 2 high-rank martial warriors was affecting the buildings around them. As the debris fell, screams of fear and cries for help rang out from the building. Bastard. Wang Teng was furious. These evil clansmen were crazy, they were unscrupulous, and showed no fear of harming innocent people. The Donghai martial warriors tried their best to pull the evil clansmen to empty grounds, But these evil clansmen didn't care. They only wanted to create chaos to achieve their goals. They disregarded the life or death of ordinary civilians. They were here to destroy this New Year's Eve. The ordinary civilians were happily enjoying their new year. This was originally a celebration, but after their interference, many families were ruined, resulting in numerous tragedies. How infuriating! I'm going to kill you, Wang Teng shouted in anger. Gold light shone around Mo Kie as if splitting the air into two and landed on the evil clansman. Ninth-level sword presence, this evil clansman was a 6-star soldier-level martial warrior. His expression changed tremendously when he saw Wang Teng's sudden attack. He roared and punched his fist out. The air around him exploded. Thick yellow light lit up half the sky as it shot towards the sword glow. In an instant, the fiery sword glow collided with the fist glow. The resulting impact was tremendous. It destroyed the fist power and smashed into the other party. Ah! The next moment, the evil clansman screamed in pain. He was swallowed by the flames. 6-star soldier-level martial warrior, dead. Save them, Wang Teng shouted at the Donghai martial warrior who was standing in a daze. The other party reacted immediately. He nodded and rushed into the building without any hesitation. Wang Teng executed his skills as a divine spirit master. Rain clouds floated over the night sky, pouring down water on the earth. It was a remarkable sight at night. Only the sky above this building was raining. It looked as if someone had put on a large shower head. The fire in the building was put out quickly. Wang Teng turned and disappeared. He had to leave. A 7-star soldier-level evil clansman had noticed the situation here and was hurrying over at a fast speed. He squinted and purposely let out his aura to attract this evil clansman. The evil clansman saw the situation of the building. He also saw the direction in which Wang Teng went. With a sinister smile at the edge of his lips, he chased after Wang Teng. "You can't run away," the martial warrior shouted in a low voice. He clutched his battle sword and slashed at Wang Teng's back. Dazzling light blossomed in the air. Metal sword, conscious. When the golden light slashed towards him, Wang Teng could feel the sharp sword aura cutting through the air. It filled up the entire space between them. The power was frightening. "Go away!" Wang Teng never planned to run. Once he noticed that they were in an empty area, he turned and swung his blade at him. Overflowing blade conscious. The blade turned into lingering shadows. It charged forcefully towards the sword glow behind him. Boom, boom, boom. This time Wang Teng didn't hold back. He released his 7-star soldier-level ability and instilled some poison force in his blade conscious. His blade skill was unpredictable. The evil clansman's expression changed when he sensed Wang Teng's true ability. In a moment of carelessness, his sword conscious got destroyed. He immediately released his force to defend himself. Boom. They were at the same level, and both of them had enlightened their consciences. Wang Teng's blade conscious might not be able to hurt him. Just when the evil clansman thought he could block Wang Teng's attack, he noticed a strange force quietly invading his body. He was astounded. The force in his body stopped circulating, and even his movement was affected. Go. Wang Teng activated his wind force and executed his steps of gale. He turned into a gust of wind and appeared in front of his opponent. He slashed his blade once again. The flaming blade conscious fell on the evil clansman's head. The evil clansman knew that he couldn't evade Wang Teng's attack after seeing how powerful it was. His face turned hideous. He wanted to fight for his life. He waved his sword numerous times. Golden blade glow soared into the sky. He had released all his force. However, the faster he exhausted his force, the faster the poison force invaded his body. It had already entered his limbs and muscles. Splurt. 3 attacks later, the poison took effect. He spurted out a mouth of black-colored blood. Boom. The rays of golden sword glow slammed into Wang Teng's fiery blade glow, setting off loud explosions. Crimson red light and golden light sparkled in the night sky, covering up the fireworks around them. The evil clansman frantically resisted, but his efforts were futile. In the end, he got chopped into 2 by the fiery blade glow. His body was burnt, and he fell to the ground head first. 7-star soldier level, dead in a single strike. Chapter 380, Metal Sword Conscious, Mirage Mountain Fist Conscious. The 7-star soldier level was considered a formidable martial warrior. Their actions were followed closely by same-level martial warriors. When that evil clansman charged towards Wang Teng, another 7-star soldier-level martial warrior from Donghai was rushing to them. However, he was a little late. By the time he arrived, Wang Teng had already killed the evil clansman. In a battle between high-rank martial warriors, anything could happen in an instant. Every single attack was deadly. No one would wait for you to execute your ultimate move. This was different from the national #1 martial arts competition. During a competition, both parties took turns to execute their skills at one another. It was more civilized. The martial warrior who came was startled when he saw Wang Teng. He thought that it would be a famous martial warrior, but it was a young man instead. Wang Teng became famous after the national #1 martial arts competition. Many people heard of his name, but not everyone recognized him. It was even more so for the martial warriors who stayed in the Xingwu continent most of the time, and only came back for the Chinese New Year. They didn't recognize this promising youngster. However, this wasn't the time to exchange greetings. Both parties nodded at each other without saying anything. Then they dashed to other battlefields. Of course, before Wang Teng left, he silently used his spiritual power to sweep the bubbles dropped by the 7-star soldier-level evil clansman and pick them up. Metal Force 320, Advanced Stage Metal Talent 20. Metal Sword Conscious 38. Enlightenment 50, Spirit 82. Happiness appeared in Wang Teng's eyes. The 7-star soldier-level martial warriors were indeed powerful. There were 320 points of metal force. This was the combination of a few normal martial warriors. Also, there were many enlightenment and spirit attributes. After they merged into his body, his mind cleared up. He felt that he had become smarter. It was a good feeling. Of course, the most important thing was the advanced stage metal talent and the metal sword conscious. These two attributes were good stuff. These rare attributes would never appear on normal martial warriors. After picking up the advanced stage metal talent, Wang Teng's metal talent increased exponentially. In the future, his metal force cultivation would be even faster. Hence, today, another metal element talent was born inside him. It wasn't easy. After picking up the metal sword conscious, a figure wielding a sword appeared in his mind. Knowledge of metal sword conscious flowed in his brain. Wang Teng's metal sword presence shot up, and a golden blade glow shone even brighter in his head. The glow was sharp. Metal sword conscious unlocked. Explosions kept ringing in the sky. The martial warriors from the evil clan created mass destruction without caring for the life and death of the civilians. Everything was planned. They wanted to wreak havoc during New Year's Eve and instill fear in the masses. The battle between high-rank martial warriors was destructive. Many buildings were destroyed and laid in ruins, along with loud booms. The metallic sounds of weapons clashing into each other spread throughout the city. At first, the normal civilians thought that they were just fireworks and didn't notice anything amiss. However, as the battle got more and more intense and the number of destroyed buildings increased, they finally realized what had happened. A large number of people from the City Protection Bureau and police departments were dispatched to calm the public. They fought with the evil clansmen and rescued the affected civilians. Chinese citizens were always united. After Wang Teng killed a 7-star soldier-level martial warrior, he couldn't hide anymore. Those that found him were all formidable warriors. Evil clansmen were crazy, but they weren't stupid. In the end, Wang Teng decided to reveal himself. He hid his wings and stepped on the air, his speed skyrocketing. Die. An evil clansman at the peak of 7-star soldier level laid his eyes on Wang Teng. He chased after him relentlessly. Wang Teng ran away from him and even killed a few low-rank evil clansmen along the way. The 7-star soldier-level evil clansman was infuriated. He shouted at Wang Teng. When Wang Teng killed a 5-star soldier-level evil clansman, he slowed down a little. The 7-star evil clansman took the chance and increased his speed. He caught up with Wang Teng instantly and fired his fist at him. Boom. One fist was powerful enough to cause an explosion in the air. An outline of a lofty mountain appeared behind him, pushing down on Wang Teng. Damn it. Do you really think I'm afraid of you? Wang Teng turned around abruptly, 8-level devil scripture activated. Dark force scattered throughout his body. No one noticed that, under his layers of clothing, black patterns were seeping out from his skin. Lighting physique activated, /boom, lightning sparkled in the air, with lightning protecting his body. His physical body became much stronger. Wang Teng had just received the lighting physique and wasn't well versed with it. His lightning force was only at 2-star soldier level, too, but it was better than nothing. Furthermore, he only used lighting physique as a cover for 8-level devil scripture. With the help of these 2 physique skills, Wang Teng released his fist and executed his fist conscious. Ape King Fist, a scary shadow of a giant ape, appeared behind Wang Teng. As his fist moved forward, the ape's thick arm shot out too. Boom! The illusion of the mountain froze for a split second. Then it shattered and was destroyed into fragments. The evil clansman was confused. He squinted as he vomited blood and got knocked back. "I'm going to chop you to death," Wang Teng chased after him while swinging Mo-Ke continuously. Eruptions reverberated. Sharp glows surrounded the other party. Boom, boom, boom! The peak 7-star soldier-level martial warrior was hacked to death by Wang Teng. He died on the spot. Multiple attribute bubbles floated out. Wang Teng picked them up. Spirit 25. Enlightenment 30. Advanced Stage Earth Talent 32, Earth Force 380. Mirage Mountain Fist 1. Mirage Mountain Fist Conscious 32. Wang Teng was panting after the last round. His eyes lit up as another round of attributes entered his pocket. There were many good items. Advanced Stage Earth Talent, Earth Rank High Class Fist Battle Technique, Mirage Mountain Fist, and Earth Fist Conscious. This Mirage Mountain Fist was probably the skill his opponent executed just now. It was mighty. If he didn't have a powerful physique skill like the 8-level devil scripture, he would need to fight based on battle techniques alone. In that case, he wouldn't be the evil clansman's match. But with this battle technique in his hand, things were different, along with the sky rank physique skill. This kind of close combat battle technique would display more potential in his hands. Moreover, he had Fist Conscious too. After enlightening his Fist Conscious, he realized that the Mirage Mountain Fist Conscious and the Ape King Fist Conscious were both earth elements. However, there were some slight differences. The level of consciousness was different, so he didn't know which was stronger. However, to Wang Teng, these were all skills. There was no difference as long as he could use them to kill his opponents. Move. Just when Wang Teng was immersed in the happiness of a huge harvest, a loud shout came from far away. Wang Teng sensed something too. Without thinking, he took a step forward. The space beside him started distorting / an arrow shot over from afar like a ray of light. It pierced through Wang Teng's heart. Boom. The light arrow went right through him and slammed into the wall of the tall building behind him, blasting a huge hole in the wall. As for Wang Teng, his figure slowly dissipated on the spot. Chapter 384. You want to kill me? I will bomb you. The air twisted. Wang Teng appeared 3 meters away from his original position. How's that possible? What footwork is this? An evil clansman holding a bow some distance away was in disbelief. His expression was ugly. He was a blue-gowned guardian-level warrior in the Zhenli clan and had reached the 8-star soldier level. This was a sneak attack, but he still didn't manage to kill Wang Teng. Martial warriors below the general stage had limited sensitivity to the movement of space. Also, they were a long distance apart, and Wang Teng had only used his space talent within a small range. Thus, the 8-star soldier-level martial warrior couldn't sense anything, even though his level was higher. He thought that Wang Teng had executed some strange footwork and evaded the arrow at a speed he couldn't catch with his naked eyes. Fu Tiandao, who had reminded Wang Teng, didn't notice anything amiss either. A tinge of astonishment appeared in his eyes, though still, He sighed in relief. No matter what, Wang Teng was safe. He was a talented young man, someone whom the entire nation had high hopes in, a person who had the hope of achieving the general stage. Haohe Military Academy and Jixin Martial House viewed him as their heir. If he was killed in their base, it would be a huge joke. Wang Teng remained expressionless, but a sharp glint could be seen in his eyes. He glared at the evil clansman far away, his killing intent raging. I almost got killed. No one could remain calm in this situation. Wang Teng never expected an 8-star soldier-level martial warrior to attack him. On top of that, he even launched a sneak attack. How treacherous. This person is a blue-gowned guardian of the Zhenli clan. He is at the 8-star soldier level. You can't beat him with brute force. Fu Tiandao reminded him gravely. Ha ha ha, Fu Tiandao, take care of yourself first. A peal of laughter echoed in the air moments later. A 9-star soldier-level clansman attacked Fu Tiandao and stopped him from helping Wang Teng. This young man has been very popular lately. He's the treasure of Donghai, right? Will you be hurt if we kill him? Imbecile! Fu Tiandao was furious. He started fighting with the other party. The blue-gowned guardian looked at Wang Teng in contempt. When he noticed the obvious killing intent in his eyes, he scoffed. You want to kill me? I will kill you. Wang Teng wasn't afraid, staring directly at the other party. Try it. The blue-gowned guardian smirked. A 7-star soldier-level martial warrior was saying that he would kill him. This young brat must be daydreaming. He pulled the massive bow in his hand and aimed it at Wang Teng. He took some time before he made his move. This time, he must hit Wang Teng. He wouldn't allow him to evade it again. As a skilled archer, predicting the movements of others was a necessary skill. Wang Teng immediately felt a chill creeping up his skin. It was as if all the vital points on his body were locked in. His routes of escape were completely blocked by his opponent. It didn't matter where he hid. He would still get hit by the arrow. However, Wang Teng's expression didn't change. His opponent didn't know that space couldn't restrain him. Even if all his paths were blocked, he wouldn't get hurt by the arrow, no matter how fast it was. Besides, he was already on guard. Wang Teng kept Mo Ke calmly. The blue-gowned guardian was stunned. Did he keep his weapon? Had he given up on deafening because he knew he couldn't win? The moment this thought appeared in his mind, he saw Wang Teng taking out a huge cannon from his space ring. This cannon seemed a little familiar. The blue-gowned guardian furrowed his brows as he wondered to himself. Then he jumped. What? The fork. It was the fire god cannon. Cheating. This is cheating. The blue-gowned guardian felt depressed. He didn't know that Wang Teng had this powerful weapon in his arsenal. Everyone knew that the power of the fire god cannon would increase according to the strength of the person using it. Of course, there was a limit. However, judging from the complex runes carved on Wang Teng's fire god cannon, it could kill any martial warrior below the general stage. Wang Teng was at the 7-star soldier level. As an 8-star soldier level martial warrior, he didn't dare to challenge the might of this cannon. He disregarded his plan and let loose his arrow at Wang Teng immediately. He must not let him accumulate energy in the cannon. Otherwise, he would be blown into the air. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. He felt that one arrow wasn't enough, so he pulled his bow multiple times within a few seconds and aimed at Wang Teng from all directions. The arrows were all infused with force. Boom, boom, vor. Force exploded. All the attacks landed on Wang Teng, swallowing him completely. Is he dead? The blue-gowned guardian stared intently in Wang Teng's direction. He frowned uncontrollably. This was unusually smooth, so smooth that he found it unreal. Suddenly he sensed a movement and turned his head to his right. Wang Teng had appeared there with the fire god cannon already lit up. Force congregated at the muzzle aimed at him.
When?
The blue-gowned guardian squinted. He didn't have time to think. He immediately retreated. He could sense a lethal threat from the fire god cannon in Wang Teng's hand. As he darted back, He pulled his bow and shot multiple arrows at Wang Teng. At the moment, any restraint of his movement was welcomed. Wang Teng sneered. He accelerated his speed to his maximum and evaded the arrows easily. His opponent was just shooting arrows randomly, so he didn't need to use his space talent this time. The energy in the fire god cannon was almost full. He didn't shoot immediately, though. An 8-star soldier-level martial warrior was quick on his feet. He wouldn't just stand there and wait for him to fire. Hence, he might not be able to hit his opponent if he took his shot without any preparation. Wang Teng carried the fire god cannon and took a step forward. He disappeared on the spot. Damn it! The blue-gowned guardian's face turned black. This move again. How did he disappear? Where would he appear? Cold sweat poured down his forehead. He never thought that he would be forced into a dead end by someone at a lower level than him. He scanned his surroundings, searching for Wang Teng. It was to no avail. "You want to kill me? I will bomb you." Suddenly, Wang Teng appeared behind him. Boom! The fire god cannon spouted flames at the same time. A terrifying ray of light spurted out from the muzzle of the fire god cannon. The blue-gowned guardian felt goosebumps all over his body. He tried to turn around, his pupils constricting into needles. However, there was no time. He stopped moving at once, and force gushed out of his body like a volcano. He formed a shield behind him. The ray of light exploded the instant he formed his shield. It smashed onto his back. A glaring explosion blasted in the night sky. It was eye-catching to the extreme. Eruptions echoed in the air. Then a blood-curdling scream from the blue-gowned guardian shook the city. However, it was cut off in a split second. No one saw the ray of light hidden within the explosion. The blue-gowned guardian's heart was penetrated. Then it disappeared. After the light dispersed, the blue-gowned guardian's body was revealed to everyone. A frighteningly large hole had appeared on his chest. His organs were reduced to mush, and one of his arms got destroyed by the explosion. His appearance was burnt and disheveled. He looked like an evil spirit. There was no vitality in him. The blue-gowned guardian of the Zhenli clan, an 8-star soldier-level warrior, was killed by Wang Teng. Chapter 385, If One Is Not Enough, Use Two. Wang Teng's battle ended within a few minutes. Fu Tiandao and the 9-star soldier-level martial warrior were dumbfounded. A 7-star counter killed an 8-star soldier-level martial warrior. This result was entirely unexpected. Useless. The warrior from the evil clan was bald, looking like a hard-boiled egg. His expression was grim as he cursed the dead man. Fu Tiandao laughed. "Look, this is our talent. Your evil clan will never be able to wreak any havoc in Donghai. What are you so proud of? I'll kill you first and then kill him." The bald man snorted. "Impudent. Let's see who will be the one getting killed." Fu Tiandao bellowed. He clutched his long sword and slashed an astonishing blade glow in the air. It shot towards his enemy. Wang Teng scanned the area and picked up all the attribute bubbles dropped by the 8-star soldier-level martial warrior. Wood Force 420, Advanced Stage Wood Talent 26, Advanced Stage Arrow Talent 30, Enlightenment 40, Spirit 45. He got 2 kinds of advanced stage talents that he didn't have before. The edge of his lips shot up uncontrollably. Archery was extremely useful in long-range attacks. In the past, he only had basic arrow talent, and he didn't spend much time cultivating his archery either. Thus, his proficiency was naturally limited. Now, with this advanced stage arrow talent, he would have another skill once he picked up an archery-based battle technique. There were never too many skills. One day they would all be put to good use. He picked up the attribute bubbles in a split second. Then he turned to Fu Tiandao and shouted, "Principal Fu, let me help you." He started instilling energy into the fire god cannon once again. He also moved as far away as he could from the battlefield. Come on, that was a fight between 9-star soldier-level martial warriors. He would be a fool to interfere directly. If he didn't have a clear understanding of his power, he would probably get killed without knowing what he did wrong. The bald man's face turned green when he noticed that Wang Teng was still able to fuel the fire god cannon. This brat had an endless amount of force. A tinge of surprise flashed past Fu Tiandao's eyes. He laughed and said, "All right, bomb him to death." If he dares to come over, I'll kill him first." The bald man's expression was hideous. "With me around, don't even think about that." Fu Tiandao swung his large blade at him. He was a wind element martial warrior. When he swung his sword, his green blade glow was as long as 40 meters. It was astonishing. The blade glow shot out, and the blade aura filled up the air. The destructive power they had was shocking. An empty road down below was directly split into two. The bald man was forced to step back. However, he wasn't an easy opponent either. He held his battle sword and slashed a blue sword glow in the air. Blade conscious erupted. It was no weaker than Fu Tiandao's attack, due to the shock waves of their collision. A residential building under construction collapsed. Fortunately, there was no one there since it was New Year's Eve. No innocent people were hurt. But the developer would probably cry if he saw this scene. This building was halfway through construction, yet it got smashed into ruins from a single blade. What an unlucky developer. This was the power of martial warriors. A casual strike could destroy high-rise buildings instantly. No wonder the country had to strengthen its supervision of martial warriors. Blade glow and sword glow intertwined in the air. The two martial warriors turned into balls of light, one green and one blue. They slammed into each other continuously, leaving loud explosions in the air. "Principal Fu, I'm ready." Wang Teng spoke to Fu Tiandao using voice transmission. He had finished charging the cannon. Fu Tiandao nodded and cooperated with Wang Teng. Wang Teng disappeared on the spot, hiding in the emptiness. The bald man was afraid of Wang Teng's fire god cannon. Although he was fighting, he still paid attention to Wang Teng. Hence, when Wang Teng disappeared, his heart jumped. "Are you trying to kill me with the same method?" he said in contempt. Even so, he still searched for Wang Teng frantically. Boom! A loud explosion sounded beside him. After Fu Tiandao forced the bald man into a blind spot, Wang Teng revealed himself and fired the fire god cannon. Fu Tiandao instantly flew away. He didn't dare to experience the power of the fire god cannon either. Boom! Force pierced through the bald man's body, and an earth-shaking bang rang through the air. Before the light disappeared, a voice filled with bitterness and hatred was heard. "I want you dead." The bald man hadn't died. He flew out from the center of the explosion. His body was covered with blood, and one of his legs was gone. However, he still charged at Wang Teng. "Oh my God, you're not dead? Are you a cockroach?" Wang Teng was bewildered. Fortunately, he was prepared. After he fired the first shot, he continued charging the fire god cannon just in case. It was half-charged currently. He fired another shot. Boom, this shot was aimed at the bald man's face. "This is too much." The bald man was burning with anger, his face as black as the bottom of a pot. Once was enough. Why did you come again? He was furious, but he didn't dare to take on the attack forcefully. He darted back at an amazing speed. Under the threat of death, his potential seemed to have been ignited. His retreating speed was spectacular. Die! At this moment, Fu Tiandao appeared behind him. He wielded his 40 meters blade glow. Splurt! The man didn't even have the time to cry in pain. A blood flower blossomed in the air. The head of the bald man flew into the sky, leaving the incomplete body plummeting down to earth. Sigh. Wang Teng let out a huge sigh. No matter how strong the bald guy's vitality was, he couldn't survive this time. Had to admit that the pressure given to him by a 9-star soldier-level martial warrior was intense. Without Fu Tiandao attracting his attention, Wang Teng wouldn't challenge this guy head-on. Wasn't it better to kill a 5-star or 6-star soldier-level martial warrior? There was no reason to raise the difficulty level. Wang Teng shook his head mockingly. However, he didn't slow down his speed of picking up attributes. The attribute bubbles of high-rank martial warriors were rare. If he was alone, there was no chance that he could kill a 9-star soldier-level martial warrior unless he was extremely lucky. These attributes were a pleasant surprise. Water Force 5-5, it advanced stage Water Talent 60, Spirit 5-6, Enlightenment 62, Roaring Nimbus 1. Sky rank low class scripture, Wang Teng was startled. This bald man had a sky rank scripture. He had hit the jackpot. The Roaring Nimbus was a water element sky rank scripture. Coincidentally, it was what Wang Teng lacked. Wang Teng was seriously lucky this time. This evil clansman belonged to the upper echelons of the Zhenli clan. He was a black-robed guardian. He had saved up many years of contributions before he could exchange it for the Roaring Nimbus. However, he was killed after practicing it for a few days. Wang Teng benefited from it instead. If the bald man knew this was going to happen, he would never have come to Donghai. Unfortunately, one could never turn back time. Besides the sky rank scripture, he received 60 points of advanced stage water talent. Wang Teng's water talent became even more powerful. All the talents of his 5 elements had reached the advanced stage. If anyone knew about these heaven-defying talents, they would turn green with envy. Huge gain, a real huge gain, Wang Teng sighed. Killing a 9-star soldier-level martial warrior was dangerous, but it was worth it. Chapter 386, The Surprise Appearance of Dark Force. The president of Donghai's Martial Arts Association, Qin Hangshuan, flew towards them. After getting near, he exclaimed, "Old Fu, you killed him? To think that I hurried over to help you." "Ha, I killed him with Wang Teng's help." Fu Tiandao laughed and replied, "Wang Teng?" Qin Hangshuan thought he had heard wrong. He turned and looked at Wang Teng. He was only a 6-star soldier-level martial warrior. Even so, it was hard for them to deal with a 9-star soldier-level martial warrior. Even so, it was hard for them to deal with a 9-star soldier-level martial warrior. President Qin, Wang Teng, greeted Qin Hangshuan. "It has been a while since I've seen you. I almost couldn't recognize you," Qin Hangshuan replied with a bitter smile. He had seen many gifted youngsters, but Wang Teng was definitely a first. When he first heard that Wang Teng had become the champion of the national #1 martial arts competition, he was flabbergasted. From the looks of it now, his actual ability had reached 7-star soldier level. He was at the peak of his generation. He even helped Fu Tiandao kill a 9-star soldier-level evil clansman. "How's the situation on your side?" Fu Tiandao asked. "The general stage martial warriors from Donghai came to help." "The situation is under control now," Qin Hangshuan replied. "That's good. These evil clansmen deserve to die. How dare they harm our people on New Year's Eve?" Fu Tiandao yelled angrily. "There are a few more rats left. Let's not waste time. The sooner we catch them, the sooner everyone can stop worrying," Qin Hangshuan said. Wang Teng and Fu Tiandao nodded. They parted and started roaming around Donghai, searching for evil clansmen. Wang Teng strode in the air while observing his surroundings. Unconsciously, he arrived near Lin Chuhan's house. He flew towards her house immediately. It was dark and quiet. It didn't seem to have suffered any damage from the evil clansmen. This was a poor neighborhood. The evil clansmen mainly chose the wealthy districts to attack, so this might be why this region had escaped the chaos. However, Wang Teng was still worried. He landed on the ground and knocked on Lin Chuxia's window. There was no sound in the room. "It's me, Wang Teng," Wang Teng said. After some time, the window opened forcefully and 2 heads popped out. They were Lin Chuxia and Lin Chuhan. "Why are you here?" Lin Chuhan asked. "I was in the area, so I came to check on you." Wang Teng heaved a sigh of relief when he noticed that they were fine. "What happened?" "We heard explosions in many areas. It sounded like martial warriors' fights," Lin Chuhan said. "There's an invasion of the evil clan, however. They have been suppressed," Wang Teng explained. He continued, "Stay at home. Don't turn on the lights. Remain vigilant until the authorities confirm that it is safe. I need to search the area, so I'll leave first." All right, be careful, Lin Chuhan said worriedly. Wang Teng glanced at Lin Chuhan and smiled. He nodded and soared into the sky, disappearing into the darkness. Sister, he's able to travel without wings. Does it mean he's at the 7-star soldier level already? Lin Chusha asked curiously. Lin Chuhan glanced around cautiously before closing the window. She nodded and replied, yes, he's a 7-star soldier level martial warrior. Brother-in-law is amazing, Lin Chusha exclaimed. You're becoming his fan. Lin Chuhan tapped her forehead. However, her heart felt heavy. He became stronger again. After Wang Teng left, he continued patrolling the city. Once he found an evil clansman, he would kill anyone that resisted. Those that were suspicious would get knocked out by his brick and dragged away. He didn't care how the City Protection Bureau or the police would deal with them. Most of the high-rank martial warriors were already taken care of. The remaining ones couldn't kick up any fuss. After high-rank martial warriors like Wang Teng entered the battle, the chaos was soon suppressed to a minimum. Of course, to Wang Teng, it wasn't just about stopping the rebellion. The most important thing was to pick up attributes. Many martial warriors had lost their lives in the chaos tonight. Naturally, many attribute bubbles were dropped. He didn't know if they were dropped by Donghai martial warriors or the evil clansmen, but he picked them up anyway. However, these bubbles were scattered all over the city, so it was troublesome to collect all of them. Wang Teng had no choice but to run around the entire city. Fortunately, 7-star soldier-level martial warriors were fast. He executed his maximum speed and toured Donghai in a short time. Not much time was wasted. The Donghai martial warriors patrolling near him thought that he was hard-working and looked at him in approval. Look at him. He's a genius, but he doesn't act like a prince. He immediately lent a helping hand when he was needed. He's the role model of our generation. Many old martial warriors nodded in satisfaction. They wondered if they should present Wang Teng with an excellent youth plaque or a leading figure of the new generation plaque. That sounded like a good idea. Yes, it could be done. Around 10 p.m., the authorities finally gave the all-clear notice. The ordinary civilians were relieved. This chaos came suddenly, but ended quickly. The large-scale battle only lasted for a short time. Most of the time was spent clearing up the scene and rescuing the civilians. The evil clansmen were caught and the civilians were saved. Of course, there might be some fish that had escaped the net. These evil clansmen were humans. If they hid in Donghai with the civilians, it would be hard to sniff them out unless they announced their identity. However, they couldn't cause much trouble. The authorities didn't leave. The City Protection Bureau, the police, and even the military formed patrol teams to prevent other accidents from happening. They couldn't just withdraw their forces after such a huge event occurred. Wang Teng picked up a large number of attribute bubbles. He looked at the changes on his attributes board and sighed. The wealth of the dead was the fastest route to riches. Metal Force 235, Duro 5000, 7-star. Wood Force 1880, Duro 5000, 7-star. Water Force 2360, 3000, 7-star. Fire Force 3280, 5000, 7-star. Earth Force 235, Duro 5000, 7-star. Wind Force 156, 5000, 5-star. Dark Force 3660, 4000, 6-star. This time, 7 of his force attributes rose tremendously. The main reason they increased was that he killed a few high-rank martial warriors. The attributes dropped by these martial warriors were all in the hundreds. Metal, wood, fire, water, and earth were common, so there was no lack of these attributes. The wind force came from the 9-star soldier-level martial warrior Fu Tiandao. He had dropped many attributes in his fight. Wang Teng's wind force was at the 4-star soldier level. With the help of this increment, he managed to advance to the 5-star instantly. Finally, Dark Force. Wang Teng frowned when he saw Dark Force among the attributes. His expression turned solemn. Was the Zhenli clan connected with the Dark Apparitions? Or did Dark Apparitions sneak into the Zhenli clan? Or did some people get bewitched and assimilated? He saw people getting assimilated before. These human martial warriors hid their identities very well before they got exposed. It was hard to sense anything amiss. No matter what it wasn't good news. Chapter 387. Put on another show. Wang Teng felt that there was a need to notify others about the presence of the dark apparitions. However, he couldn't tell them that he knew about the dark apparitions because he picked up dark force attributes. If he said that, he might get cut into pieces and taken to the laboratory for an experiment. Wang Teng shook his head. He had a rough idea in his mind. If he was able to find the corpse of the martial warrior who dropped this dark force attribute, he might be able to discover something. After making up his mind, he started searching for the corpse as he calculated his gains. Besides the increase in his 7 elements, his spirit and enlightenment rose too. Enlightenment, 295 rhyme 1000, spirit, Emperor Realm 332 1000. Martial warriors would drop these 2 kinds of attributes the moment they died. Hence, these 2 attributes saw some improvement, too. High-rank martial warriors had high enlightenment and spirit, so they dropped more attributes than low-rank martial warriors. Wang Teng looked at his attributes panel and sighed. Fortunately, he had the contributions of the high-rank martial warriors. If not, he didn't know how long he needed to take to break through to the Emperor Realm. The other changes were from the talents and scriptures he picked up. It was a great harvest, but Wang Teng still sighed. He would be happy if all these attribute bubbles came from the martial warriors from the evil clan, but he couldn't deny the fact that part of them came from Donghai martial warriors. He wasn't a compassionate person, but it still made him irritated. This was New Year's Eve, yet this accident happened. Many Donghai martial warriors lost their lives, breaking many families apart. Anyone would curse these evil clansmen. Bastards. Below him, a few members of the City Protection Bureau were dealing with the corpses of evil clansmen. Wang Teng's gaze paused on a particular body. He flew down immediately. Wait, the members of the City Protection Bureau looked up and saw a figure floating down from the sky. They immediately bowed respectfully. One of them asked, "What orders do you have?" "Let me take a look." Wang Teng waved his hand, walked in front of a body, and flipped it over with his force. Then he secretly activated his dark force and instilled it into the force nucleus of the body. The next moment, a wisp of dark force burst out from the corpse's force nucleus. The appearance of the corpse immediately changed. Black patterns appeared on the surface of the corpse. The black blood vessels popped out and started wiggling like small snakes. It was extremely frightening. He had put on another show. He was multi-talented. Wang Teng gave himself a thumbs up silently. At the same time, he sighed in relief. His efforts weren't in vain. He immediately retracted his dark force, leaving no traces behind. Now he just needed to think of a believable excuse. With his status, no one would suspect him. The ultimate talent of the human race was related to the dark apparitions. What kind of joke was this? No one would be able to find hints of dark force on him because he had the system to cover it up. This was why he chose to act. If not, he wouldn't want to be the first to discover this matter even when the dark apparitions were involved. The members of the City Protection Bureau turned pale in fright. "What's this?" informed the chief quickly. Someone reacted swiftly. After some time, the chief of the City Protection Bureau rushed over with a stern expression. He asked, "Who discovered it? Chief Tan?" "It's me." Wang Teng recognized the other party. When he tipped them off on the gathering of the Zhenli clan last time, Chief Tan had led the team personally to catch them. He had seen him then. "You're Wang Teng," Chief Tan was astounded. "Chief Tan, you know me?" asked Wang Teng. As they were talking, a few more figures flew down from the sky. It was Governor Zhang, Dan Teishuan, and other general stage martial warriors. "Master, Governor Zhang," Wang Teng greeted them. He hesitated when he looked at the third person. He didn't know who this was. "This is General Chen from the Donghai military." Dan Teishuan introduced the guy. "General Chen," Wang Teng hurriedly greeted him. "I know you. You have great ability at a young age and are responsible." "Not bad." General Chen smiled and said, "You're flattering me." Wang Teng replied humbly, "The last time I saw you was during the university entrance exam." At that time, I felt that you would stand out from your generation and even wanted to take you in as my disciple. However, I had just advanced to the general stage and had many things to attend to, so I decided to observe you first. I didn't expect you to grow so quickly. Teixuan even took you in as her disciple. Governor Jiang shook his head in pity. I'm just luckier, old Jiang. You're not as lucky as me. Dan Teixuan smiled delightedly. An outstanding disciple would make anyone proud wherever they went. This wasn't the first time Wang Teng made her feel good. Not only that, he was simple to handle. He had reached this stage without much guidance on her part. Dan Teixuan was starting to like Wang Teng more and more. She had made the right choice in taking him in as her disciple. She wondered if she should treat Wang Teng better in the future. Gloat all you want, Governor Jiang retorted with a snort. Chief Tan was flabbergasted. This Wang Teng was impressive. He managed to have a general stage martial warrior as his master, and both Governor Zhang and General Chen had high hopes for him. He was even more popular than him. It looked like he had to treat him politely in the future. He must not see him as solely a talented young man with huge potential. He didn't have the guts to provoke someone with such a huge background. When Fu Tiandao, Qin Hanshen, and the other important figures got the news, they hurried over. All right, since everyone is here, let's talk business. Governor Jiang looked around him and asked, Wang Teng, tell us how you noticed there was something wrong with the body. My spiritual power is stronger, and I have seen humans turning into dark apparitions twice. I felt that something was wrong during the chaos just now, so I thought I should be careful. There's no harm in being cautious. I went down to take a look when I noticed the problem. Wang Teng lied without batting an eye in front of everyone. Excuses spurted out of his mouth like flowing water. He was just spouting nonsense with a straight face. Also, based on experience, no one would deny what he said. He didn't care if the others believed him, though. If he didn't know better, he would have convinced himself. People with stronger spiritual power are more sensitive to force. Governor Jiang and the others didn't suspect him as he was speaking confidently. They nodded in deep thought. Wang Teng secretly told Dan Teixuan the realm of his spiritual power. Dan Teixuan glanced at him in surprise. Then, she used voice transmission to tell Governor Jiang and General Chen that Wang Teng had reached the Emperor realm. Both of them were shocked. They exchanged glances secretly, but didn't ask anything. The evil clansman didn't use any dark force even when he died. Looks like he didn't want others to discover it, General Chen said. There must be a reason why the dark apparitions are hiding in the Zhenli clan. Dan Teixuan nodded. We are in troubled times. We must investigate this properly. Don't drop your vigilance. Governor Jiang sighed. A sharp glint flashed past his eyes as he spoke with a stern face. Since Governor Jiang had made his decision, his subordinates had to execute the order. The corpse soaked in dark force was carried away. These people had abandoned themselves. Their best destination was the laboratory where they would be used for experiments. That was all they were worth. No pity would be given to them. Wang Teng's business was done. He bade farewell to Dan Teixuan and hurried home. Chapter 388, A Nationwide Uproar, the Wang Family. After the alarm turned silent, Grandpa Wang and the others sat in the courtyard and waited for Wang Teng to come back. They had gotten some information from Chai Yu. To them, these evil clansmen were a bunch of maniacs. Also, the commotion caused by high-rank martial warriors was frightening. Just listening to their battle was enough to make people's hearts jump to their throats. The Wang family was worried about Wang Teng when they didn't receive any news from him. Leader Chai, are you sure you can't contact my son? Wang Shengguo walked over to Chai Yu and asked him for the third time under Li Shumei's nagging Mr. Wang, I don't know where Wang Teng is, so I can't contact him. Chai Yu smiled bitterly. However, he still replied to him honestly. He couldn't afford to provoke the Wang family now. If there wasn't a need, he didn't want to offend them, especially his parents. Thus, even though they continued questioning him, even though he didn't have an answer and was starting to feel irritated, he had to remain patient. Look, someone uploaded their battle online. This looks like Brother Wang Teng. Wang Haran suddenly shouted. "What? Show me!" Grandpa Wang grabbed his crutch tightly. You could tell that he was extremely nervous. Wang Haran and Li Xiumei hadn't said anything, but Grandpa Wang had already turned to look at Wang Haran. "Grandpa, look! Brother Wang Teng is so impressive!" Wang Haran held his phone and ran towards Grandpa Wang. Everyone gathered over instantly. In the video, Wang Teng was flying in the air. He slashed a fiery blade glow with his blade and chopped the evil clansman to death. Everyone felt high-spirited. "Grandpa, look, there's more!" Fang Qianwen shouted excitedly too. She was already dashing over. Everyone was crowding around Wang Haran's phone, so she couldn't squeeze in. However, she also wanted to watch the video. In the end, she decided to just search for it herself. To her surprise, she found another one. This was a video of Wang Teng helping Fu Tiandao kill the 9-star soldier-level martial warrior. By right, no one should be nearby, but someone controlled a drone and filmed this high-ranked martial warrior's battle accidentally. This person planned to film fireworks at first. His device was high class and it was filmed at a close distance, so the clarity was better than the previous video. Everyone saw Wang Teng carrying a huge cannon and firing at his opponent from afar. They exchanged glances with one another when they watched this scene. Their expressions turned weird. He looked powerful, no doubt, but his way of fighting seemed a little sneaky. It must be an illusion. Cough. Looking at his way of fighting, he's serious about protecting himself. He'll be fine. Wang Yanan coughed awkwardly and reassured the others. That's right, he'll be fine. Everyone nodded as if they understood what was happening. Caw. At this moment, Little White, who was lying lazily at the side, cawed. What is it? Everyone was shocked. The next second, a figure landed from the sky. It was Wang Teng. Is everyone all right? Wang Teng looked around and asked. We're fine. On the other hand, your battles seemed intense. Are you hurt? Li Xiumei went forward anxiously and sized up her son. Mom, I've told you that I'm very powerful. The evil clansmen are like rats scurrying around the streets. No one is my match, Wang Teng boasted while straightening his chest. The moment he finished speaking, he saw everyone staring at him strangely. The kids looked as if they wanted to say something. What's with that expression? Wang Teng was puzzled. Nothing. We saw your battle video. You are indeed very strong. They all shook their heads and pretended to be amazed. It was true that they thought Wang Teng was powerful. However, the image they just saw made them want to laugh. Wang Teng stared at them curiously. He felt that their expressions were strange, but he couldn't understand why. He stopped thinking about it and turned to look at Chai Yu before he could say anything. Chai Yu spoke up sensibly. Mr. Wang, since you're back, we will take our leave. Wang Teng nodded and thanked them. Leader Chai, everyone thank you. You're too polite. Chai Yu hurriedly waved his hand. Then he left with his men immediately. Wang Teng watched them as they left. He turned and spoke to Grandpa Wang and the others. Mom, Dad, Grandpa, let's go inside. Everything is settled. There's nothing to worry about. Grandpa Wang felt that his family was very fortunate when he saw how Chai Yu and the other martial warriors treated Wang Teng. In the past, the people from the City Protection Bureau were always conceited. They never laid their eyes on the Wang family and would never send people to protect them. Things changed over time. He felt gratified. He looked at Wang Teng and nodded with a smile. All right, let's go back. After he went in, his relatives asked him about the chaos again. Wang Teng chose what to tell them and alleviated their uneasiness. The younger ones found videos online and watched them with interest. Occasionally, they would exclaim loudly and gather around to comment together. Wang Haran and Fang Qianwen were younger, so they were filled with admiration for Wang Teng when they saw his fighting scenes. If the adults hadn't pulled them away, they might have continued to pester him the whole night. Wang Yalong and Wang Yanan were shocked too, but they felt complex at the same time. They felt that their cousin was from an entirely different world. The adults wanted to watch the videos after Wang Teng's explanation, but they suddenly realized that the videos were gone. Those videos had been deleted. The higher authorities had acted. They didn't want those gruesome and bloody scenes to spread to too many people. However, they left some of the videos for the public. These were the less brutal ones. The higher authorities had decided to release more information on martial warriors to the public, but they needed time. They wanted to take it slow, lest they overwhelmed them all at once. Of course, with the advancement of the internet, many people had the good habit of searching online whenever they heard a piece of news. Thus, many ordinary people still saw the videos, and it caused a huge uproar. The frightening impact of a martial warrior's battle made the ordinary people appear nothing. A real life and death battle was full of blood and gore. Normal civilians had never experienced anything like it. In the past, they only knew that martial warriors were powerful. The publicity of the national #1 martial arts competition allowed more people to have a deeper understanding of martial warriors. However, the impact wasn't as direct as the chaos tonight. It was a ghastly scene. Donghai was an important city in the country, yet even such a city couldn't escape harm. As ordinary people living in this area, they didn't have any sense of security. In front of these man-made disasters, they had no way of retaliating. Many people felt small and helpless. The powerlessness of not being able to control their lives made them apprehensive. Chapter 389, Seeking Repayment from Others. The first day of Chinese New Year, everyone received an astonishing piece of news when they woke up in the morning. Donghai got attacked by hooligans on New Year's Eve. They felt that it was madness just hearing this news. New Year's Eve was supposed to be a day of reunion for families. Why would someone stir up troubles on this day? What agenda did they have? An ordinary person was unable to understand the thoughts of the evil clan. They could only curse with righteous indignation. Crazy bastards. Wang Teng didn't care about what happened online. It wasn't his job to worry about it. He was just a 7-star soldier-level martial warrior, so he just needed to take care of his own family. There would be higher authorities pacifying the public and dealing with the aftermath. Wang Teng called Lin Chuhan and confirmed that nothing happened after he left. He finally felt at ease. He stayed at home and accompanied his family for 2 days. Li Xiumei couldn't bear to see him lying around at home anymore. Hence, she called him to invite Lin Chuhan over for dinner. When he wasn't at home, she would miss him terribly and urge him to come home quickly. Yet, after he stayed for a few days, she couldn't stand it anymore and reprimanded him with disdain. Are you even my biological mother? All right, all right. Wang Teng changed out of his pajamas and tidied up his appearance. Then he drove to Lin Chuhan's house. Along the way, he saw many damaged buildings in the past. The streets were always busy this time of the year, but now everyone was scared and didn't dare to leave their houses. When he was a couple of blocks away from Lin Chuhan's house, Wang Teng called her. The moment the call connected, he frowned. Why is it so noisy? Lin Chuhan hesitated. Something happened at home. What's the matter? Why? I can't look for you without a reason, Wang Teng asked. That's not what I mean, Lin Chuhan panicked. Her issue at home might be on her mind, so she didn't have the time and effort to explain to Wang Teng. All right, I won't tease you anymore. I'm near your house. I was going to look for you anyway. Wait for me. I'll help you resolve it. Wang Teng hung up without waiting for Lin Chuhan's reply. He had already heard some things on the phone. There was a woman's voice, and she didn't sound friendly by. Right, most of Lin Chuhan's family problems were solved. Why did someone come to pester them now? Wang Teng was only a few hundred meters away from her house. He stopped right outside her door and knocked on it. Lin Xuxia opened the door instantly. It looked like Lin Xuan had asked her younger sister to open the door upon learning that Wang Teng was coming. Brother-in-law, you came at the right time. Someone's way over his head and wants to force my sister to marry him. Lin Xuxia spurted out an astonishing piece of news the moment she saw Wang Teng. Wang Teng raised his eyebrows, his gaze turned cold as he said with a slight smile, "Come, let me see who's so powerful." Lin Xuxia pulled Wang Teng and ran upstairs on the 2nd floor. In the living room, a couple dressed lavishly and a young man was sitting on the sofa, looking like they were the host here. Their faces were covered with haughtiness and superiority. They seemed to feel that they were honoring the other part with their presence. The rich lady sitting among them was talking non-stop. "My dear, our families have known each other for many generations. When old Lin got into trouble, our family helped you greatly. Why are you still hesitating? Also, Zijin is an outstanding martial arts student from Donghai Technology University. He's already a 2-star soldier-level martial warrior at this age. How is he not suitable for Chuhan? You should know about the chaos yesterday, right? Without the protection from the martial warriors, normal people like us will be in danger. My son helped the City Protection Bureau to catch evil clansmen on New Year's Eve. He has netted great contributions. The higher authorities can't wait to reward him." The rich lady wore a proud expression as she complimented her son. She couldn't stop. The young man beside her straightened his back, his gaze arrogant. He sneaked a peek at Lin Chuhan. Every time he saw Lin Chuhan's face, he would be stunned. He didn't know that the ordinary-looking little girl from back then would become so beautiful one day. Donghai Technology University and Donghai University were both situated in the university town. They weren't far from each other. As a result, news of the popular figures in the school spread quickly between the universities. It was normal for him to catch rumors about the famous campus belle of the other university. Wang Zijin saw Lin Chuhan in a photo uploaded on his school's website. He was struck dumb. Then he accidentally found out about the history of the two families. He persuaded his parents to come to Lin Chuhan's family and make her his. After all, there was no chance for him to chase a campus belle like Lin Chuhan in school. Mr. and Mrs. Wang knew the condition of Lin Chuhia's family. In the past, because of friendship, they had helped the Lin family occasionally. However, they slowly discovered more about Lin Chuxia's strange physique. She couldn't be cured even after spending a large sum of money on treatments. They felt that the Lin family was a bottomless pit, so they didn't want to be attached to them anymore. Gradually, they distanced themselves from the Lin family. This time, they couldn't bear the pleas from their son, so they had to come. After asking around, they learned that Lin Chuxia had already recovered from her illness. If not, they wouldn't have come to the Lin family to propose marriage. The Wang family thought that with their family's condition, the Lin family would agree to their request without any hesitation. Unfortunately, Mother Lin and Lin Chuhan didn't buy their nonsense. Mother Lin frowned slightly when she heard this. The Wang family avoided them in fear in the past. She understood their thoughts, so she didn't mind their actions. Whether or not they helped her, it was their choice. She understood. There was nothing to complain about. However, they hadn't had any interactions for many years, and she had returned them all the money she owed. Yet, they came today suddenly and spoke in such an overbearing manner as if they were giving them a favor. Did they think that she owed them a few million? She was disgusted at how they blackmailed her with repayment. Mother Lin took much effort not to flare up. She said unhappily, "Mr. Wang, Mrs. Wang, I'm thankful for your help in the past. However, Chuhan has the right to decide her own marriage. I'll not interfere in it. Look at what you're saying. What ideas will a child like her have? I think we can make the decision together and let the youngsters cultivate affection for each other later. After they graduate, they can get married," the rich lady said. "Aunt, you don't have to persuade me anymore." "I will not agree," Lin Chuhan said coldly. "Sai, what are you saying? I'm talking to your mother? Why are you interfering? Don't you know your manners? After you enter the Wang family, you need to change this habit." The rich lady raised her eyebrows and spoke to Lin Chuhan with disdain. Enough. Mother Lin couldn't bear it anymore. She stood up abruptly and shouted, "I will educate my own child, not you. I don't think she has said anything wrong. If there's nothing, please leave." "You." The rich lady's chest heaved up and down furiously. Her face turned green in anger. "You're so ill-mannered. Is this how you treat your benefactor? We are doing you a favor by allowing your child to marry into our family. Why are you holding your head so high? Do you think that you can be arrogant just because you gave birth to a beautiful daughter?" Chapter 390. Who on earth are you? Mother Lin trembled in anger when she heard the rich lady's words. This was a humiliation. Did they say that she was arrogant because she gave birth to a beautiful daughter? They were the ones who came to propose marriage. Why couldn't she reject them? Although the Lin family wasn't wealthy or powerful, they wouldn't allow others to humiliate them for no reason. However, before Mother Lin could say anything, Wang Zijin frowned and said, "Mom, calm down." Then he turned and said to Lin Chuhan, "Chuan, my mom is your elder. How can you speak to an elder like this?" Lin Chuhan furrowed her brows even tighter. Disgust seeped into her heart uncontrollably. Wang Zijin continued talking, disregarding the expressions of the people around him. He was so full of himself when he reprimanded Lin Chuhan. What an irritating person. After he finished educating Lin Chuhan, he said to Mother Lin, "Aunt, my mom was just angry. Don't take it to heart." Mr. Wang, who had been quiet all this while, spoke up to mediate the dispute. "All right, we have been friends for a long time. Don't let it harm our relationship." One person played the bad guy while the other played the good guy. Did the Wang family think they were stupid? Lin Chuhan was rendered speechless. "Please don't say that. We can't bear your friendship." Mother Lin didn't buy his words at all. She said coldly, "Please leave." The rich lady had a lousy temper. She was used to living comfortably and enjoying others' flattery. Her husband and son were both martial warriors, so she was treated with respect wherever she went. She had never suffered such rejection before. She erupted in anger and turned to Mr. Wang. Look at what she's saying. You shouldn't have helped her in the past. They're taking your kindness for granted." Before she could finish, Mother Lin scoffed. "Since you're so shameless, I shall put things clearly before you. Don't you know why you helped us in the past? Wang Dong, old Lin helped you many times before he got crippled, right? He even saved your life once. Without him, you won't be where you are today. Your corpse might be decomposing who knows where. You did offer us help in the past, but we have paid everything back. You didn't care about our relationship and voluntarily distanced yourself from us. Weren't you worried that you would get implicated by us? Don't think that. I don't know about it. I'm not an unreasonable person. Did I ever complain to you? We haven't been in contact for so many years, yet you came today without any warning and want me to hand over my daughter to you. Should I agree, just like that? Yes, your family is many times better off than mine. However, we really can't afford to make friends with someone in such a high social position. If you want me to sell my daughter, I'm sorry. Although I'm not a capable woman, I won't do this kind of sinful thing that will make me rot to hell." Since they had shed all pretense, Mother Lin didn't hold back. She directly dug out all the past affairs and dumped them blatantly on the table. By right, based on her personality, she wouldn't have mentioned anything about saving Wang Dong's life. Wang Dong's face turned green and red in anger and embarrassment. He felt as if his deepest secrets and insecurities were dug out and then shoved in front of everyone. You. The rich lady shot to her feet, losing her words due to anger. Her abrupt jump swept the teacups on the ground. They shattered into pieces. "Mom!" Wang Zijin didn't expect things to reach this stage. His expression was ugly. Wang Dong snorted. He said ruthlessly, "Since you don't welcome us, let's go. Your temper has gotten worse after so many years. Yeah, let's go. I don't want to stay in this ill-mannered family a second longer." The rich lady pulled Wang Zijin and rushed to leave. The Wang family reached the entrance of the living room. Suddenly, Wang Dong stopped and turned around. "I remember that Lin Chuhan is studying at Donghai University, right? I know a few instructors there. I wonder how her results are. Do you think she can graduate successfully?" "What do you mean, Mother Lin?" And Lin Chuhan's expressions changed. They glared at Wang Dong furiously. How could a person be so unscrupulous? He was threatening them. "You heard me," Wang Dong scoffed. He didn't plan to talk to the Lin family anymore and turned to walk out of the living room. At this moment, a calm and emotionless voice came from the entrance of the stairway. "How arrogant!" While following Lin Shujia up, Wang Teng had heard the argument in the living room. He felt speechless and infuriated at the same time. He wasn't just angry at the Wang family's actions, he was furious that they wanted to lay their hands on Lin Chuhan. Did they want to die? Lin Chuxia pulled Wang Teng upstairs, blocking the other party's route. Because of her physical condition, she had always been unsociable ever since she was young. She could smile in front of her family and Wang Teng, but she was cold towards others. At this moment, when she saw Mother Lin and her sister getting bullied, her gaze turned sharp and the poison force in her body started boiling. A thick black mist started seeping out from her eyes. Her gaze was malicious. Suddenly, a hand landed on her scrawny shoulder, suppressing the poison force in her body at once. Lin Chuxia's eyes turned bright and clear again. She raised her head and looked at Wang Teng. "Calm down. Let me handle it." Wang Teng smiled at her. Lin Chuxia looked at his smile and felt warmth spreading over her heart. The killing intent disappeared, and she regained her composure. She nodded. "Who are you?" A young man around his age appeared in Lin Chuhan's house, and he even seemed familiar with Lin Chuxia and the Lin family. Most importantly, this man had outstanding charisma. His gaze was strong and mighty. It was hard to stare at him in the eye. Most importantly, this young man was more handsome than him. A sense of danger appeared in Wang Zijin's heart. He couldn't help but stare at Wang Teng with enmity. Hey, this young man looked a little familiar. However, he couldn't put his finger on it, so he didn't think too much. Wang Teng ignored him completely. He turned to Wang Dong and smirked. "I heard that you know the instructors of Donghai University. Come, tell me who you know. Let me see if there are any powerful figures on the list. Anyway, who are you, really? Your words are so majestic. Damn it, how dare you talk to my father like this?" Wang Zijin got indignant. The young man had ignored him and even mocked his father. He couldn't take it. "Where did this brat come from? Impudent child," the rich lady sneered. "Young man, you should think twice before you speak, or you might offend someone you shouldn't." Wang Dong's gaze turned dangerous. Wang Teng glanced at Wang Zijin and the rich lady. Then he looked at Wang Dong calmly and said nonchalantly, You Wang Zijin and the rich lady flew off the handle." Wang Dong was furious too. He felt humiliated to be looked down on by a young man. However, he didn't know who Wang Teng was, so he suppressed his anger and asked with a frown, "Who on earth are you?" Chapter 391. When did my tongue become so sharp? Who on earth are you? Normally, he would have already attacked the other party after suffering such humiliation. However, he wanted to know Wang Teng's background first. Mother Lin and Lin Chuhan also heard the commotion outside and came out of the living room. Wang Teng. Lin Chuhan called his name out involuntarily. There was a hint of a plea in her voice. Wang Teng's gaze changed. He had known Lin Chuhan for a long time, but this was the first time she had revealed such emotions. His anger erupted. He nodded at Lin Chuhan before glaring at Wang Dong. "If I kill you today, no one will dare to speak up for you. Do you believe me? What are you saying?" "My husband can kill you, and no one will say anything either," the rich lady shouted resentfully, feeling vexed in her heart. Wang Zijin suddenly remembered something. His expression underwent a huge change, and he said anxiously, "Mom, stop it. You are Wang Teng." Wang Dong remembered something, too. He was thunderstruck. This was the name that he had been hearing for the past few days. He was only a 4-star soldier-level martial warrior and was in charge of catching low-rank evil clansmen on the ground. Hence, he didn't see Wang Teng in action last night. However, many people were talking about him. They said that he had reached the 7-star soldier level and killed numerous 5-star soldier level and above warriors in the chaos. He even helped Fu Tiandao kill a 9-star soldier level evil clansman. All these achievements, even if exaggerated, meant he was someone he couldn't provoke. "Why are you so quiet now? Didn't you say that I should think twice before speaking? Didn't your wife ask you to kill me just now? I'll let you start with 10 moves. No, 100 moves. You can hit me with 100 attacks first. Do you have the guts? If you can't kill me, I will kill you, Wang Teng said mercilessly. Wang Dong didn't dare to speak. Despite being a 40-years-old man, he was being reproached by Wang Teng. His wife also noticed something amiss and shut up. Her husband and son were martial warriors, so she knew that there were people they couldn't offend. She always appeared superior in front of others, but that was just towards people with a lower status. In front of someone more powerful, she would keep herself in check. She stared at Wang Teng with fear. Would he really kill her husband? The rich lady glanced at Mother Lin uncontrollably. This woman was evil. She had powerful support, but she didn't tell them at all. Instead, she waited for them to offend the young man. She clearly wanted them to die. Evil. Too evil. Wang Teng wasn't done, though. He continued scolding. As a martial warrior, you should be killing some dark apparitions or evil clansmen. Why are you threatening ordinary civilians here? What happened to all the martial arts you practiced? Did you feed it to the dog? And you? Donghai Technology University is a top university too. How did they groom someone like you? Do you think that becoming a 2-star soldier-level martial warrior at this age is amazing? How old are you? What year are you in? When I reach your age, I might be at the general stage. Wang Zijin's face twitched as Wang Teng gave him absolute hell. Are we even comparable? You're a monster who managed to defeat famous talented martial warriors like Ji Siaming from the First University and Ren Qingchang from Lading Martial House. How can an ordinary student like me hold a candle to you? Wang Dong's lips twitched too. He stared at Wang Teng in bewilderment. General stage? He sure was bold to think of the general stage at such a young age. The rumors from last night flashed in his mind. This young man had reached the 7-star soldier level already. At the very most, he had only used less than a year. 1 to 2 years later, he might really reach the general stage. He felt like committing suicide when he realized that he had offended a talented martial warrior who had the potential to reach the general stage. He wanted to leave with his wife and son, but he didn't dare move. Wang Teng wasn't done yet. Wang Teng then pointed at Wang Zijin and started another round. I know you're not talented, but you're ugly too. Look at me, then take a mirror and look at yourself. Do you think you're more handsome? Where did you get the balls to marry Lin Chuhan? Don't you know that pretty ladies are hard to chase? Not only do you need to be powerful and wealthy, but you must also be handsome, just like me. Wang Zijin's face turned green. What the hell was he saying? It's fine if you say that I'm not talented, but why do you have to call me ugly? This is too much. As Wang Teng's words came out of his mouth, Wang Zijin's face turned red from the embarrassment. He wanted to dig a hole and bury himself inside. Mr. and Mrs. Wang also felt awkward. Their son was being humiliated like a dog, but they didn't dare help him at all. Mother Lin and Lin Chuhan were rendered speechless. At first they felt refreshed when they saw Wang Teng scolding the Wang family, but as he continued, his words somehow changed, and he started complimenting himself. Lin Chuhan's ears turned red. She felt a little shy, this fellow. Why was he saying all these in front of everyone? Lin Chuhia burst out laughing. She didn't care about the feelings of the Wang family. Her laughter was unbearable for the Wang family. Their expressions froze and their faces turned hot. Wang Dong had no choice but to step forward and say, Mr. Wang, we are wrong to not recognize you. Please be benevolent and forgive us. He lowered his head. Wang Teng had vented all his anger and frustration. He ignored the man and turned to look at Lin Chuhan and Mother Lin instead. Auntie, how shall we deal with them? Wang Dong's expression changed. Every dog had its day. A moment ago, they were still acting all high and mighty in front of Mother Lin and Lin Chuhan. In a blink of an eye, they were the ones whose fate was in their grasp. They had a bad premonition. After offending Mother Lin and Lin Chuhan terribly, would they let them off scot-free? Let them leave. Don't appear in front of us ever again. Mother Lin hesitated before replying to him. In that case, why are you still standing here? Wang Teng bellowed at the three of them. If I see you creating trouble for Auntie Lin and Lin Chuhan in the future, I'll send you to the front lines in the Xingwu continent. Believe me, I can do that. Yes, yes. The Wang family turned pale, cold sweat dripping down their foreheads. They didn't dare refute and could only nod like a pecking chicken. They scurried away in a hurry. Once they left, Mother Lin let out a relieved sigh. She said to Wang Teng, "Sorry to trouble you again." "Auntie, you're too kind. It's just a small matter. I didn't use much effort to chase them away." "Don't take it to heart," Wang Teng replied nonchalantly. Thinking back, he wondered when his tongue became so sharp. He was impressed by himself. Mother Lin lamented in her heart. A huge matter to them was insignificant in his eyes, something that could be solved with just a few words. The Wang family didn't dare to rebuke when he was scolding them just now. This scene had given her a huge stimulation. I must become stronger. Lin Chuxia clenched her fists and promised herself. Lin Chuhan felt the impact too. She had spent a semester at Donghai University, but she hadn't become a martial warrior yet. She must hurry when school resumed. This world functioned on the survival of the strongest. No one would dare to bully you when you were strong enough. Chapter 392, As His Girlfriend. The Lin Family. Mother Lin thanked Wang Teng again. Then she went to Father Lin's room, probably to inform him about the incident just now. When Wang Teng came up, he had sensed Father Lin standing in front of his room. He was preparing to come out, but he went back after he saw Wang Teng. Wang Teng shook his head secretly. By right, a man should stand up when his family was getting bullied. However, Father Lin's condition was special. An outsider would never understand the pain and despair he was going through without experiencing the sufferings personally. Even more, this was his past comrade. An abnormal gaze, or even a hint of compassion or pity, was enough to break a man down. He did plan to help his family. If Wang Teng didn't arrive, he would have come out. At this moment, Wang Teng and the Lin siblings were chatting in the living room. "I have to thank you again." Lin Chuhan felt warm in her heart when she looked at Wang Teng. He always appeared whenever she needed him. Was this fate? "Don't do that. You have thanked me enough," Wang Teng replied. Lin Chuhan fiddled with her hair. She suddenly remembered something and asked, "Oh, right. Why were you looking for me?" Cough. Wang Teng's heart jumped, feeling nervous for no reason. He coughed awkwardly and saw Lin Chuha looking at him with curious eyes. He said, "Why don't we talk outside? Why are you hiding it from me?" Lin Chuxia was unhappy. What secret is it? Why does he have to hide it from me? "Little girl, what do you know?" Wang Teng glared at her. A man had things he didn't want to say in front of others. He had his shy moments, too. "What is it? Why are you so secretive?" Lin Chuhan was puzzled. "Come with me." Wang Teng forced himself to keep a straight face. However, Lin Chuhan still saw a hint of uneasiness in his expression. She was startled. She shook her head and chuckled secretly before following him out. At the door, Lin Chuhan said, "All right, you can speak now." Wang Teng glanced at the door and felt speechless. "Lin Chuxia, I can see you. Go back into the house. Don't even think of eavesdropping with me here." Lin Chuxia poked her head out and pouted. All right. I knew that I couldn't fool you." She kept turning her head to look at them as she walked into the house unwillingly. Wang Teng finally opened his mouth. My mom wants me." He felt as if his words were stuck in his throat. He paused 3 times before he finished the sentence. Lin Chuhan got nervous. Wang Teng's mother mentioned her. What did his mother want? For the first time, Lin Chuhan felt that Wang Teng was too slow. Why couldn't he finish the sentence in one go, she urged him. "Wants me to do what?" "She wants you to come to my house for a meal." Wang Teng gritted his teeth and finally said it. What is it so difficult? To think that he was not afraid even when facing a 9-star soldier level or a general stage martial warrior. He could mock them without any fear. Even when he was teasing ladies in the past, he did it smoothly. Yet today he felt so anxious and afraid while asking this lady to see his parents. What an embarrassment. "Your mom wants me to have a meal together?" Lin Chuhan widened her eyes in disbelief. She blushed immediately. Yes, that's it. Wang Teng relaxed when he noticed that she was even more anxious than him. He nodded like he had it all under control. Lin Chuhan. What did he mean by? That's it, stupid bastard. He was passing the baton to her. Lin Chuhan glared at Wang Teng and turned around, showing him the back of her head. She said, I'm not going. We're not that close. Why must I go to your house? Not close? Wang Teng felt speechless. My mom gave me an order to bring you home. Are you really not going? That's your problem, Lin Chuhan said. I'll go back and tell her that you don't want to come, Wang Teng said. You, Lin Chuhan was furious. If he did that, his mother wouldn't have a good impression of her. Ha ha, come on, my mom just wants to see you and thank you for the help you gave me in the past, Wang Teng said shamelessly. I didn't help you. You were the one helping me, Lin Chuhan replied in a helpless tone. She found his expression a little funny. Don't say that. I used to be a bottom feeder in the past. Without the positive influence from a star student like you, I wouldn't have turned over a new leaf and gone on the right path. Wang Teng was talking nonsense. He dumped all the benefits of his rebirth and the system on Lin Chuhan. She didn't know the truth anyway, as expected. Lin Chuhan believed him. She believed that she had influenced Wang Teng and felt a little happy. However, she maintained the proud expression on her face and said, That's the result of your hard work. It has nothing to do with me. What's more, you've helped my family so much. How can I accept your mom's gratitude? My mom says that she must thank you. If you don't come today, she will find time to pay a visit to your family. Wang Teng rolled his pupils and released his trump card. Lin Chuhan was astounded. Oh my God, come to my house. Lin Chuhan shuddered when she thought of the scene. This was too scary. However, she wasn't stupid. She reacted an instant later and stared at Wang Teng with suspicion. Are you sure you're not lying? Why will I lie to you? You can come to my house and ask my mom if you don't believe me, Wang Teng said confidently. Lin Chuhan was speechless. In the end, I still have to go to your house. Come on, it's just a simple family lunch. Nothing will happen. If you're worried, you can bring Chusha along. She's been to my house before and is more familiar with my parents. You should feel at ease with her around. Wang Teng continued persuading her when he noticed she was contemplating it. I can bring Chusha? Lin Chuhan wavered. Wang Teng was good at convincing people, so she found it hard to reject him. Of course, no problem at all. Wang Teng nodded without any hesitation. Lin Chuhan hesitated for some time. Suddenly, she bit her lips and asked, Tell me, what's my identity? A smile appeared at the edge of his lips as he looked at Lin Chuhan's expression. He moved closer and whispered beside her ear, My girlfriend. Ah, Lin Chuhan screamed in shock and shoved Wang Teng away. Her beautiful face turned red, including her long neck and her pretty ears. Who wants to be your girlfriend? She ran into her house like a gust of wind. Wang Teng smiled and shook his head. Women would never tell the truth. A man must be thick-skinned if he wanted to be the one in command. His timid actions earlier were all an illusion. Wang Teng nodded to himself. That wasn't him. He was just setting up for this moment. Yeah. When Wang Teng walked into the house, Lin Chuhan had regained her composure. She had already told Lin Chuxia about it too. Lin Chuxia seemed relaxed, she said calmly. Brother-in-law, you were not acting like yourself, so I thought you had some secrets. But was this it? Wang Teng was speechless. This young lady was looking down on him. You're just a kid. What do you know? Lin Chuxia didn't retort. She glanced at him from the corner of her eyes and sniggered in her heart. Lin Chuhan rolled her eyes at Wang Teng, her eyes filled with emotions. He didn't know how Lin Chuhan had explained it to Mother Lin. Anyway, they spent some time preparing. When they left the Lin family's house, Lin Chuhan was carrying many bags in her hands. She looked exactly like Wang Teng the last time he visited them. Wang Teng felt his head turning numb when he saw Mother Lin's delighted expression. He fled frantically with Lin Chuxia and Lin Chuhan. Deer Garden, Wang family. Wang Teng parked his car and brought the Lin sisters to his house. He had already sent Li Xiumei a message along the way. The moment they stepped into the house, Li Xiumei welcomed them enthusiastically. Her gaze immediately landed on Lin Chuhan. "Auntie!" Lin Chuhan called shyly. "You must be Chuhan, right? Wang Teng has been talking about you all the time." Li Xiumei smiled as she looked at the young lady. She pulled her hand and led her into the house. "He mentions me to his mom." Lin Chuhan glanced at Wang Teng. She was surprised. "Hui?" Wang Teng looked at Li Xiumei bitterly. When did he talk about her? His mother's words could easily cause a misunderstanding. "Auntie, do you still recognize me?" Lin Chuhia ran beside Li Xiumei and asked. Li Xiumei looked at Lin Chuxia's face and exclaimed in astonishment, "Oh my, you must be Chuxia. Wang Teng told me that you've recovered. I almost couldn't recognize you. You're so pretty." "Yes, I have recovered, all thanks to brother Wang Teng." Lin Chuxia nodded and replied, "That's great, that's great." Li Xiumei smiled as she led the two sisters into the house. As for Wang Teng, who cared about him, wait, there was a small kid that remembered him. Dudo was playing in the living room. When she saw Wang Teng, she stumbled and ran over immediately. "Brother." Wang Teng carried her and raised her high up. She giggled happily. Seeing this scene, Lin Chuhan and Lin Chuxia were confused. They didn't know that Wang Teng had a younger sister. When Lin Chuxia came to the Wang family in the past, she hadn't seen Dodo. Hence, she felt even more puzzled. Wang Teng couldn't explain Dodo's past in front of her, so he used voice transmission to explain to Lin Chuhan and Lin Chuxia. The two ladies were enlightened when they looked at Dodo again. There was compassion in their eyes. Everyone went to the living room. Li Xiumei prepared some snacks and fruits and called the Lin sisters to eat. As the old saying went, 3 women make a market, 4 a fair. After the initial awkwardness, the 3 ladies, with the help of Li Xiumei's enthusiasm, mixed freely with one another and had a great time chatting. Wang Teng couldn't interrupt them at all. Dao Du secretly whispered to him, "Brother, who are these 2 sisters?" "They are my friends," Wang Teng whispered back. "Do you want to play with that sister?" Dao Du tilted her head and thought for a moment. She then nodded. Yes, she didn't have any playmates, so she got a little excited when she saw Lin Chuxia. "Go ahead," Wang Teng smiled. "What if she doesn't like me?" Dao Du was concerned. "She won't, she'd love to play with you. You're so cute," Wang Teng comforted her. "Really?" Dao Du still hesitated. "Of course. Why will I lie to you?" Wang Teng patted her back and looked at her in encouragement. Dao Du gathered her courage and walked towards Lin Chuxia. Lin Chuxia was puzzled when she saw the little girl walking towards her nervously. Wang Teng explained the situation to her through voice transmission. She smiled and waved at Dao Du. Lin Chuxia was still young and she didn't have any playmates when she was a child. Hence, she hit it off with Dao Du. The 2 little girls started playing happily with each other. After some time, Li Xiumei went to prepare lunch. Lin Chuhan didn't want to sit around doing nothing, so she joined her. Little White flew back during lunch. Wang Teng took out some star beast meat and passed it to Lin Chuxia and Dodo. He allowed them to feed Little White. The 2 young ladies were immersed in the feeding process. They had a lot of fun. If Li Xiumei hadn't asked them to wash their hands and eat lunch, they wouldn't have stopped playing. By the time Li Xiumei and Lin Chuhan finished cooking, Wang Shengguo had come back. He widened his eyes in surprise when he saw Lin Chuhan walking out of the kitchen with the dishes. "What is this? Did I step into the wrong house?" He was in a daze before Li Xiumei urged Wang Teng to leave the house. He had already gone out to visit some business partners. Hence, he didn't know that Lin Chuhan was coming to visit. Lin Chuhan was stunned for a moment, too. She greeted him hurriedly. "You're Uncle Wang, right?" "You are?" Wang Shengguo felt that this young lady looked a little familiar, but he couldn't remember where he saw her. "Dad, she's Lin Chuhan." Wang Teng walked over and introduced Lin Chuhan. "Oh, right. No wonder you look familiar. Your head teacher showed me your photo when you were still in high school. However, this is my first time seeing you personally. You are prettier in reality." Wang Shengguo patted his forehead and exclaimed, "You flatter me." Lin Chuhan felt a little embarrassed. Li Shumei carried some dishes and walked out. Wash your hands quickly and get ready to eat. All the dishes were placed on the dining table. Everyone sat down and started eating. Li Shumei kept taking food for Lin Chuhan and Lin Chuxia. Lin Chuhan almost couldn't handle her enthusiasm. Wang Shengguo would ask Lin Chuhan a question or two about her studies every now and then. He was satisfied with this future daughter-in-law. He felt he had made the right decision to get Lin Chuhan to be Wang Teng's table buddy in high school. He enjoyed the benefits of a favorable position. What a wise move. After lunch, Lin Chuhan stayed at Wang Teng's house a while longer and chatted with Li Shumei and Wang Shengguo. Then she bade farewell to them and went home. Naturally, Wang Teng sent the sisters back. Once in the car, Lin Chuhan loudly burped. She finally couldn't hold it in anymore. Wang Teng smiled. "How do you feel?" "They're so friendly." Lin Chuhan had lingering fears if I eat like this every day, I'll grow fat. Wang Teng burst out laughing. "Why are you still laughing?" Lin Chuhan complained. "Food is a blessing. Even if you put on 10 kilograms, you won't be fat." "You'll just have a full figure," Wang Teng said. "No way, I don't want to," Lin Chuhan replied angrily. "I think it was delicious. I hope that I can eat delicious food every day." Lin Chuhaya patted her stomach and said longingly, "Foodie." Lin Chuhan rolled her eyes at her sister. "If you like, you can come to my house more. My mom will love it," Wang Teng said. "Okay, betrayer." Chapter 393. Meeting the principal of Jixin Martial House. Ever since Lin Chuhan came to have a meal with his family, their relationship gradually became closer. After all, they had already met each other's parents. Huh? Why did it feel a little weird by right? Shouldn't they confirm their relationship before meeting their parents? It was past 11 p.m. Wang Teng ended his conversation with Lin Chuhan and started pondering on this problem. After a few seconds, he shook his head. He didn't want to think too much. Their relationship was going at a steady pace, so there was no need to force anything. Everything would fall into place at the right time. Today was the 4th day of the Chinese New Year. Although holidays were meant to relax, he didn't ease up his training. He continued to cultivate at night. There was nothing special about a 7-star soldier-level martial warrior. If he didn't use his spiritual power, he wouldn't be able to handle a single blow from a 9-star soldier-level martial warrior. He was too weak. He must continuously improve himself. He mainly relied on picking up attributes, but the accumulation of practices and cultivation also played an important role. They might be the extra push he needed during a crucial moment of his breakthrough. It would be a pity if he failed, because he relied on the system only. He sat cross-legged on his bed and started cultivating under the moonlight. Wang Teng stayed at home most of the time. Of course, he went out a few times. On the 5th day of the Chinese New Year, he adhered to his promise with Fu Tiandao and came to Jixin Martial House. Today, the president of Jixin Martial House would come to inspect the Donghai branch. Wang Teng had long heard of this legendary figure. When he first embarked on the martial arts path, he chose Jixin Martial House because of this general stage martial warrior, Wang Teng, washed up and ate his breakfast. Then he prepared to go out early in the morning. "Where are you going?" Li Shumei was puzzled. A second later, her eyes lit up. "Are you going on a date with Lin Chuhan?" Wang Teng had been eating and lazing around at home for the past few days. She had never seen him waking up so early and wearing formal clothes. He must be going on a date. Wang. Shengguo glanced at his son from the top of his newspaper. Did his son finally learn what he had to do? No. Wang Teng felt speechless looking at his parents' expressions. Did they really think that he couldn't find a wife? He explained in frustration, "The president of Jixin Martial House is coming to Donghai today. He says he wants to meet me, so I need to go." The president of Jixin Martial House. Wang Shengguo was shocked. The martial arts academies were open to the public, so normal people had a better understanding of them. The top 3 martial arts academies were more widely known, and hence the general stage presidents of these martial arts academies were household names. Naturally, Wang Shengguo also knew about the president of Jixin Martial House. Even Li Shumei was familiar with his name. He wants to see you? Wang Shengguo asked again. Yes, Wang Teng nodded. All right, I have to leave. It's not good to be late. Go on, Li Shumei hurried him. Oh, right, do you need to prepare any gifts? There's no need for that. He wants to meet our son because he has high hopes for him. With his status, there's no need for those things, Wang Shengguo replied. Wang Teng waved his hand and left his house. Jixin Martial House. Wang Teng reached early. The president wouldn't be here so early, but he saw Fu Tiandao. You're here. Fu Tiandao smiled. You haven't been here for a long time. Come, let's walk around. I've been busy with cultivation. I went to the Xingwu continent some time ago and only came back for the year-end exam. Then the national #1 martial arts competition started. I would have come if I had the time, Wang Teng explained. Fu Tiandao nodded. He understood. No wonder you're so powerful. You're talented, but you work harder than others. This is a rare trait. Wang Teng nodded to himself. Even others could see that he was working hard. He was a good, hard-working child. He felt proud in his heart, but his mouth said, I'm not that hard-working. Just a little. Fu Tiandao. He had heard of how shameless this young man was. The rumors were true. Fu Tiandao brought Wang Teng to the Martial Disciple Building. Wang Teng felt emotional when he saw the familiar environment. This was where he had started. At that time, he woke up bright and early just to collect those small attributes. Those were the tough days. They went from the first floor to the third floor. Wang Teng even saw Yu Hao, Shu Jie, and Bai Wei practicing hard on the second floor. They were intermediate stage martial disciples, Wang Teng called them. Brother Teng, they were surprised. Brother Teng, why are you here? Bai Wei asked. I came to take a look, Wang Teng smiled and didn't say much. They exchanged greetings and agreed to meet soon. On the third floor, Wang Teng saw Zhang Shaoyang. When Wang Teng left, he was already an advanced stage martial disciple. Although he had improved greatly, he was stuck at the advanced stage martial disciple level. Practicing martial arts was extremely difficult for a normal person. Zhang Shaoyang belonged to the average category. After all, geniuses were rare, or they would be everywhere. Zhang Shaoyang felt complicated when he saw Wang Teng leaving. He sighed. The person who used to train with him had already reached such heights. He found it hard to accept the difference. But what could he do? He couldn't be compared to him, so he had to train even harder. Fu Tiandao brought Wang Teng to the Martial Warrior Building. It was Chinese New Year. So many martial warriors didn't go to the Xingwu continent. They would gather in the Martial Arts Academy for training whenever they had the time. They weren't newbies. Many of them recognized Fu Tiandao and greeted him. All of them got curious when they saw Wang Teng standing beside Fu Tiandao. They started discussing among themselves. Who is that youngster? Principal Fu seems polite around him. Could it be a genius from some martial arts elite family? Where did your eyes go? He is Wang Teng, the champion of the national #1 martial arts competition. Oh my God, no wonder he looks familiar. It's him. He's so young, I heard that he's at least at the 6-star soldier level. Is this what we call a genius? Does it feel good to be admired by others? Fu Tiandao smiled and asked, Too much fame will make you lose yourself. Wang Teng shook his head. You don't act like a youngster at all, Fu Tiandao complained. I'm so handsome and young-looking. How am I not a youngster? Wang Teng touched his face proudly. Fu Tiandao. They arrived on the 4th level and saw Lin Zan and the Tiger Warrior team. Lin Zan was heavily injured in the Xingwu continent. Fortunately, he had consumed many high-class Dan medicines and managed to recover completely over the past few weeks. He was in the middle of a duel at the moment. A crowd was gathered around the contestants, cheering them on loudly. It was a lively scene. When they saw Fu Tiandao, they hurriedly greeted him and cleared a path for him. You all are having fun. Fu Tiandao laughed heartily. Staying at home is boring. Our bones are getting rusty, someone said. Ha ha ha, as a martial warrior. I can't stand it when I don't move for 3 days. It has been more than that. Someone chuckled beside him. My wife forced me to stay at home since I'm always out. I gained more than 5 kilograms, you know. If I don't start practicing soon, I'll get tormented by others when I return to the Xingwu continent. The spectators shared their complaints one by one, livening up the atmosphere. It seemed that Fu Tiandao never put on any airs when he was around the members. They could converse with him casually. Boom! Lin Zan threw his opponent off the ground with his battle axe. Force exploded in the violent impact. It looked like Lin Zhan had also been working hard. I'm not fighting anymore. Lin Zhan, your axe is as powerful as always. The martial warrior opposite him waved his hand. Ha ha ha! Let's fight again next time. Don't disappoint me. Lin Zhan laughed. Liu Yan and the Yan siblings stopped, too. They were dueling in team mode. They knew when to stop. Wang Teng called them when he saw them walking down the arena. Wang Teng. They were pleasantly surprised and quickly gathered around him. It's been a while. I heard that you became the champion of the national #1 martial arts competition. Impressive. Liu Yan praised him highly. Moderately impressive, Wang Teng replied. You're still as cheeky as ever. Liu Yan rolled her eyes. Yan Jinyue covered her mouth and giggled while Yan Jinming and Lin Zan shook their heads. You left in a hurry last time. I didn't manage to thank you properly, Lin Zan said. Let's not be polite with each other. They talked about their current circumstances as time quickly passed. At 10 a.m., the president of Jixin Martial House came. Everyone waited in the plaza and saw a row of sedans driving into the martial arts academy. A bunch of men in black swarmed down the cars. They gathered around the luxurious sedan in the middle and waited respectfully. The car door opened and a middle-aged man got out.
President Fu Tiandao quickly went forward and greeted the man with respect.
Old Fu, it has been a while. How have you been? Yi Jixin patted his shoulder and smiled. Everything has been going well. Thank you, Fu Tiandao replied. They chatted as they walked into the martial arts academy. The martial warriors around them were also excited. They discussed in low voices. Is that the president? His aura is so powerful. Of course, he's a general stage martial warrior. Among all the general stage martial warriors in the country, he's one of the top few. I've only heard of his name in the past. Today, I finally got to meet him. Yi Jixin waved his hands at everyone. Thank you for everything you've done for the Jixin Martial House. You're too kind. That's right. President, this is what we should do. Without the grooming and protection of the Martial Arts Academy, we won't be where we are today. Wang Teng could see that everyone had a strong sense of belonging to the Jixin Martial House, but he could understand them. It was extremely difficult for normal martial warriors to rise in rank. Martial arts academies gave them this chance. You could say that many people would never be able to find another opportunity without martial arts academies. Some could, but they were the minority. Yi Jixin toured the Martial Arts Academy and accompanied everyone for lunch in the cafeteria. Wang Teng and Fu Tiandao sat beside him, one on each side. Yi Jixin smiled at Wang Teng. I've wanted to meet you for a long time. I finally got the chance today. I've admired you for a long time, too. Wang Teng smiled and replied, I saw your performance during the national #1 martial arts competition. Honestly, I have to admit that you're quite outstanding, Yi Jixin said. You're flattering me. Chapter 394. Sudden news and going back to school. In the cafeteria, everyone was astonished to see Wang Teng sitting beside the president and chatting happily with him, just like Fu Tiandao. The Tiger Warrior team sat together. Lin Zhan gave a bitter smile. That fellow is full of surprises. I'm afraid he came here today to meet the president. We are still struggling at the grassroots, yet he has already climbed to the top, Yan Jinming lamented. Let's work hard to reach the 5-star soldier level as soon as possible. By then, we will be high-rank martial warriors, Lin Zhan said. Advancing to 5-star soldier level isn't that easy. The others shook their heads bitterly. They had spent so much time and effort to crawl to the 4-star soldier level. Imagine how hard they had to climb to reach 5-star soldier level. Difficult, extremely difficult. On the other side, Shuji and his friends glanced at one another with bewilderment in their eyes. That was the president of the Jixin martial house. He was a general stage martial warrior, and Wang Teng was sitting beside him. He was chatting with a boss-level character. They looked at themselves. They were still high school students. The three of them suddenly felt a wide trench between them and Wang Teng. All of them went through the same 9 years of compulsory education. Why was Wang Teng so outstanding? They couldn't find an answer. Wang Teng didn't know what others were thinking. At this moment, he was struck dumb by something Ye Jixin had said. A dimensional rift linking to Darkland has appeared on Earth. Wang Teng was appalled. His gaze changed as he asked, "Are you sure?" Fu Tiandao felt dry in his throat. He swallowed his saliva uncontrollably. Ye Jixin made sure that only the three of them could hear his voice. This was a general stage skill, it's true. Ye Jixin knew that they wouldn't be able to accept this at once. Dark apparitions were frightening. The Xingwu continent had suffered terribly because of them, having been plunged into the abyss of misery. Fortunately, Earth wasn't affected yet. However, a dimensional rift connecting to Darkland had appeared on Earth. The implications were serious. "How's the situation there?" Wang Teng asked after a long moment of silence. "We can still control it. The dimensional rift isn't connected to Darkland directly. It requires one to jump from the Xingwu continent to Earth. We're lucky to have discovered it early, so our people are stationed in the Xingwu continent. However, no matter how we spin it, a dimensional rift has appeared. This means that Earth is no longer safe," Ye Jixin said. Wang Teng heaved a small sigh of relief. There was still some buffer time. If the dark apparitions invaded Earth without any warning, they would suffer a devastating blow. "Where is the dimensional rift?" he contemplated before asking. Ye Jixin hesitated. "Since you're already a 7-star soldier-level martial warrior, you will know it sooner or later. There's no harm in telling you first. The dimensional rift is at Beijiang." Beijiang. Wang Teng's gaze flickered. Beijiang was a vast territory with a sparse population. It was relatively safer for the dimensional rift to appear there. If it had appeared in a densely populated city, it would have been a catastrophe. Ye Jixin read his expression and said, "I know what you're thinking. It's indeed easier to control the dimensional rift there, but it's still on our land. We'll need to work together to overcome this obstacle." Wang Teng nodded. Without a doubt, a large number of martial warriors would be dispatched to Beijiang. Just like I've mentioned before, the main battle is in the Xingwu continent. The battlefield will only come to Earth if things go out of control there. Ye Jixin said, "I'm telling you this because you are part of the Jixin martial house. You can prepare beforehand with this knowledge. Your school will probably tell this to the students who meet their requirements and arrange for you to go to the battlefield. The country has groomed you all for so long. It's time to repay your nation." When Wang Teng left, Jixin Martial House released the remaining money from the SSS grade contract to him. He could use it any time. However, those 100 million were dispensable to him. It didn't affect him much. He had progressed too quickly, so this money had lost its value in his eyes. Wang Teng was in deep thought as he went home. He wouldn't shirk from his responsibility as a martial warrior. However, his parents and families were ordinary people. They had no chance against dark apparitions. I must become more powerful quickly. Once I reach a certain height, my family will get more protection. Wang Teng thought to himself. At the same time, he passed the Dan medicines, weapons, and rune items he made to Wang Shengguo. He asked his dad to develop the family's business as fast as he could. In the past, Wang Teng was afraid of other martial warriors, so he didn't dare to let his family advance too quickly, but he was a 7-star soldier-level martial warrior now. He believed that he could advance to the general stage soon, too. Also, many important figures had taken notice of him. Although they didn't say much, their attention alone was an invisible form of protection. The higher authorities also understood this. They couldn't touch the family of a talented martial warrior who had the potential to reach the general stage. Most people weren't blind and wouldn't dare harm the Wang family even if they affected the interest of others' businesses. Wang Teng hoped that the Wang family would become more powerful so that they could ensure their own safety without him. After all, he wasn't at home most of the time and couldn't take care of everything. He had to rely on the country to protect them. In comparison, he still believed in his own strength more. Relying on yourself was better than relying on others. For the next few days, he stopped being lazy and started cultivating with all his focus. However, before school started, he still had to visit some people. On the 6th day of the Chinese New Year, he went to visit his head teacher in high school. Wang Shengguo might have given his head teacher some money to take care of him, but he couldn't deny his teacher's concern towards him. He was amiable most of the time and turned a blind eye whenever he took a leave or slept in class. Where else could he find such a good head teacher? He should visit him during the Chinese New Year. Wang Teng didn't forget to bring gifts along. Fan Weiming was elated upon seeing Wang Teng. He beamed from ear to ear as he accepted the gifts. This is a good student. He's not only talented, but he's also sensible. Fan Weiming had watched the national #1 martial arts competition, so he knew Wang Teng was the champion. At that moment, he was stunned. His student became the champion. It all felt like a dream. How old was he? He had just graduated from high school not long ago and was already so impressive. How far could he go in the future? During the Chinese New Year, he kept boasting to his wife and son. He claimed that Wang Teng managed to achieve this glory because he took care of him during high school and educated him properly. Not only did he boast to his family, but he also boasted to his neighbors, too. His wife and son knew his character, so they didn't take his words to heart. However, never in their dreams did they expect Wang Teng to visit him personally with gifts. His wife and son were overwhelmed, especially his son, who wanted to go the martial arts path. He admired Wang Teng and was thrilled when he saw the real person. He kept pestering Wang Teng with questions. In the afternoon, Fan Weiming persuaded Wang Teng to stay for lunch. It was hard to turn down his great hospitality, so Wang Teng agreed. This meal caused a huge commotion. Fan Weiming told everyone about Wang Teng visiting him when he went out to buy groceries. He was afraid that his neighbors would miss this news. On the 7th day of the Chinese New Year, Wang Teng met with Xu Jie, Bai Wei, and a few of his friends. They couldn't chat properly at Jixin Martial House, so they had agreed to meet up later. Xu Jie and Yu Hao had changed tremendously. Following their practice of martial arts, their energy and vitality also changed. You could tell that their families had supported them greatly. Our families knew that you entered Huanghai Military Academy and were present at your graduation banquet. They were envious when they saw the huge changes you brought to your family. Therefore, they hoped that we could attain some achievements and contribute to our families. Unfortunately, they don't understand how tough the martial arts path is. To reach your level, talent is the key component. We aren't as talented as you, Xu Jie complained. That's right. Brother Wang Teng is the champion of the national #1 martial arts competition. There's only one of him in the entire country. How are we supposed to compare to you? Our parents are so naive, Yu Hao said with a forced smile. This was what they called other people's child. They talked about many things, most of them related to martial arts. Martial arts was the trend now, and all of them planned to go on this path. Their conversation naturally circled around this topic. Honestly, Wang Teng was shocked when he learned that Bai Wei was practicing martial arts too. He didn't ask her for a reason, though. As they chatted, Wang Teng realized that she was quite gifted. She didn't practice much and still managed to become an intermediate-stage martial disciple. She had an easier time than Yu Hao and Xu Jie. The two young men expressed their jealousy openly. They couldn't be compared with Wang Teng, and Bai Wei was stronger than them as well. Based on Bai Wei's progress, she might be able to take a step further before the university entrance exam. It would allow her to enter a good university. After the gathering ended, Wang Teng sent her home. Bai Wei bit her lips. Don't think too much. Continue practicing. The times have changed. You can only protect your loved ones if you become stronger. Wang Teng understood how she was feeling. He paused for a moment before he continued. If you face any troubles, don't hesitate to find me. Okay, Bai Wei smiled. She said firmly, I'll definitely catch up with you and not lag too much. I'll wait for you. Wang Teng smiled and replied. School started before the end of the Chinese New Year. Wang Teng said goodbye to his parents and returned to Hanghai Military Academy. All the students had come back. Wang Teng saw Ho Ping Liang and his friends on the way. The moment they met, they rushed towards Wang Teng and punched him violently. Pfft, you're too amazing. Boss, do you need a sidekick? Song Shuhang asked shamelessly. Dad, you need a son. Lu Shu was even more shameless. Seriously? Wang Teng didn't know what to say. He knew why they were acting like this. For the past few weeks, everyone who saw him would remember that he was the champion of the national #1 martial arts competition. He felt frustrated hearing it all the time, but he could only get used to it. I can't sense how strong Brother Teng has become. I feel like I'm facing a frightening beast when I'm in front of you. A beast that can step me to death with a single foot. Bailey Qingfeng was extremely tense. He looked as though Wang Teng was going to kill him. Wang Teng, Ho Ping Lang, Lu Shu, Song Shuhang. Bailey, when will you change your personality? Why do you think that everyone wants to kill you? Wang Teng placed his hand on his shoulder and asked helplessly. I'm a kind man. Maniacs always want to kill a kind man like me, Bailey Qingfeng replied. Do I look like a maniac? Wang Teng felt speechless. Bailey Qingfeng hesitated. No. You hesitated. Oh my God, you hesitated. Wang Teng pointed at him with wide eyes. This brat really felt that he wanted to kill him. Cough, I didn't. I just think that you're dangerous. I can't beat you, so I don't feel safe around you, Bailey Qingfeng said. I don't want to talk to you. Wang Teng rolled his eyes. This man's mind worked differently, for sure. He might have a screw loose. Ho Ping Lang and the others chuckled. With Wang Teng's ability, it wasn't easy to see him suffer a loss. How powerful are you now? Will you still be studying with us? Ho Ping Liang suddenly asked. I'll have to wait for the school's arrangement. Wang Teng shook his head. There was no way he could cultivate with the other freshmen, but he couldn't drop his studies either. He needed to continue studying. At the same time, he didn't want to waste too much time on it since he just had to pick up attributes. Special circumstances required special treatment. The school would have already sorted it out for him. They should have come up with a suitable curriculum. Chapter 395. This is a basic martial warrior skill. When school started, the first thing Wang Teng did was to look for Dan Taishuan. Unfortunately, she had already left. She wasn't in school. What about the surprise? This liar, Wang Teng, was filled with hidden bitterness. On the first day of school, the school broadcasted the rankings of the students who had participated in the national #1 martial arts competition. 2 students made it to the top 10. This was an honor. At the same time, it also represented the resources allocated to the school. Many people understood this. Those that didn't were enlightened by the unintentional hints from others. This was a good thing. Resources were essential for martial warriors. Their achievements had affected the whole university. Unknowingly, Wang Teng and Han Zhu's reputations soared, especially Wang Teng's. He was the champion. It felt so unreal. They were all freshmen. But why did Wang Teng seem like a 4th-year senior? Why were they still newbies? Where did the issue lie? The students were confused, but it didn't stop them from looking at Wang Teng with pride. To them, he was the leading figure of Hanghai Military Academy. The students were elated. The school was delighted. Everyone was happy. Hanghai would welcome an explosive growth period. The strong would become even stronger. Hanghai's future was promising. While everyone was still immersed in this glory, Wang Teng was called by Peng Yuanshan. Close to 100 students were gathered in the actual combat building. Wang Teng saw many familiar faces. Most of these students were the top 100 students of the school. They had been defeated by him in the past. Their faces turned black when they saw Wang Teng. Getting defeated by a freshman was a stain on their reputation. However, this fellow joined the national #1 martial arts competition secretly and even became the champion. They had to be convinced even if they didn't want to. Thinking about it, losing to a God's favored child was nothing embarrassing. Besides the students, Wang Teng also sensed a few powerful auras. The instructors present were all 6-star and 7-star soldier-level martial warriors. There were 5 of them. That was not all. There were also around 7 5-star soldier-level martial warriors. Wang Teng raised his eyebrows. "Old Ni, I'll pass this fellow to you." Peng Yuanshan spoke to a 7-star soldier-level instructor and left. Wang Teng. This was the school's arrangement for him. The instructor called Old Ni looked at Wang Teng and said, "You must be Wang Teng. Nice to meet you." Wang Teng greeted him obediently. Although they were at the same level, he would give an instructor the respect he deserved. "Not bad. Come in. We are all waiting for you." Old Ni nodded. He seemed satisfied with Wang Teng. "Yes." Han Zu and his friends waved at him. Wang Teng walked over. He had gotten close to Han Zu and his friends during the martial arts competition. This was called forming a new social circle. No one spoke. They were waiting for Old Ni to open his mouth. "All right, since everyone is here, let's get straight to the point. First, let me introduce myself. I'm Ni Jiancheng. Everyone, Ni Jiancheng." What a good name. Everyone held back their laughter as they repeated the instructor's name in their minds. Ni Jiancheng continued, "We'll head to the Xingwu continent tomorrow and join the Black Sparrow troop." His words were like a stone raising 1,000 ripples on a lake surface. No one was surprised that they were going to the Xingwu continent. All of them had been there, and they were already used to it, but they were going to join the Black Sparrow troop. It was obvious that they weren't going on a holiday. What were they going to do? What else? They must be going on the battlefield. Missions in the Xingwu continent were fraught with dangers. Some of them had taken military missions before. They were much more dangerous than normal missions. However, no one had been on a battlefield. Without a doubt, wars were even more dangerous than missions. Death was common on the battlefield. They might become one of the corpses on the ground the moment they joined the war. Many people in the crowd were shocked. However, there were some excited ones too. "I can finally go on the battlefield. I've been waiting for a long time." Han Zhu's eyes were glistening. "Wang Teng? Is he a battle maniac? Why are you looking at me? You can only gain military exploits on the battlefield. My ambition is to become a general," Han Zhu said. "Ha ha, a general. Your dream is bold." Wan Baikyu glanced at him in disdain. Old Ni had gathered them today to inform them of this matter and some other miscellaneous stuff. They were dismissed thereafter. "Let's go to the logistics building to get some items," Han Zhu said. No one objected. Items were sparse in the Xingwu continent. You might not be able to find any even if you had the money. Furthermore, where were you supposed to buy them on the battlefield? Exchanging items in school was much easier. It was cheaper too. No one was stupid. They understood this logic. They were all fourth-year students who had completed numerous missions over the past 4 years. They were experienced in how to tackle different situations and how to prepare. When they reached the logistics building, Han Zhu and the others started a shopping spree, caring about their school credits. They bought many different kinds of Dan medicines, those that could replenish their force and heal their injuries. These were lifesavers. There was no such thing as too many of them. They also bought weapons and battle uniforms and replenished all the items they lacked. It was as if they wanted to arm themselves to the teeth. Wang Teng took a look at the items and bought a 9-star battle uniform. He then started pondering on what to get. He had to buy a rune bow and a rune gun. Then he remembered that he had a few 100 million given by Jixin Martial House. It would be a waste if he didn't spend the money. Hence, he decided to buy the weapons from Jixin Martial House's internal website. Their delivery was fast, so he should be able to receive them tonight. He looked at the Dan medicines and realized that he could make all of them. The quality of his Dan medicines would be better too. Hence, he only bought a few spiritual herbs. He planned to make the Dans himself. Han Zhu and the others were puzzled. "Why are you buying so many spiritual herbs?" Han Zhu asked curiously. You also bought a 9-star battle uniform. Pfft, you're rich, Wan Baichu shouted. Not really. I'm not that rich. Wang Teng kept his battle uniform and spiritual herbs. He felt fortunate that he had earned a small fortune with Zhuge Xiaoliang last semester. If not, he wouldn't have all these school credits to spend. These spiritual herbs are for making spiritual dans. I prefer making my own Dan medicine. Make your own? You know how to make dans? Han Zhu and the others were astounded. What's wrong with that? This is a basic martial warrior skill, Wang Teng replied calmly. To hell with a basic skill. If it is a basic skill, why don't we know? This fellow must be acting. Han Zhu and the others glanced at Wang Teng in contempt. They resented show-offs like him the most. Can you help me make some? The next instant, Han Zhu started licking his boots with a fawning smile. Me too, me too. Wan Baichu jumped in instantly. They had changed their attitude so quickly. These two people trusted Wang Teng. They didn't even suspect if he could make them or not. Du Yu, Zhang Fengyu, and the others were too shy to open their mouths. They weren't as close to Wang Teng as Han Zhu and Wan Baichu. At the same time, they doubted whether Wang Teng was able to make the dans. Sure, I have to make them anyway, so adding 2 more portions won't make a difference. However, you need to prepare your own spiritual herbs. Wang Teng didn't reject them. To him, making these dans wouldn't cost him much time. This was how fast and efficient man was. No problem, the 2 seniors replied instantly. They immediately searched for the relevant spiritual herbs and passed them to Wang Teng. Jian Cheng means to persevere in Chinese, chapter 396. This is a dangerous trip. Please take care. After getting the items they needed from the logistics building, they parted and went back to make preparations for the trip tomorrow. For instance, calling their families to report the situation. As martial warriors, they would have to experience certain things sooner or later. When they chose this path, they had been mentally prepared. They must face it head-on, even if it was death. Wang Teng didn't call his family, though. He believed he wouldn't die. He was second to none when it came to protecting his life. After he returned to his dormitory, he logged into Jixin Martial House's internal website and bought a rune bow and a rune gun. His current weapons were too low class. They wouldn't be able to offer him much help now. Thus, he bought a 9-star rune bow and rune gun directly. As for general stage weapons, Wang Teng couldn't afford them. The quality of these weapons was at a much higher level. After he had bought everything, he went directly to the furnace room in the school. The furnace rooms belonged to the Dan faculty. It was just an ordinary building that looked like the chemistry labs. Only humans on Earth think of arranging the alchemy rooms like chemistry laboratories. Wang Teng planned to use a few furnaces at once. This would save him both time and effort. He walked to the building and gave his requirements to the instructor in charge of the building. Are you saying that you want to rent a room that has a few furnaces? The instructor was stunned. Is there one? Asked Wang Teng. There is. Normally it's used for lessons or exams. Why do you need this room if you just want to make Dan medicine? The instructor asked him back. If there is, I want to rent one for 3 hours. Wang Teng smiled. He didn't explain himself. Are you trying to operate a few furnaces at once? The instructor frowned. I have to remind you that Dan making requires meticulous care. Some people have tried to run more than one furnace at once, but no one succeeded. Even Dan masters can only open 3 furnaces at max. This is just for making simple Dan medicines. Wang Teng felt helpless. He knew the instructor had good intentions, but he understood his own ability the best. He found an excuse and said, Instructor, I just want to do an experiment. You're thinking too much. The instructor frowned again and nodded. All right, I've already said what I have to say. If you insist, I can't stop you. He shook his head and scanned Wang Teng's school credits. Then he allowed him to enter the building himself. Wang Teng heaved a sigh of relief. He went up and found the room. He spent more than 2 hours in the room, making Dan medicines for him, Han Zhu and Wan Baichu. After he came out, the instructor asked, Young man, how was it? Did you fail? You should have listened to me. You were right. Wang Teng didn't refute. He smiled and left. The instructor shook his head behind him, muttering to himself, "Students nowadays love to reach for what's beyond their grasp." He probably hasn't mastered the skill of Dan making yet, but he's already thinking of operating a few furnaces at once. However, when he went up to clean the room, he realized that there wasn't any spiritual herb waste left behind. This didn't make sense. During Dan making, some students used secret skills passed down by their masters or families. Hence, the school forbade anyone from turning on the surveillance cameras in the rooms without prior consent. This was why the instructor didn't know what happened when Wang Teng was in the room. Did he succeed? The instructor was shocked when he thought of this possibility. Wang Teng didn't know what went through the instructor's mind after he came out of the building. If he did, he would feel that the instructor was overthinking at night. The items he bought from Jixin Marshall House arrived. The school didn't allow the delivery men to enter, so Wang Teng went to the gate to receive the package. The next day, everyone gathered in this stadium. Peng Yuanshan and the five heads sent them off personally. Peng Yuanshan looked at every single face carefully before he said, "I send my students to the battlefield every year. When they come back, I'm here to receive them too." Unfortunately, some of them never came back. As your president, this breaks my heart. All of you are the pillars of Honghai and the future of China. Losing any single one of you is a great loss. However, we are a military academy. The martial warriors we groom are meant for the battlefield. The battlefield needs you, and you also need to experience it before you can truly become the backbone of society. Protection and running away won't make you a formidable warrior. The trials and tribulations of life and death will shape your future. You are all gifted. I anticipate your future and hope that you can go further and higher. So, you must come back alive. This is a dangerous trip. Please take care. The last sentence came out firm and loud from his mouth. It was filled with expectations. At this moment, he wasn't the stern president he normally was. He was just a parent who hoped that his children could come back alive. He had experienced too many deaths. There were no changes in his expression when he spoke, but the vicissitudes of life were reflected in his eyes. Everyone was moved. They felt solemn and excited. Gradually, everyone's gaze turned resolute. They had no regret choosing this path. "Let's go." Ni Jianxiang was their leader. His expression was grim as he shouted. Everyone turned around without any hesitation and followed Ni Jianxiang with large strides. Their young backs were starting to appear lofty and extraordinary. The bus drove out of the school. Peng Yuanshan and the five heads stood there until they couldn't see the bus anymore. Sigh. Tong Hu sighed uncontrollably. "I wonder how many of them will come back," Su Jing said. "This is our fate. Martial warriors will continue to step up as long as the dark apparitions aren't exterminated. Even in death, we shall not retreat. If we did, who would take care of our families?" Peng Yuanshan said. "That's right. We will never retreat," Su Jing exclaimed, his gaze sharp. "Generations and generations of talents. I hope that an ultimate martial warrior will appear among them and subdue the dark apparitions once and for all," Peng Yuanshan said. Wang Teng and the other students came to the military ground where the dimensional rift was at. They passed through the dimensional rift and entered the Xingwu continent. Then they boarded a Force floating airship and headed to the wilderness. On the Force floating airship, Wang Teng sat with Han Zu and his friends. The atmosphere was solemn. They knew that death was inevitable. There would be people who wouldn't make it back. They didn't have a choice either. They could only ensure their own survival. This was their responsibility to themselves and their families. This is your Dan medicine. Wang Teng took out a few jade bottles and passed them to Han Zu and Wan Baitu. The two seniors were stunned. They grabbed the bottles and sniffed the contents inside. A thick medicinal fragrance floated out. "I think this smells purer than the Dan medicines we exchanged in the school," Han Ju exclaimed in surprise. "Indeed, it smells stronger. The effects must be at least 4 to 5 times better." Wan Baichu's eyes lit up. She was delighted. "Impressive. Your alchemy skills are insane too," Han Ju was elated. He hurriedly kept the bottles as if they were treasures. They could save his life in times of need. The better the effects of the medicine, the larger his survival rate on the battlefield. Du Yu and the others were jealous. They felt envy and regret. Chapter 397. A Dawdler Can Have a Dream Too. Black Sparrow Troop. Black Sparrow City. Just like the Crimson Tiger City, this city was named after the military troop. There were garrisons situated all around the city walls like a military town. The Force floating airship floated down from the sky, landing on a plaza outside the Black Sparrow City. The Black Sparrow City was heavily guarded. All the vehicles and Force floating airships had to be inspected first if they wanted to enter the city. Wang Teng and the others came down from the Force floating airship under Ni Jianqiang's lead. There were already people waiting for them in the plaza. "Old Ni, it's you," a soldier wearing a military uniform stepped forward. He laughed loudly. Niu Li. Ni Yanchang was startled. He didn't expect this man to welcome them personally. Mind you, he was active all year round at the front line. In the past, a general stage martial warrior claimed that Niu Li could fight with a team of 100 elite soldiers alone. His mobility and agility were better than a team of soldiers too. All the teams he led had made outstanding contributions repeatedly on the battlefield. They always played an important role during crucial moments. Why would someone like him have the free time to welcome them? You seem shocked. Are you surprised that I came to welcome you? Niu Li laughed heartily. A little. Nia Jianchang nodded. You're a busy man. It's hard to catch you normally. I just finished a mission and came back for the handover. When I heard that the elites from Haoinghai were coming, I volunteered myself to greet you guys. I hope to find some outstanding talents for my team too, Niu Li said. It's rare to see you showing interest in a bunch of greenhorns. Ni Jianchang's eyes turned bright. He smiled and continued. There are a few impressive students in this batch. Let's see if you can pick them out. Oh, Niu Li was astounded. He looked at the students behind Ni Jianchang. One glance and his gaze paused. There was someone he couldn't see through. That student. His gaze landed on a figure who was looking right and left. He didn't seem as obedient as the other students. Neither did he act like a student from a military academy. A smile appeared at the corner of his lips. Is he a troublemaker? What do you think? Ni Jianxiang asked cheerfully. Not bad, but we will need to take him out for a gallop to see if he's a mule or a horse. Niu Li didn't give him a direct answer. Come on, let's chat along the way. I'll bring you all to settle your military identification first. Ni Jiancheng nodded. He signaled the students to follow him. Then he said to Niu Li in a meaningful tone, That fellow is different from the other students. You must not look down on him. Oh? Niu Li was even more surprised. However, he just smiled and didn't say much. Wang Teng followed the crowd. He had noticed Niu Li's gaze just now. That man seemed to hold a high position in this troop. Well, he can observe me all he wants. No harm done. Everyone passed the inspection and entered Black Sparrow City successfully. Many students were burning with curiosity. This was their first time visiting a military troop stationed in the Xingwu continent. They underwent proper military education in school, so they didn't look right and left blatantly like Wang Teng. Nonetheless, their pupils were spinning in their eyes as they sized up the city. Wang Teng noticed that the Black Sparrow City was similar to the Crimson Tiger City. The buildings were all simple and low. There were military weapons everywhere, and they met patrols frequently as they walked on the streets. It was almost the same, of course. The arrangements and infrastructure of the buildings were different. Niu Li brought them to a 3-story building. The moment the soldier in front of the building saw Niu Li, he saluted with respect. Lieutenant Colonel Niu. Wang Teng was startled. This ordinary-looking soldier was actually a lieutenant colonel. He finally noticed the emblem on Niu Li's shoulder, 2 silver stars. This was the emblem of a lieutenant colonel. Wang Teng had done some research in the past. There were several levels in the military. From the bottom to the top, there were sergeant, company officer, field officer, general, and commander. The colors representing them were yellow, blue, silver, crimson, and gold, respectively. These levels were further segregated into different ranks. They were differentiated by the number of stars. It wasn't easy to get a military title. You needed to possess a certain ability and accumulate enough military exploits. Wang Teng was only a low-rank sergeant. He was given a military uniform in the past with one yellow star on it. Although he had brought it along, he didn't wear it. Niu Li was a lieutenant colonel. He must have achieved many military exploits on the battlefield. This was a powerful boss. Wang Teng could tell that he was at the 7-star soldier level too. However, his military exploits threw him 1,000 miles back. It's not difficult for me to become a colonel, right? Wang Teng touched his chin and wondered to himself. His ambition was never small. He would aim for a colonel rank first. Once he entered the general stage, he would consider becoming a general. A dawdler could have a dream, too. Niu Li nodded and said to the soldier, "These are new recruits. Bring them for registration and get them their military tags." "Yes, sir." The registration process was very simple. After confirming their identity, their military tags would be made on the spot, although there were around 100 students. It took less than an hour to get them assigned. Wang Teng received his military tag. There wasn't much information on it, only his name and his military rank, Junior Sergeant. This was Wang Teng's rank. He had a military rank. Most new soldiers didn't have a rank. Wang Teng nodded secretly. Then he turned and looked at the military tag in Han Zu's hand. Senior Sergeant. Wang Teng was confused. Han Zu's rank was higher than him. This didn't make sense. He peeked at Wan Baichu's tag. Senior Sergeant. Another one. Wang Teng. "What's up?" Han Zu asked when he noticed Wang Teng's strange expression. Wan Baichu had seen it too. She was puzzled. "Why are you a senior sergeant? Aren't military ranks hard to get?" Wang Teng asked in frustration. "Oh, this." Han Zu understood. "What's so strange about it? We have been around for 4 years and took many military missions. Look at Du Yu and the others. They are junior sergeants too. Ha ha, no wonder." Wang Teng smiled in embarrassment. It looked like sergeants were nothing. He was too naive. He needed to become a colonel if he wanted to show off. "We earn military exploits to get our military ranks. On the other hand, you were made a junior sergeant the moment you entered university. Why aren't you satisfied yet?" Wan Baichu was furious. "Who says that I didn't work hard? I had to battle with many seniors to keep my military rank. The president threw me into a trap back then," Wang Teng complained. "I heard that you tormented the second-year students until they wanted to cry. How can you be so shameless?" Wan Baichu looked at him with a weird gaze. "Bullshit. I was just a naive freshman. I could only shiver in fear under the pressure of the seniors. You don't know how hard it was for me at that time." Wang Teng firmly denied it. Was he that kind of person? He would never bully his seniors. The seniors behind him sobbed silently. "Huh!" Wan Baichu and Han Ju snorted. This fellow wasn't just sinister. He was thick-skinned as well. Chapter 398. That was the smile of a poor person. After they finished the registration, Niu Li brought them to the residential area. Black Sparrow City wasn't big, but it wasn't small either. All the basic facilities were present. Wang Teng saw many shops along the way. The students were startled. Niu Li explained. "Black Sparrow City is controlled by the Black Sparrow Troop. There are close to 80,000 soldiers here. Martial warriors only take up less than 10% of the soldiers. Among this 10%, 3 out of 5 are military martial warriors. The rest come from many different places. Some are not tied to any factions either. They would need various resources if they were to remain in the Xingwu continent all year round. Hence, organizations working with the military will open shops and sub-companies here. Not only do these shops sell resources, but they also purchase star beasts or items looted by martial warriors when they slaughter their enemies. You can earn money too." Wang Teng interrupted him suddenly. His eyes lit up. Niu Li paused. He searched for the voice and realized that it was the student who had caught his attention earlier. He was stunned for a moment. He wanted to laugh when he saw Wang Teng's greedy expression. This fellow was indeed different. He nodded and replied, "Yes, you can earn lots of money." Wang Teng felt that he had found an enormous business opportunity. He planned to persuade Dan Taishuan when he had the chance. As the disciple of the Black Sparrow Troop's chief commander, it shouldn't be a problem for him to open a small shop in this city. However, he couldn't be impatient. The Wang family's development must be made one step at a time. An empire wasn't built in a single day. Everyone was speechless when they saw Wang Teng in deep thought. Was this fellow thinking about doing business here? He had so many ideas. Niu Li smiled and shook his head. It wasn't easy to do business here. You needed to be capable and have a strong background. At the same time, you must have sufficient funds. If not, the other big organizations would skin you and even eat your bones, he continued. There are some entertainment facilities, too. Martial warriors and soldiers have to relax occasionally, since they're always fighting and facing death on the battlefield. If not, they would go crazy from all the pressure and depression. Everyone nodded. This was a humane design. Niu Li walked in front and introduced all the facilities to them. Finally, they stopped in front of a residential area. The residential area was huge and was designed like a district. The buildings were simple and practical without any extravaganza. There were many rows of 5-story buildings lined up neatly. All right, this is the residential area. You will be living in Block 26, 1 room per person. Find your room yourself. Your job today is to familiarize yourself with this place and tidy up. We'll start our military drill tomorrow. Gather outside your dormitory building at 7 a.m. tomorrow. I'll come and look for you. Also, there are many interesting places in Black Sparrow City. You can visit them all you want. However, I need to remind you not to barge into places you aren't allowed to enter. Control your curiosity. If not, Niu Li glanced at the students. He revealed his white teeth and said, "You'll be at the disposal of military law." The students' expressions turned serious. Military law. This wasn't a joke. They were all military students, so they understood what this meant. They nodded obediently. Old Ni, if there's nothing, I'll make my move first. Remember to find me for a drink after you settle your business. I'm having a break for 2 days. I can finally unwind a little. Niu Li turned and said to Ni Jianqiang, "Sure. I'll have a drink with you at night." Ni Jianqiang smiled and agreed. After Niu Li left, Ni Jianqiang looked at the students and said, "Let me briefly explain what the military drill is. The main purpose of this military drill is to test your abilities. You are all newbies, so the military has to know your strength to better assign you missions. Tomorrow, the veteran soldiers will fight with you. They have more battle experience and sharper battle instinct, so be careful. If there's no question, you can leave. You can tour the city after you tidy up your rooms." He left after he finished speaking. The newbie soldiers glanced at each other, not knowing what to do for a few seconds. Then they dispersed to find their rooms. The rooms were probably assigned based on their rankings. Wang Teng and his friends lived beside each other before he entered his room. Wang Teng arranged with them to meet half an hour later for a stroll. Wang Teng's room number was 306. He took out his military tag and scanned it on the knob, beep. The door opened. The military tag had many functions. They needed it to open their rooms, buy things, and enter the city. It was like their identification card in the military. Their military exploits would be recorded in their military tags too. One scan and everything would be revealed. Wang Teng entered his room. The arrangement inside was simple. There was a bed, a table, chairs, and daily necessities in the washroom. No extra items were given. This suited the style of the military. All of them had one room to themselves. Martial warriors were different from ordinary soldiers. They needed to cultivate every day, and everyone had their secret skills. If they stayed together, it would be extremely inconvenient. Wang Teng toured the room. There was nothing to tidy up. The room was very clean. All he had to do was to make his bed and sweep the place a little. Half an hour later, Wang Teng and his friends walked out of their dormitory and strolled around the city aimlessly. They went to the street with the shops and businesses. They hadn't noticed it before, but when they came closer, they saw many familiar names. Taobao Offline Store, 10-cent weapons flagship store, Dami Rune flagship store, Jindong offline store, Tian Mao supermarket. Let's go to the 10-cent weapons flagship store. I heard that Tencent has released a new model of battle sword, and it's exclusive to the 10-cent flagship store. Many people bought it, Wan Baichu said. Isn't your weapon a whip? Why are you interested in battle swords? Han Zhu asked in surprise. What do you know? I only learned the whip because I don't have any sword talent. Wan Baichu retorted, Old Han's swords are loved by both men and women. Wang Teng smiled and said, he took the initiative and entered the 10-cent flagship store first. Tisk, you are the ones who don't understand. Blades are the romance of men, Han Zhu said proudly. He held on to his own view. Have you forgotten that I'm skilled in both sword and blade? Wang Teng sniggered. Fick! Han Zhu was speechless. He forgot that this fellow was a pervert. He was well versed in the sword and the blade. The 10-cent weapons flagship store was easily recognizable. There was a fat and stupid-looking penguin outside the store. It felt pleasing to the eye for some reason. Welcome. A beautiful assistant immediately came forward to greet them. We want to take a look at the recently launched battle sword by your shop. Wan Baiqiu was straightforward. All right, follow me. The assistant wasn't surprised. She brought them to the second floor and stopped in front of a counter. There were already many people surrounding the counter. They were all staring at a sword put on display. This is the newly launched Flamingo model battle sword. The main material is a rare ore found in the Xingwu continent, the Flamingo stone. Not only that, but our 10-cent blacksmiths have meticulously designed a forging procedure for it. This is how this newest model battle sword came into being. Its power, flexibility, and sharpness are all better than the Crimson series. The assistant introduced the sword professionally before revealing the price. You don't need to pay 500 million for this sword. It doesn't even cost 400 million. To get this novel and powerful limited edition sword, you only need 399 million. Is anyone planning to get one? Han Zhu, Wan Baichu, the customers around the counter. Ha, ha, ha! 399 million. This price is not bad. Let's take a look first. Wan Baichu squeezed a smile on her face. The customers around them gave a polite and refined smile. This was the smile of a poor person. The beautiful assistant gave a mesmerizing smile, too. She nodded and said, All right, take your time. If you have any intention of buying, please tell me. No problem. We'll take a look ourselves. Wan Baichu said after the assistant left. Wang Teng said, 399 million is not very expensive. You are fourth-year seniors now. You should be able to earn this money after completing a couple of missions. Bullshit. I have been doing missions for many years, but the most I have had on me is 200 million. What's more, the money would be gone in 3 days, Wan Baichu complained. Seriously, how can it be so tough? Wang Teng widened his eyes in surprise. They were 4-star and 5-star soldier-level martial warriors. Why were they in such a pitiful state? Most of our money is spent on cultivation resources. Force, skill, scriptures, and force battle techniques are all expensive. It's hard to save money. Han Zhu raised his head and looked at the sky with a longing expression. He was yearning for more money. Wang Teng shook his head. He felt that he was so lucky. He didn't need to spend money on skill scriptures. He didn't even need any Dan medicines or energy stones. All he needed to do was pick up attributes. What a good feeling. This was how he could save money, Wang Teng lamented. In the end, they left the 10-cent store without buying anything. Poverty had severely limited their purchasing power. But poverty didn't stop them from window shopping. They entered the Taobao store next. There was a wider range of items here with a similarly broader range of prices. This was for the common people. There were more customers in this shop compared to the 10-cent store. There weren't any assistants, though. The customer just needed to scan and pay for whatever items they wanted. Then they could bring the items back. They took one look around the shop and came to the transaction area. This was where the martial warriors would sell their items to the store. They could bring any items here and check their quality and price. If they found it suitable, they could sell it to Taobao. If not, they could leave too. It wasn't compulsory to sell. However, the items were all kept confidential. Outsiders wouldn't be able to see the items. Wang Teng and his friends paced outside the transaction room. They found it boring, so they wanted to leave. At this moment, 3 martial warriors walked out, their conversation floating into Wang Teng's ear. "The price they gave us is not bad. You should sell your furnace. You're not an alchemist. It's useless to hold on to it." "That's right. Hurry up and sell it so that you can exchange it for other resources." "Let me think about it. You know the origins of the furnace. I feel that it's quite special. It might be able to fetch a higher price. Those people aren't able to see the value of it." "Seriously, everyone knows that Taobao's appraisers are professionals. If they can't tell the value, who else do you want to find?" They walked further and further away as they chatted. Suddenly, a voice was heard behind them. "Misters, please wait for a moment." Chapter 399, Ancient Furnace. The 3 martial warriors stopped in their tracks. They followed the sound and stared at Wang Teng curiously. "Are you calling us?" "Yes." Wang Teng smiled and nodded. These 3 martial warriors didn't seem to belong to any factions. They glanced at one another and asked carefully, "What's the matter?" "I overheard that you wanted to sell a furnace." Before he could finish, the person with the furnace became vigilant. His expression changed entirely as he glared at his companions. He said, "What furnace? You must have heard wrong." He denied it and turned to leave. Although this was a military city, there were many martial warriors from other factions and those that didn't belong anywhere. Nothing would happen in Black Sparrow City, but once they were outside, anything went. These lads looked young, but the 3-star soldier-level martial warriors realized that they couldn't see through them at all. This meant that the youngsters were stronger than them. For someone so young to possess such ability, they must be talents from a powerful faction. These types of martial warriors were hard to interact with. They were bossy and violent. Some would even seize what they wanted by force. Wang Teng didn't expect the other party to react so violently. However, after thinking about it, it seemed like a normal reaction. Ordinary martial warriors couldn't afford to offend people like him. They could only turn away when faced with such a situation. But did he look like a bad guy? Why was he so frightened? Han Ju and Wan Baichu chuckled. Based on their understanding of Wang Teng, they knew that he wouldn't fool around. Thus they stood at the side and waited quietly. Wang Teng shook his head helplessly. He moved his body and blocked the trio's path. "What do you want? This is Black Sparrow City." "Don't try to mess around." Their expressions changed as they shouted. The noise attracted the attention of many people. Wang Teng smiled and went straight to the point. He showed them his military tag and said, "Don't be nervous. We are from the military. I'm interested in what you said just now, so I called you out abruptly. I want to know more about the furnace." The 3 martial warriors heaved a sigh of relief when they saw the military tag in Wang Teng's hand. They replied awkwardly, "We're sorry. It looks like we misunderstood you." Normally, military martial warriors were trustworthy. There weren't any bad rumors flying around about them. The passers-by turned and looked away when they heard Wang Teng's identity. "What do you think?" "Mister's selling it to anyone is still selling. If I'm satisfied with your item, the price isn't a problem," Wang Teng smiled and said. The 3 martial warriors glanced at each other. The owner of the furnace hesitated a while before he nodded. "All right, you can take a look. However, this place isn't convenient." "Let's find a place to talk." Wang Teng nodded. They discussed for some time and decided to book a room in a hotel in Black Sparrow City. It wasn't expensive. Wang Teng made the full payment. In the room, the martial warrior took out a furnace and extended his hand. He signaled Wang Teng to examine it. Wang Teng's gaze landed on the furnace immediately. This furnace looked ancient as rust could be seen on the surface. It was pitch black and perfectly round. The material was sturdy, and it was half the height of a human. It exuded a sedate and dignified vibe. The surface of the furnace was covered with mud, too, hence the patterns couldn't be seen properly. Wang Teng could faintly make out fire and cloud patterns. Besides that, there was nothing special. "Erm, is this what you mean by extraordinary?" Wang Teng looked at the owner of the furnace weirdly. Cough. The martial warrior felt a little awkward, too. You can't judge a furnace by its looks alone. You need to look at its functions, too. Indeed, the functions of a furnace are crucial. Some furnaces can reduce the spreading of the flame, some can increase the speed of dan making, while others can prevent the effects of the medicine from dispersing, ensuring their potency. There are also furnaces that make special sounds during the dan-making process. Using them, advanced stage alchemists are able to understand the condition of their dans and make necessary changes to raise the success rate of their alchemy. There are also. Wang Teng explained more than 10 functions of a furnace. Then he looked at everyone's confused expressions and smiled. He continued, "Of course, the most important thing is only high-class furnaces can withstand the intensity of the flames and the impact of the force when making high-class dans. So what functions do you think this furnace has?" He looked at the owner after he finished speaking. "Who on earth are you?" The other party's expression changed entirely. He looked at Wang Teng in bewilderment. Han Zu and Wan Baichu were also at a loss. Based on his long-winded speech, they realized that he was skilled in alchemy. Monster. He was indeed a monster. He was already a formidable martial warrior, but he was well versed in alchemy as well. This was outrageous. Wang Teng pointed at himself and smiled. "I'm an alchemist. Besides the blacksmiths who make furnaces, only an alchemist will understand a furnace so well." "Oh, right. Besides being an alchemist, I'm a blacksmith too." Han Zu and Wan Baiqiu glared at him. He was a blacksmith too. Was it true? How many brains did this fellow have? How did he learn so many things? Was he even human? The martial warrior took a step back instinctively under Wang Teng's gaze. He swallowed a mouth of saliva and asked, "Do you still want this furnace?" Wang Teng didn't reply to him. He walked around the furnace and flicked it with his finger. Clang. The enchanting sound echoed within the furnace for a long time before it gradually subsided. "What's your price? If it's suitable, I might buy it." Wang Teng didn't promise him anything. The Taobao appraisers said that this is a 7-star furnace and offered 200 million for it. However, I think it's worth much more. I don't mind telling you that we found this furnace when we were searching for an ore mine looking at its appearance. It's probably a few thousand years old, however, it's maintained very well, so I don't think it's just a 7-star. "Tell me the price directly." Wang Teng cut him off. The martial warrior hesitated. He gritted his teeth and said, "I'll sell it for 400 million, 400 million, Wan Baichu screamed. She glared at the man and said, "This is too much." The Taobao appraisers said 200 million. "But you double the price. Do you think we're stupid? Let's go." "What kind of stupid furnace is this? You can buy a 9-star furnace for 400 million at any authentic shop." She pulled Wang Teng and turned to leave. Just as they were about to walk out of the room, the two friends of the martial warrior exchanged glances with each other and exchanged silent comments. They shouted hurriedly, "Wait!" Wang Teng stopped. He looked at the other party and asked, "What is it?" Chapter 400. The birth of the legendary furnace. The owner of the furnace pondered before asking, "What do you think is a suitable price?" "Your furnace is a little higher than 7-star because a special material is used to forge it. This is why it was preserved until today. Nevertheless, it's still a 7-star item. I'll give you 230 million for it." Wang Teng contemplated for a moment before he opened his mouth. 230 million? It's only 30 million more. The martial warrior couldn't accept this price. He shook his head and said, "I can't agree to this price. I feel that this furnace is worth much more." "Are you the alchemist, or am I? Why does your opinion matter?" Wang Teng asked angrily. The martial warrior's face turned red, but he straightened his back and said 250 million. "If you don't want it, I'll rather spend some extra effort and bring it back to Earth to get it appraised by other companies." Wang Teng seemed to be hesitating. "Forget it. Money isn't easy to earn. This person isn't a professional." Why is he adding 20 million for nothing? Wan Baiqiu felt speechless. I don't think you should waste your money. You can buy many things with 20 million. Han Zhu also persuaded him. They were used to being poor, so they were always careful with their budgeting. They tried to make the most out of every penny, much less 20 million. I like this furnace, but I also think my friends are right. I can't waste my 20 million like this. Wang Teng shook his head in disappointment. Let's go. They turned to leave. Just as they were about to step out, the man shouted behind them, 240 million. Wang Teng stopped in his tracks. Han Zhu and Wan Baiqiu quickly pulled him towards the door when they noticed that he was moved. The martial warrior finally gave up when he saw this scene. He shouted, You won, you won. 3 million it shall be. Wang Teng smiled. Before turning around, he retracted his smile and said, You should have said so at the start. Why waste time? Young man, I'm making a loss here. The martial warrior gave a sad face. Come on, this is a good deal for you. Even if you bring it back to Earth, you might not get this price, Wang Teng said. That's why I decided to sell it to you, the martial warriors replied. All right, let's get straight to the point. Can I use energy stones? Wang Teng asked. Of course. Energy stones are the best. The martial warriors nodded. Wang Teng used his spiritual power to take out 23,000 yellow-rank, low-class energy stones from his space ring and pass them to the other party. The transaction was completed. Wang Teng took the furnace and left with Han Zhu and Wan Baiqiu. After Wang Teng left, the 3 martial warriors smiled. Impressive, Taobao gave you 180 million, but you raised it to 200 million directly. In the end, you sold it for 230 million. These youngsters are so easy to fool. Ha ha ha, I thought that 200 million was the limit, but the fish got hooked on voluntarily. I earned an extra 30 million. Meals on you. You have to treat us today. Come, let's have a forced dishes feast by a forced chef-master. My treat. I feel that you've lost out. These martial warriors are wily old foxes with many experiences in the outside world, Wan Baiqiu said as they went back. Who knows? Wang Teng gave a mysterious smile. Are you saying? Han Zhu was shocked. Is that furnace really a good item? Is it worth more than 230 million? Wan Baiqiu whispered, her eyes shimmering. Ha ha ha, of course. Luckily you acted well with me and put on an amazing show. If not, I might have had to spend more money. Those 3 martial warriors were slippery. They would not give me the furnace until they got the price they wanted. Wang Teng smiled and replied. The 2 seniors were mind-blown. This result didn't seem right. They thought that Wang Teng had suffered a loss, but it seemed to be the 3 experienced men who got fooled, so Wang Teng kept his plans from them. This guy was evil. Quick, tell us what's so special about this furnace. Wan Baiqiu urged him. She was extremely curious. This furnace is at least 9-star. Wang Teng sniggered. Fick, you got lucky. Han Zhu glared at him. 9-star furnaces were at least 400 million. If that martial warrior knew that Wang Teng had fooled him, he might vomit blood. Wang Teng didn't have the heart to window shop anymore. He went back to his dormitory and took out the furnace excitedly. He sat down cross-legged and activated the fire force in his body, forming a flame. The furnace slowly floated into the air with the help of the fire force. Flames rose from the bottom of the furnace, and the entire furnace was submerged in the fire. It burned furiously. As the fire burned, the fire and cloud patterns on the surface of the black furnace suddenly gave off a crimson-red glow. The accumulated rust slowly fell off from the surface. More than an hour later, a brand new furnace appeared in the middle of the room. Its surface was pitch black. The fire and cloud patterns seemed to be burning. Sometimes they merged to become a dragon, while other times they formed a phoenix. There seemed to be many mythical creatures circling the furnace. They looked lifelike. You could tell that this wasn't an ordinary furnace at a glance. Indeed. Wang Teng looked at the furnace happily. He could confirm that this was indeed the furnace he thought it was. Delight shone in his eyes. His alchemy mostly came from the alchemists in the Xingwu continent. Among the knowledge he gained, there was an introduction to furnaces, after all, to an alchemist. A furnace was an indispensable partner. A good furnace could increase the success rate of their alchemy. When he recited the functions of furnaces to the three martial warriors, he wasn't just trying to scare them, he was telling the truth. High-class furnaces possessed many different functions. They were rare, but he found one today. He struck gold. This furnace was called Black Meteorite, a famous furnace in the Xingwu continent. Based on the knowledge in Wang Teng's mind, since ancient times, more than 10 legendary furnaces were born. All these furnaces had extraordinary origins and experiences. They had all been the personal furnaces of Grand Master alchemists in the past. After a few rounds of handovers, some furnaces got lost in history. Others were possessed by elite alchemist families, while some were in the hands of Grand Master alchemists. After all, they were the only ones who could protect these treasures. This black meteorite was one of the legendary furnaces in history. It burned in lava for many years when a meteorite fell from space and landed in the mouth of a volcano. This allowed it to have a special fire ability. The meteorite was found by someone and passed through a few hands before finally landing in the arms of an acclaimed alchemist. It was then forged into a furnace. Black meteorite had followed 5 Grandmaster alchemists before. However, 1,500 years ago, its last owner died in an accident, and this furnace was lost forever. Many alchemists searched high and low for it, but to no avail. Who knew that 1,000 years later, these martial warriors from Earth would manage to find this furnace and give it to Wang Teng? When luck came, no one could stop it. Thank you so much for listening. That's the end of this episode. I'll see you all in the next one. Until then, take care and happy listening.